Los Angeles app and on social media as well. We want to thank you for joining us.
Why is it not
Remember,
showing?
you can get your news anytime, 24 hours a day on our website, our app, or social media.
It's going. There we go. We are up and running, ladies and gentlemen. That's agenda free. Alright, so y'all are gonna pull that dumb shit. Let's go to Forbes. Yeah, there. Times Square, National Guard, that's New York Post. Damn it, come on. Thank you. Pop out the chat now. Damn it, come on. What up, Wild Bill? How you doing? Hey, Julie. Julie Odding, Jennifer. How y'all doing? This can't be real. Like, what the fuck is happening? Oh, Mom's Mystery Mayhems. It's real. It is fucking real. They're getting pissy because we are evicting illegals. These two cameras are right next to each other. New York Post and Independent. Look at that. Are they giving the same feed? No. Yo, they actually might be having the same feed right now. There's two on the bottom. Here we go, some more ridiculous shit happening. What up, Glenn? Morning Mayhem. Kimberly Bennett. Oh yeah, yesterday when this shit kicked off, Kimberly, there was Mexican flags everywhere. Alright, give me a minute. I'm gonna make me some chocolate strawberry milk. I love that shit.
sorry, man. Oh, sorry, man.
What up, Don? You know what? I want to do this. They're not live right now.
We're staying on top of breaking news. National Guard troops have...
Don't give a shit. You're gonna make it really hard to go live with it then. Y'all are being some bastards. What is ABC News talking about?
Hiding in your closet. That's how I see it.
You know, at one point, as my family was talking, I just decided that I wanted to share with my sister my HIV status. It's scary. I think when you come out as HIV positive, what that connotes for people is risky and reckless behavior, which...
Ah, shit. Fox ain't live. Nope. What was that Fox station we were using yesterday? I totally forgot. CNBC is using the same things Fox is using. They're all using... Yo, they're all using the same shit. What is this right now?
The rules of engagement for federal troops. We'll see what happens. If we think there's a serious insurrection or less than that, we're going to have law and order. Very important. How would you define an insurrection? You have to really just have to look at the site. You have to see what's happening.
Apparently,
last night in Los Angeles, we watched it very closely.
Apparently, shots have been fired. The military was called in. The National Guard was called in. Talks about moving the Marines in is going on right now.
Just take a look at the train stations that he's building. Like 20 times
IRT News, yeah.
Nobody's ever seen anything like it. So I did call him the other night. I said, look, you got to take care of this. Otherwise, I'm sending in the troops. That's what we did. Thank you very much. You have a question for Marco?
No, wait.
Question for Marco?
IRT is using the same, well, Independence using IRT's feed right now. You see how fucked up this is right now?
They will face charges. Thank you very much.
just listening in there from a little bit ago. Within the hour, President Trump asked
that's CNBC.
if he would
Wait a minute.
invoke the Insurrectionist Act. He said
Yeah.
it depends, and of course, comments on him deploying the National Guard to that region, despite Gavin Newsom saying that they don't need that. They didn't need the support. It's really an unprecedented move.
They're not
something we
live at
haven't
this
seen
point.
since
Yeah, they
the
are.
1960s. And of course, we're seeing some vantage points, including on the ground
Here we
in
go.
Los Angeles.
Good.
Protesters continuing to voice their opinion. Let's just listen in here briefly on Live Now from Fox of what's going on. And again, viewer discretion is advised.
Estamos y no nos vamos. Y si nos echan, regresamos. Aquí estamos y no nos vamos. Y si nos echan, nos regresamos. Woo! Make some noise.
Yeah, he's not out there today.
La lucha obrera no tiene fronteras.
What up, Sober? Jay Bicca?
I can't hear you. La lucha obrera no tiene fronteras. La lucha obrera no tiene fronteras. La lucha obrera no tiene fronteras. La lucha obrera.
Yeah, but you ain't a cult, right? Y'all are just gonna sit there and chant all day, but you're not a cult. Ah.
What it will be like. You know what I mean?
All right, just listening in there to this here on Live Now from Fox. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute
It's
break.
amazing.
And,
All this
the
shit
next
happened
hour, we'll get
because
out to Los
yesterday
Angeles
I
after this.
staged at a fucking Home Depot. And Mexicans came out the woodwork. All right. Fox is gonna claim that damn sound. I know it. They've already done it. I got an auto claim yesterday because Fox News played their commercial breakdown sound, and they're like, "Oh, this is copyright sound. Go fuck yourself." So we'll just go ahead and silence. What up, No Jabski? Why are you using violence to protect illegals? Motherfuckers, you've attacked them. Like, they're just gonna sit there and just be like, I guess I'm doing wrong. Let me go home real quick. What up, Glenn?
Yes, sorry, I've got two people talking to me at the same time.
Why are you using violence to protect illegals? Why are you using violence to protect illegals? I'm going to use violence to shut you up. What up, Lenny? This has become completely fucking retarded. I'm just gonna admit that. Oh, by the way, guys, tomorrow night, you're gonna see. I found some other things earlier today while I was backtracking and listening to what was going on. But city officials in LA actually encourage them to get violent and start rioting. They were telling people, get out into the fucking streets now. Oh. Wait a minute. Hakeem Jeffries has made a statement. Hold on.
One arrested for obstruction. Investigation remains ongoing. These stem around those raids, those immigration operations. And we do know, coming in from different lawmakers, about the arrest of a California
how you
union
doing?
president, David Huerta. This, a statement from Hakeem Jeffries saying the violent assault and arrest of the California SEIU president, David Huerta, is unacceptable.
What up, Third Rail?
Should be released immediately and all charges dropped. The Trump administration has
Oh no, straight up LA officials yesterday told them, get out in the fucking street.
Without due process.
You're going to have to see this shit tomorrow, brother.
Across the country, the American people are exercising their First Amendment right to lawfully and peacefully demonstrate against these actions. Observing law enforcement activity is not a crime, and the administration's deployment of the National Guard is responsive, is inflammatory, and provocative. And of course, we're following this very closely. One of those union leaders on the ground.
Because the police are not going to do anything about people being in the streets and rioting and attacking ICE officers. Calling the National Guard in is inflammatory and provocative.
This, her reason for being on the ground there. Let's listen in.
Down here to the detention center to see if I can find out what is happening with David Huerta. He is one of our leaders in organized labor, head of a local SEIU union. I don't know why they picked him up.
I don't understand why you're not in fucking prison already.
I don't want them to deport him. I think that he has been targeted, but our city is being targeted because we're a sanctuary city. Trump hates us. He does not like this city. He's trying to intimidate, and he sent the guns in here on us. The governor didn't know anything about the National Guard coming here. He did it on his own. We can't be intimidated. We've got to get the people out. We've got to get the elected officials out. We've got to resist him. I'm going back out into the communities where ICE was last night to make sure people know that their elected officials are standing with them. Thank you.
What's your next step now?
I'm going out to Lenox and to Paramount, Watts, and South Central, where they were last night, to see if ICE is back out there.
How about a message for the community?
The community is, don't be intimidated. Don't be afraid. Do what we did in the civil rights movement. Protest peacefully.
Get out in the streets again?
Make your voices heard.
See?
The more people we're able to engage,
they're fucking telling them to do it again.
Thank you very much.
The same bitch that told him to get out in the streets before is telling him now.
Also dating back to the civil rights movement, and that was also the last time the National Guard was deployed by the executive branch. And I do want to talk more about David Huerta and the different lawmakers speaking out against this arrest. And you can see just the amount of people, including Senator Alex Padilla, the California governor, or senator, saying David is a long-time supporter there. Nancy Pelosi, Governor Gavin Newsom talking about Huerta, a respected leader, patriot, and advocate, different lawmakers as well. And that single obstruction arrest by U.S. Attorney Bill Esselstyn as Huerta, the president of this union, he said, quote, federal agents were executing a lawful judicial warrant at an L.A. worksite earlier this morning when David Huerta...
You can't keep letting them do this. They need to be arrested, they need to be charged, and they need to be prosecuted.
So we're following this here on Live Now from Fox. You can see Maxine Waters there on the ground to check on the status of David Huerta, but dozens others were arrested, detained in different immigration raids. That is what really stemmed all of these protests there in Southern California. And as we go back out to all of these images, we are entering a new hour. If you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, I'm Andy Mack. We're going to take you out to all these images live, raw, and unfiltered in real time. Again, a live picture there, courtesy of Sky Fox, as the California National Guard, about 300 troops deployed on Sunday on orders from President Trump following clashes between federal immigration authorities and protesters seeking to block them from carrying out these deportations. You can see them getting on top of the vehicle. One of the most striking images is of a burning vehicle overnight the last several days this weekend in Southern California. Just to give you a wrap on what we're learning, what we're hearing from President Trump, other lawmakers about this deployment of the National Guard, let's take you out
Is it
to
members
Evan
only?
Brown with
I
this
could have
report.
sworn I set that up for
We'll
live
send whatever
streaming.
we need to make sure there's law and order.
National Guard troops were active in Los Angeles Sunday after President Donald Trump signed a memorandum deploying 2,000 guardsmen to address the city's, quote, lawlessness. The president's orders come
could've
after
sworn I set
clashes
this
broke
up
out
as-
Friday evening between federal immigration authorities and
Yeah,
protesters
it's to
who
the
demand
public.
an end to the recent immigration raids.
I think the president did exactly what he needed to do. These
all
are
public.
federal laws. We have to maintain the rule of law, and that is not what is happening.
On Friday, ICE agents arrested dozens of people, sparking the protests. By Saturday, law enforcement in riot gear needed tear gas and flashbang explosives to dispel crowds. The added manpower has only deterred some from speaking out. A group of protesters were seen shouting at several armed troops in downtown LA on Sunday. Critics say the deployment
up,
of the
Tam Tam?
National Guard is an abuse of power.
We have a president who is moving this country rapidly into authoritarianism.
The move comes despite objections from California Governor Gavin Newsom, who is warning that it could escalate tensions between protesters and authorities. According to the Brennan Center for Justice, it is the first time in decades that a state's National Guard has been activated without a request from its governor.
Breaking with generations of tradition is only going to incite the situation and make things worse.
Still, those in the Trump administration are supporting this move, claiming it will maintain peaceful protests in LA.
And allow people to be able to protest, but also to keep law and order.
Evan Brown, Fox News.
All right, thank you so much. And we were watching those images unfold in real time here on Live Now as these protesters clash with California National Guard members on the ground outside what I believe is a detention facility. You can see our Sky Fox there zooming out, some hundreds of people blocking off this side street there in Los Angeles in the downtown
What up,
region. Let's take
Just
you now
Rhonda? How you
on the
doing?
ground for what we're witnessing in real time. Let you listen in briefly.
Ain't
to hear
nothing
what
really
the
happening right
protesters are
now.
saying
Apparently,
as you
there's
see
shots fired of
California
it
National
at
Guard
one point
members
in time.
with their shields
They're
in
talking about
place,
calling in the
staying
Marines
armed
now.
on
National
lock,
Guard
arm
is
in
on
arm
site.
here around 2 o'clock on Sunday.
The thousands and thousands of undocumented migrants who staff this country's farms and restaurants, and that these protesters say ought to be left well alone. Of course, Mr. Trump claims he has a mandate. Immigration was at the centre of his election campaign, but it is very clear that that tension you speak about, that was there long before.
All right, you can hear several reporters there speaking, witnessing, and gathering all this. And these images in real time, California
Dude.
National Guard there with different.
The one from Fox is
tactical
off because
gear
that woman
on
is
right
not
now
in that,
here,
and that's the same
pushing some
fucking
of the
line.
Protesters back. Protesters do have different flags and whatnot.
Y'all are
as you
behind
see
with
them.
that shit.
Also, plenty of media out in full force to gather and document this unfolding in real time. We also have this other vantage point. I believe this is a little bit of a rally, maybe a block or so away. These are very close in proximity. Let's listen in to what's going on here on Live Now.
Group today is already tripled from what it was on both previous days combined. Growing too. Yep. They're moving people down there. You know how this goes. We saw this before. So you're saying that you want to overthrow this government using illegal immigrants? Wow. What up, Brandy? God damn. This sounds like a children's TV show. What up, Teresa Red? This is fucking wild, guys. Hey, did you just say the N-word? We can't be having it. Now you got all kinds of people screaming the N-word in the middle of LA. What's going on? What up, either one? Yeah, feminazis. Sounds like it, yeah. It does sound like an overwhelming amount of women chanting. There are some guys, but... If the guard wasn't there, they wouldn't have burnt down the ice building. Yeah, they would have. Somehow that just sounds racist. I don't even know what you're chanting. Damn.
Is as advised as they're going English to Spanish here on Live Now from Fox. But you can see the different vantage points there as these locations all very close in proximity.
I missed out on all the free sneakers to feed a starving family. Yeah.
Fox aerial camera
I remember that. That was
protest,
AOC.
these anti-ICE demonstrators clashing with law enforcement, including California.
Did y'all already see Maxine Waters denied entry? Oh yeah.
Standing arm in arm.
Yeah, that was in the Fox
as
thing
plenty
earlier.
of vehicles outside of this. They were wearing tactical gear on the ground, but several hundred protesters continuing to gather here on a very tense weekend in Southern California after several of these immigration operations and deportations, detainments potentially, of course, following it very closely as we were looking at it over the last several weeks and months, documenting it in real time, some of these movements taking place. I just want to take you back out here to this on Live Now from Fox of this. You can see the California National Guard members As
Where
we
was
were
this from?
learning, about 300 of these troops were deployed in Los
AUTV,
Angeles
here we go.
as the move came over objections
Fuck
from
you,
California Governor
Independent.
Gavin Newsom, who accused President Trump of complete overreaction. It marked the first time in decades the state's National Guard was activated without the request from its governor. Let's just continue on and listen in to some of these live events here in real time on
Starship
Live Now.
Avengers has like fuck tons of. Are they showing the same shit? Oh, his audio is better. Look, this dude right here he's not paying attention. They're not on point right here. They're starting to slip. All right, shut up. Let's see what you got down here. What up, G-Man? What about me? How you doing? Lenny's in the house.
These California National Guard members, I don't know if they're a demonstrator, an attorney. We've seen different agents set up a staging area at a Home Depot in Paramount as demonstrators sought to block Border Patrol vehicles with some hurling rocks and chunks of cement. In response to federal agents in riot gear, they unleashed tear gas, flashbang explosives, and pepper balls. The Los Angeles police says dozens were arrested. So you can just see this high atop there here on Live Now from Fox. All right, we're following it, and I also want to just put up here on Live Now from Fox new comments from President Trump as he is en route right now to Camp David. I want to put this up as he said on Truth Social, this courtesy of Rapid Response, saying, a once great American city, Los Angeles has been invaded and occupied by illegal aliens and criminals. Now violent insurrectionist mobs are swarming and attacking our federal agents to try and stop our deportation operations. But these lawless riots only strengthen our resolve. I am directing Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, and Attorney General Pam Bondi, in coordination with other relevant departments and agencies, to take all such necessary actions to liberate Los Angeles from the migrant invasion and put an end to these migrant riots. Order will be restored. The illegals will be expelled and Los Angeles will be set free. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And of course, talking about this, and you hear there saying the insurrectionist mobs, that might allude to the Insurrection Act. He was asked about that directly on the tarmac there as he was boarding Air Force One. He said, depends on if it is an insurrection. So no official word on that, but some rhetoric about that could lead one to think this. So we're following it here on Live Now from Vox. Let's also show a new statement, a new post from California Governor Gavin Newsom about some of these protesters here on Live Now from Vox. As you can see, the California National Guard being deployed with those shields and different tactical gear. This from the governor saying California,
just start taking them out, tear gas and rust. But then you get stories like, you know, how he asked peaceful protesters to take a book or take a picture of him holding a Bible upside down.
Of course, he does not
you remember that in
D.C.?
When they rioted for a month, burning it the fuck to the ground, they set fire to that church.
Already been deployed on
that
the ground there in
building in the
California.
background that was on fire of that was that fucking church. After he came out of a bunker, they forced him in because they attacked the White House.
Anti-ICE protesters continue to gather. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. We'll get back out there after this.
Yeah, I gotta fucking cut the music. I hate that shit. No, they're actually upholding their oath. They're not breaking it. They're not betraying it. They made an oath to defend this country, and you're rioting because the government wants to remove people that shouldn't be here. You are attacking you are actually levying war against the people. People are leaving that area. That ain't good. That sounds like they're gonna reform somewhere else.
I think they're gonna go back to the plaza.
Balaclava Club is out there. What up, Wes? How you doing? Hey, Louie. The motherfucker has a walking cart with him. Why is he out there? Look at this. Look at this. He's got a walking assist. Why the fuck is he there? I get it, you want to clean some shit up, dude, but no, come on, back up. Dude's trying to give him money. We didn't declare war on you. You declared war on us. Okay. Hold on, I gotta stay with ART here. They're pushing. LAPD's in. Oh! Oh! Look, we know to get Baton happy now. I don't know what you thought that was gonna be, sir. Rodney King didn't teach you shit? They arrested his ass. Dude, that's a baton, not a gun. I get why this stance, though. Just a quick flick of the wrist and you can actually do some damage. Yeah, they got his ass. It's taking a lot of them to take him down, though. Yeah, you got people way too fucking close, though. Arm raised. You think you gonna jump in? Hold up. Hold up. He's getting froggy. He's getting froggy. Take his helmet off. Take his helmet off. Take the helmet off.
Get back! Get back! Get back! Get back!
Yeah, run, bitch. She's been getting... nah. She was an agitator. That girl in green pants is an agitator. She was up in front of that fucking line just screaming at him. Yep, that's what you're doing. Funnel them in with the vehicles. That's exactly what they're doing, funneling in with the vehicles. Oh, the sticks themselves? The shootout shit? Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh. I don't know. That was, yeah, that's somebody shooting from a gun. Okay. Why did you just shoot the ground, though? Well, I get it. They will ricochet. They're running up on y'all. Come on. What are you doing? Oh, no, you gassing them up. You gassing them up. No group coming from that direction. Wait. Are they funneling in the tunnel? God damn, this is insane.
Watch your back.
Dude ran like a bitch though, didn't he? He took the fuck off. Grab it. Grab her. Don't fucking matter. Yeah, she got hit though. She got hit right in the stomach. Bitch ran like a bitch. What up, Michael? How you doing? Filed those business. Oh, they trying to spin him up. No, I'm sorry. The crowd rolled up on them and they pushed back. They arrested one. And then you got uppity. And now here we are. You pushed up on them, sir. Yep, see, she's there to fucking agitate. She's there to agitate until they push out. Look at her. Every fucking time they've made news, she's been there. Yeah, she's there to fucking agitate. That's all she's doing. What up, Cindy? He's asking, why did you guys do this? And my gaydar is pinging high alert. All right.
I think if the secretary actually activated the Marines to show up, you're going to know the Marines are there. You know, the Marines will show up loud and strong, but they're going to be dressed similar. They're going to be dressed ready for a confrontation with these protesters should it turn violent.
Oh, God.
So they'll be dressed in the same camouflage as you would as a guardsman. So not a lot difference in the uniform. The bigger question is, what are the Marines equipped with in terms of less lethal? Now, we've not seen the Marines activated in the U.S. in a very long time, so I don't know where they're standing in terms of what equipment they have accessible to them. And that's a big question that we don't know.
That is a very good point. We don't know. And of course, to reiterate, they haven't been activated as of yet. I just wanted to kind of get your opinion on this, Jamie Copenhaver. What else are you thinking about right now? Because I also think about the police right now, and they don't want to get stuck. They don't want to get surrounded by protesters. Is that a thought that
all
goes
three
through
cameras, all of them are actually in that one very moment right there.
And that's why the command center is so important in this. So, you know, you have eyes in the skies, you'll see helicopters above, and they're monitoring what the crowd's doing.
Holy
and
shit.
that's a cops
We just saw that live from the ground level.
Willing to get trapped behind the enemy lines, if you will. And we've seen the violence yesterday through a little bit last night. And, you know, tempers are high. We've seen some spitting on law enforcement today. So, you know, you don't want to get stuck out of place, if you will. And that's why we see when these law enforcement officials move, they move together in unison, almost in a choreographed way, if you will. So they're all together and they stick together.
That is, yeah, that's just something you can
See,
see. It's one of those
AUTV
cars
just showed them
backing up
waving
there to
everybody
try to,
away. They're
get
moving
out of this
coordinated
area
now.
as you can
I
see
told
the
you yesterday
protesters
they weren't
congregating
coordinated. They
here
are today.
right now. I want to ask you, because I was also in Minneapolis following the death of George Floyd at some of those protests, and it's always interesting. Day turns
This
to
is
night,
just
and you
poking
can
the line to
sense
see where
just
you're
a
weak.
difference in
See
the
how you'll
tension.
react.
How much do they want to quell these before it gets
Move
night?
around,
It's still
stick and move,
2:30 there,
guerrilla
local
tactics.
time, but how much of the thought is that?
I think it's a huge thought. And, the planners and the leaders and the commanders that are overseeing this operation from law enforcement, they want to stop this before nightfall. And, we saw.
And their fucking city
yesterday, as
leaders
time
actually
progressed,
fucking praise this. They encourage this, guys.
And
They'll show you
if
tomorrow.
that may qualify, people are perhaps working during the daytime. But more importantly, the alcohol could be a huge contributor to this nightfall, if you will, upping the ante and more violent. But, the unfortunate part is, maybe there's some people protesting that believe in what they're doing. And unfortunately, you have those agitators that ruin the entire protest for the legitimate protesters. I just wanted to point that out. It's super sad for the legitimate people to now be infected and incited by these bad actors.
For the legitimate people that are out that are just protesting, just expressing their opinion, whether they disagree with what's going on with these immigration deportations and the enforcement of this, what are their rights? What are they engaged with law enforcement? What can they not do? What kind of tips do you have for that?
I think you would be okay anywhere in the United States if you're not out blocking streets. You can go out and wave the flags and hold the banners. You can chant with a bullhorn. But when you start blocking roadways, and as we see in the shot here, this is a busy intersection that's shut down in the middle of the evening. You just can't obstruct traffic. And here's my viewpoint. If you're going to come up with one of these protests, go seek a permit, do it legally so you'll know what to expect and what you're allowed and not allowed to do. But in this case, a lot of this, I saw a post on social media today wanting people to stage in a certain
This
area.
is Fox News down here.
So,
Jamie Copenhaver.
Like I said, a
Copenhaver.
lot of this is bad actors and influenced by those bad actors that turn this protest into potential violent behavior.
Yeah, and that's a good point, talking about the impeding the flow of traffic. They're blocking
doing,
off
Just D?
that street right there. I do want to ask you, because we're just getting into our newsroom, and this is a very fluid situation, day 3 of protests in Los Angeles, but you can see from the LAPD Central Division saying the city of Los Angeles is now on a tactical alert. Jamie, what does tactical alert? I know maybe different divisions, different cities have different terms, but in terms of tactical alert, what does that mean? What does that entail?
Yeah, essentially, the tactical alert is going to alert all personnel that have gone through the training for that emergency response unit, if you will. It's almost like an all hands on deck. So, and that's funny that announcement came out because it's getting closer to dark, right? We just spoke about that. So, they're putting all personnel on alert to respond to whatever need they need to respond to at that location. So, I find that, it's good planning by the commanders and the leaders. But what these people on the street, they have no clue what a tactical alert is about to happen. And I got to tell you, we've seen these cool down very quickly. But as night comes on, you're going to have other groups in other areas, Andy, is my huge concern, that may start these in different parts of the city. And I think that's what that statement was all about.
In terms of the tactical alert from Los Angeles Police, what level does that? Is there higher levels? Are there higher levels? Are there a multitude higher that they could reach depending on these protests?
You have to go to the use of force matrix. So, you just can't go out and use force unless you're greeted with that force, right? The same force. But I think what the tactical alert is, I think more than likely the commanders are in fear of.
Oh, the one we heard of Maxine Waters that was in the car. I'm gonna have to.
Pockets of protesters.
I'm gonna have to grab that back.
Going to other locations in the city outside of from what we're seeing here, and starting something in parts of the city where they're not prepared for. So that alert is going to put those men and women on basically on call as needed. To potentially respond to areas of the city where
but I got another one of
her
her.
up later tonight. Would be my guess.
Of course. I also want to put up just a post from the LA Times saying the LAPD is now threatening arrest for disobeying lawful orders there on the ground in the intersection of Alameda and Temple. And that could be this intersection we're looking at right now. It's not super clear what the route of egress is for this. How do law enforcement arrest people? How do them, when what level does it need to escalate to that they feel like they need to arrest people?
You know, you have that element of law enforcement out holding that line, if you will. We've seen that all afternoon. And what's going to occur is they're going to have an arrest team or multiple arrest teams come in.
No, y'all are going to like this tomorrow. I'm going to point out a whole bunch of people encouraging this shit to go down.
We've seen earlier that agitator, and we don't know exactly what he did, but you saw a number of, I think it was 5 to 8 police officers go through that line and actually go hands-on with that person. So that was the arrest team. What would cause that? Something like we've seen earlier. If it's an agitator that's, perhaps spitting on one of the cops, throwing something, or just being that loud, obnoxious guy wanting to start trouble, that may be
I
they
got
go
some
in and
shit.
grab for disorderly conduct charge, just separating from the protesters to get that agitator away from the crowd.
And again, I'll reiterate, viewer discretion is advised, as some people potentially
Spuds, thank you for the one. I was thinking about how this event could further motivate California counties that long to secede from the state for a variety of reasons. One major being that Newsom has violated his oath of office.
Some of these flags, they are on poles, and that could
I mean,
be a
it's
threat to police.
it can only bolster their
How do
cause.
they view the different sorts
I don't
of
see how it would
potential
hurt it.
threats to law enforcement?
One past example was the secession of the West Virginia from Virginia, mainly due to the Civil War. There has definitely been a nonviolent
Can
precedent.
certainly be used as a weapon, not only against the police,
enough
but
point.
also other protesters. We've seen over the years where you have these protests, you'll have another faction that's against those protesters, and they start clashing amongst each other. So, those flagpoles, these motorcycle helmets, those helmets are heavy. That is considered a weapon. I mean, if you take that helmet off and punch somebody with it or hit them with it, it's going to be pretty lethal, right? So anything these protesters are carrying could be considered a weapon, Andy, and rightfully so.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think that first person that we saw detained was wearing the motorcycle helmet, and that's a good point in terms of this. I also want to ask you, because we're seeing this in real time, more protesters coming to this point, and those law enforcement officials, those police on the ground, they are unaware. Do we believe there's a police helicopter? There has to be, right?
Oh, absolutely. You're going to have some type of aerial surveillance. And here's the deal. I had mentioned earlier that perhaps some of these guardsmen and some of the ERT people that were put on alert, they're in the staging or holding area for what we're seeing playing out. You see a ton of people coming towards the main protest. It already looks like the cops are somewhat outnumbered from what I see. So you would want that other element, staging, to come in to assist the officers that are already on the scene, sort of holding the line, if you will, so they're not overran.
You mentioned them being overwhelmed and outnumbered. Is there a certain ratio that law enforcement prefer when it comes to being around protesters? Is it 2 to 1? Is there a ratio out there?
Andy, I don't think there's actually a scientific ratio, but what you'll see in each one of these pockets, you're going to see law enforcement grouped up in 20 to 50 to 60 officers in a group, depending on where they're at and what they're assigned to. So, as long as that element stays together, it's command presence, right? The protesters look at this big blob of cops, and I respectfully I say that, it's a bad way to explain it, but this group of cops coming to you, it's a deterrent, right? And then when you see the batons come out, that's a deterrent. So, that small element, which we would call small, based on what we're seeing, is pretty effective when they move together. Almost like I said earlier, choreographed, because you want to get that command presence, essentially scaring the protesters back with verbal commands and also stomp and drag. We may see some of that.
Is that white van, could that be potentially one of the arrest vehicles to try to detain people that are agitating, that are making the system worse, or what is that potentially used for?
Yeah, I would say that's some type of booking transport van, if you will. Okay. That came and picked up the guy that we had saw with the motorcycle helmet on. Oddly enough, I think what you'll eventually see as this plays out, if it doesn't if it's not quelled by nighttime, you may see some MRAPs or some Bearcat armored vehicles come in, and those vehicles be utilized not only to deploy police officers, but also to help get the prisoners out should they start making arrests.
All right, I just wanted to clarify. It's so very interesting to see it in real time and hear your perspective on this. I want to ask you, just from your experience, and obviously you may not know any of these officers, but do police officers, potentially people are in the tactical unit, do they have military backgrounds? Is that something that aligns up, that people that maybe have stepped out of the military, that ended their service, jump into law enforcement because of their similarities?
Yeah, I would say since post-Desert Storm, we've seen a lot of agencies go out and actively recruit veterans, former military people. So I would venture to guess that a lot of these cops that we see on the screen right now, some of them probably have military experience. More importantly, some of these men and women may be National Guard members on duty, kind of pulling both duties, if you will. So I can assure you there are veterans and probably current Guard members that are involved in this from the law enforcement aspect.
And I want to ask you, because you can see there potentially police in the middle right now. It looks like they did take a step back, the vehicles, to get out of there to make sure that they aren't damaged. You can see, I think that might be different pepper spray or different sorts of things. Anything else on your mind? I know I've been asking you and peppering you with questions. Anything else on your mind when you're watching these images unfold?
Yeah, I mean, to look at this as a normal person sitting at home, it looks chaotic, right?
Yeah.
But as time has progressed over
Kimberly
the
Bennett,
last 10 to
and
15
Dick,
years,
thank you for the 5 back our ice agents. I actually fucking
adapted
do.
so very well in terms of addressing these protests properly.
Let's go to the street. Whoa, 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 whoa. Look, that girl in the green pants is still there. I'm telling you, she's there to just agitate. That's it. In this instance, I think they're being very, very lenient. You've had them attack you a few times. You've already gotten people up in your face, and this bitch is there to agitate. That's all she's doing. She's not going to go away until she gets arrested. Imagine being those people in that truck right now, though. Look, she's popping out from the sunroof like, nope, nope, we ain't doing this shit. I'm getting down. I'm a legal motherfucker. Oh, they stopping here? Nah, they ain't no way. They ain't no way. They on me. They on me. They gonna rip me out this vehicle. Look, he's coming around to the back. She's an illegal. Get her. Wouldn't that be some shit if she was, though? Adam, chest in my nuts. What's going on? The opening weekend of Battle of Los Angeles. I'm pretty sure, dude. I mean, look at the crowd. The crowd has grown in size. It's gotten violent. People have been arrested. They're talking about bringing the fucking Marines in. Oh, here they go. They're pushing again. Is Kamala getting a GoFundMe to bail out the rioters? Probably Crockett this time. Either that or Maxine Waters, because this is her area. I don't know if it's her district, but come on, let's not lose him. There we go. Oh, you're a bitch. Come on, keep this network going. Oh, see, he just snuck behind them lines, too. Good job. It's gonna get worse at sundown. Yeah. It's about 3 o'clock their time. No. Yeah. About 3 o'clock their time. Yeah, we don't need you to get fucked up there, IRT. We're looking at this. Come on. Oh. Come on. Damn it. Throw a couple soccer balls, a few tubas, and an accordion, and they'll calm down. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. We saw that dude get beat with a baton earlier. Oh, there they are. Here they are. Does backup arrive? There you go. Pick up the rear. Don't directly engage unless you're needed. They've stopped. They've stopped and they're pretty fucking deep. They ain't gonna back up much more. Look how deep. Nah, they ain't gonna back up much more. Nah, see. Oh, they funneling. They funneling. Nah, they're regrouping back there. Oh, come on. You guys have got to know this. You got to sense it. Both ways pushing that way. I know you're trying to do that, but let's see where that crowd leads. Pretty soon they're going to feel trapped. They're already throwing shit at the police. I don't know about this. I don't know about this. This one may pop. Hold on.
Has been authorized by the incident commander. Persons throwing items at officers will be posted Central Division. I'm reading it, and just like you are saying, the use of less lethal munitions has been authorized by the incident commander. Persons throwing items at officers will be detained and arrested. Any unlawful assembly has been declared by the incident commander. What is unlawful assembly at this point?
Essentially, what we're
It
saying,
wasn't permitted. It wasn't permitted, and we cannot look away from that. If that bastard is, he's a shit-ass human being, but well done as a president. Tony Hay, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. We got Nacho Mama coming in, Angie Warren, Ad the Man, Boom Shakalaka, and Katania Inam. Appreciate you, Tony Hay. Where is Blackjack Pershing when we need him? Guys, I don't know. They're being funneled, they're being compressed. They can't funnel out fast enough. Nobody behind them is getting any kind of coordination going. They're just gonna keep squeezing in. There's no other way they can do that. That's a good long distance to go, inches at a damn time with them shooting rubber bullets and shit at you. And beating you with a fucking baton, apparently, look. Look at him. God. Okay, KTV view. Fox 11 is pulling off KTV. Here we go. Here we go. How many of the protesters are illegal? Probably a lot, Rachel. Look, they got him. Get him out of there. Just because you're backed against the car doesn't mean shit. Get the fuck back. Think of these motherfuckers that are in this car right now. They're like, holy fuck. They're beating people against my back window. Oh, they got another. Is he unconscious? Is he alright? Yeah, he's moving. See, you got more agitators coming in, I told you. Yeah, back the fuck up. That started to sound like a rallying cry. Hold up.
In this statement, President Trump's move to deploy California's National Guard is an alarming abuse of power. Governors are the commanders-in-chief of their National Guard, and the federal government activating them in their own borders without consulting or working with the state's governor is ineffective and dangerous. Furthermore, threatening to send the U.S. Marines into American neighborhoods undermines the mission of our service members, erodes public trust, and shows the Trump administration does not trust local law enforcement. It's important we respect the executive authority of our country's governors to manage their
All of
National
them.
Guards, and we stand with Governor
All
Newsom,
of
who
them.
has made it clear that
All
violence
of the
is
left-wing
unacceptable
fucking
and
governors.
that local authorities should be able to do their jobs without the chaos of this federal interference and intimidation.
Come on, tell me this ain't
So that coming
fucking.
in right now as we're watching.
Tell me that shit ain't fucking planned out for this. No. They fucking encouraged this. They wanted this to fucking happen. Everybody's backing this shit now. Dude on stilts is getting arrested. Nah, hell no. This is Summer of Love again. This is what it is. It kicks off with this shit, ladies and gentlemen. And you all know how it started. You watched it happen on this channel. I staged up in a fucking Home Depot parking lot and everybody lost their goddamned minds. It's amazing how much this shit grew since last night, though. Nah, they had people flooded in for this shit. There ain't no way. Tom Homan said Kelly officials can be arrested if they disrupt ICE raids. Hell yeah. Fucking let's go with it. You already got Maxine Waters out there. She was sitting there fucking going off about it. Karen Bass was. No. They encouraged this. Some of their fucking own local officials, lower level officials, were encouraging this. And I'll show you that shit tomorrow, guys. I heard that shit today. I was going through news things today about it, about last night. And I caught some more shit. Damn, they did clear that road, though. Look at that shit. Well fucking done. IRT Media is on it tonight, though. Oh, he's not live. Fuck, let's bring him live. We're going to drop Fox 11 because Fox 11 is showing the same thing as KTV. Oh, he's done. Here we go, Associated Press. It looks like air coverage is going to refuel. God damn it. They cut to Associated Press. All right. So are they.
Welcome everybody. Right now we're traveling southbound in Alameda Street, about to approach the 10th pushing south. Everybody's asked to disperse. Anybody who does not obey will be subject to arrest. They are using non-lethal.
Yeah, see, none of them are fucking live with it except for Fox. This is fucking wild. Times Now, CNBC, these are looping. Fox, Independent, The Sun. All right, we're getting to see the back end of the crowd here.
We are funding, guys. This is funding. It's the way we maintain myself on the road. So if you guys are willing to help with that, the links are up there. We greatly appreciate it. There is protest scheduled for tomorrow, so I do have plans to come back tomorrow. Tomorrow they'll be protesting over David Huerta. Who is David Huerta?
I just gave you the link to IRT Media.
Local union here who got arrested for obstructing, for trying to block CBP vehicles as they were conducting raids. He got taken into custody. He's still in custody and have a protest plan tomorrow at Grand Park, which is a couple of blocks away from here. Protests at LAX. So all the actions down here. I don't know. LAX protests will be over the travel bans. I think the union workers protest will be a lot bigger. The last time they held the protest down here, there was thousands of them out here. Their president did get arrested, so it'll probably bring out thousands of workers.
All right, let's see what Fox is saying. There ain't no goddamn way that motherfucker was wearing meta glasses and looking at a phone. Okay, they were ski goggles. KTV seems to be faster than Fox at this point.
All right, of course, viewer discretion is advised as the ebbs and flows
Oh, they sat
of
down.
these protests take place. You can see the line by local law enforcement on the ground, different members of police in Los Angeles. They are on tactical alert, and arrests could be happening soon if demonstrators decide to throw objects at authorities. We also saw the helicopter fly away. Skyfox potentially going back to refuel and regather supplies to head back over these protests. Several hundred of people were on the streets in downtown Los Angeles as protests against the immigration deportation enforcement, different raids taking place. This was day number 3 stemming from what happened on Friday. So we knew this was potentially going to happen. And of course, law enforcement trying to get ahead of things to put things at
2
ease
hours till
before
dark happens.
It falls
Yeah,
from
sun's
day to night.
the
And
sun's
we're
getting
hearing
real
from
low,
different
ain't it?
lawmakers around the country, including in Northern California. Let's take you right now.
And they hold up for
out
2
to
hours right
this
here?
rally taking place there in the Bay Area from just a bit earlier. Let's listen into this as we monitor what's going on in LA.
Morality to say no, not in our name. The Trump fascist regime is an affront to humanity and to everything we hold dear. It must go now.
Why? Because you want to invade our country and take it over from within?
It counted most in the hour that it counted most that we did not let the world and the future down. That we rose to meet the challenge of our time and acted non-violently in our millions and tens of millions to make this fascist regime go now.
Non-violently my ass.
In the name of humanity, say this with me.
We saw that last night.
Of humanity. We refuse to accept a fascist America. So my name is Amina, A-M-I-N-A, last name Gonzalez, G-O-N-Z-A-L-E-S, with refusefascism.org. So next I'm going to hand it over to Reverend Frank Wolf. You should introduce him.
Good afternoon. My name is Reverend Frank Wolf. My first name is... Okay. My first name is Frank, F-R-A-N-K. My last name is Wolf, W-U-L-F. I am the pastor of the La Plaza United Methodist Church, which is just about 100 feet away from where we are. And they want me to use the mic better.
Just shove it in his mouth.
It's our home. I serve a congregation of people here that is afraid. They're afraid because of what's happening in the city around us, and there's no reason why they should be afraid. We sent out a message last night to the members of our congregation that if they felt in any way unsafe and did not want to face the threats that are going on around us, that they should stay home, watch us on the internet. And so during the worship service today, we had kind of a bare church, but we knew that the people were there. They're there in spirit. And we're
Sorry, they're pushing again. Hold up. Oh, they taking them down now. Look at them go. Oh, hell yeah, another 2 down. How do you know it was them? They had a mask on. Because I arrested them.
They broke the back windows. Once we get footage of this person getting taken into custody.
Oh, they were damaging shit. They were breaking shit. Okay. They were just causing damage. As long as YouTube don't rip it down, you're free to say what you want here. And if YouTube rips it down, well, that's on them. That white girl's down there walking around like it's like she's at a fucking park, a theme park.
This is the damage that was done to the patrol unit.
Oh, they fucked it up. Yeah, they need to be pulled in. Summer of Love has returned, ladies and gentlemen. We got from each angle of that line and from behind it right now. Oh, this is fucking awesome. What up, Zach? Oh no, they've already arrested a couple of people, man. I've counted like 4 or 5 so far. 2 of them just tried to fuck up an officer's vehicle. Broke out the back window and smashed up the passenger rear view mirror, the side mirror, whatever. If you don't want it, Tony, hey, I can take it. Are you sure, brother?
So they have injured an officer, guys.
Oh, it's not over the same shit, Jennifer.
Injured officer, guys. He's getting medical attention here.
I'm right there with it.
It looks like he's bleeding from his mouth. There he is,
Okay.
guys. Bleeding from the nose and the mouth. Let me see if I can get a close up right there.
There you go.
So it's not, it looks like he's bleeding from his nose, guys.
All right, let's hear this.
And as someone that wants to establish ASAP, a fascist state, is President Donald Trump and his administration. We've
Oh.
had enough of him.
Why is your face like that? Fix it.
Palabras en español rápidamente. La razón por la que estamos aquí el día de hoy, orgullosos de ser parte de esta coalición en contra del establecimiento del fascismo en los Estados Unidos, es porque eso es lo que estamos experimentando. El despliegue de tropas militares, 2,000 soldados de la Guardia Nacional en este momento.
I mean,
es
this
una
sounds so
clara
fucked.
manifestación y demostración que aquí se está estableciendo un estado policiaco, un estado fascista. Lo que el pueblo trabajador de los Estados Unidos, incluyendo los inmigrantes, incluyendo los trabajadores inmigrantes
Here we go again with it.
necesitamos.
Okay, next I want to bring up Jaime Gutierrez, who's a civil rights attorney and who's going to give us some words.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you all for being here. We collectively are standing in the face of fascism, and I'm proud of that. And I'm proud to
What?
stand with you. My name is Jaime Gutierrez. That's Jaime. Last name Gutierrez, Gutierrez, as in zebra. I've been practicing 20 years as a civil rights attorney here in Los Angeles. As I speak, the
Someone
National
needs to
Guard
find
and
the
ICE are
buses. Oh,
committing
they were
blatant
there.
constitutional violations in our streets. The First Amendment is under attack. Peaceful protest is labeled as insurrection. Legal observers harassed while documenting the abuses. The chilling effect on community is palatable. Fourth Amendment dead
What
is
up,
in
Polar?
our neighborhoods. Warrantless home invasions by ICE agents. Military checkpoints in immigrant communities. Mass surveillance shared between LAPD and the federal forces. ICE is implementing a hit-and-run tactics, terrorizing communities and families. The Fourth Amendment is betrayed as equal protection denied by Latino residents, due process violated,
Are they about to move out again?
deportations
Look, they're
to
gathering
El
up
Salvador
again. They're
and
about to
South
move.
Sudan, state-sanctioned racial profiling at Home Depot. This is just policy disagreement.
They
This isn't
staged
just
racial
policy disagreement.
profiling.
This
They
is
were
the
staging a
architecture
raid.
of fascism being constituted before our eyes. The blueprint
Which
of
means they
tyranny
weren't
called
raiding Home Depot.
John Lewis
They were
a
posted up at
rabble-rouser
Home Depot
for
to get
demanding
something
voting
else.
rights. They called Fred Karamazov resistance.
There's no way they're going to
disloyalty.
stage a raid
Today
right
they
outside
call
of where
them
they're going to
criminals
fucking hit.
for
That is dumb.
exercising their First Amendment rights to assembly and protest, asserting Fourth Amendment protection against unlawful seizure and search, demanding 14th Amendment equal protection under the law. Our Constitution demands immediate judicial review of all
Dumbasses don't know
military
the
civilian
difference and
policing.
wouldn't if
Federal
it slapped
injunction
them.
against
Oh, it's going to
warrantless
slap
ICE
them. They're getting
operations.
arrested.
Department of Justice civil rights investigations into the LAPD collaboration with ICE. To every constitutional officer,
Oh, this is going to
your
pop the
oath
fuck off
binds you
tonight,
to
guys.
act.
I hope y'all
Public
know this is going
defenders,
to pop off
attorneys
again.
File habeas corpus petitions for every detainee. Judges reject tainted evidence for illegal raids. Prosecutors drop charges against peaceful protesters.
Oh, do we have the
They came
helicopter
for the
back?
Japanese Americans in 1942. They came for Mexican Americans in the 1930s. They came for
ATV
freedom
will come
riders
back
in,
into the
in 1961.
camera.
And they're coming for our immigrant communities today. We will litigate. We will organize. We will resist. Thank you.
All right, and then our last speaker I want to bring up is Luna Hernandez with the RevCom Corps for the Emancipation of Humanity.
Hello, everyone. My name is Luna. I'm with the RevCom Corps in Los Angeles. And right now,
Why did you have to bring her
500,000 or more
face
immigrants who
on the
came
camera?
here
What the
the
fuck was that?
right way, applied for asylum, and have been awaiting their hearings, are being called criminals,
No.
marked for expedited removal by the Trump fascist militarized agencies,
Wrong.
suited up no differently than the IDF troops carrying out a genocide in Gaza.
Oh my God.
With the long arms and Darth Vader face mask,
Darth
now
Vader.
terrorizing immigrant communities.
Holy shit.
They are going after people working for a living, targeting workplace raids for the next 30 days in LA.
Okay.
They are claiming we are being invaded.
Dun, 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 dun.
Why have people been forced to travel at great risk to their lives? Across the jungle of the Darien Gap and the deserts to get here? Because the predatory capitalist system has ruined the agriculture economies to assert dominance of export agriculture to the U.S.
What?
Because the U.S. is the #1 emitter of carbon into the atmosphere, creating environmental devastation
Are you
and
retarded?
disasters.
That's China.
Because the United States has intervened hundreds of times in the affairs of Latin American countries, from spying and proxy wars to major military invasions.
I mean, yeah, we've done that.
It's this system that causes migration, and this system
I'll admit that one.
has no answer for it other than building walls and mass deportations. And now,
Okay.
straight up fascism and ethnic cleansing.
Huh?
This is why we say the system that
Wait,
has
what
fueled
happened?
fascism has fueled this fascism out of the very soil and history of this country is totally rotten and illegitimate.
I'm gonna pause you for a second. How is it ethnic cleansing if it's everybody that has come here illegally? Not just certain people, but everybody? How is it ethnic cleansing?
That's right. We stand 100% behind this life and death fight to stop this fascism from consolidating.
This ain't fascism.
Catastrophe this would mean for the immigrants who are the first and all those who will come after.
Los Angeles, why do you have so many retarded people in your fucking borders?
This will mean perhaps for generations and the existential threat this would mean to all of humanity.
I mean, I thought New York looked
We stand
fuck.
united with people from many different perspectives and viewpoints, from Democrats trying to save the Constitution
What up,
to
G-Man?
those who know it has never provided for liberty and justice for all. That diversity is what is our strength. It is going to take uniting everyone who cares and doesn't want the world the fascists want to be the future. We also do it with hope. Hope that is real and scientifically based, understanding that not only the kind of system or world that is possible.
I was hope scientifically
If you don't believe
based.
me, you have to check out the Constitution for the new Socialist Republic of North America, authored by the revolutionary leader Baba Vakian, that has been written for how you could run an economy where the wealth that is created by those same people being exploited and deported could be used to provide for the basic needs of people.
I mean, so can a constitutional republic.
Never met and never been about meeting the most basic needs of the 6 billion people, 7 billion people on this planet Earth.
No, that's your job.
This Constitution is different than any actual or proposed founding or guiding document of any government. Never before has there been anything with the protection but the provision for dissent and intellectual and cultural ferment that is embodied in the Constitution for the new Socialist Republic of North America.
Well, I don't want it.
If you want to know how mass migration and immigration could be handled, it's in
I got
there.
a document behind it.
This is why I'm here, not just with the sense of dread, but of hope. And why so long as we are living under the rule of this system of capitalism, imperialism, we in the RevCom Corps for the emancipation of humanity will defend people against attacks on their lives and on their rights that are supposed to be guaranteed under
Good
the
luck.
U.S. Constitution. And that are now being decimated by an all-out fascism.
All right, take it easy, just run it.
ICE must go now. ICE must go now. Trump must go now. Trump must go now. No National Guard. No National Guard. Trump out now. Trump out.
I demand to have this part of your country for myself.
Must go now.
You shut up. You shut up with it. You shut up with it. You're literally just demanding fucking land.
The vehicle moves, that means you can move.
I'm not sure yet. We have our sergeant right there. So now he's the one calling shots. Not
Sergeant.
So I'm going to say if he's still right there, then we can't.
Are they
move.
moving
Unless he
again?
gives us the order we can move back, then we can't.
Oh, they're chasing somebody, though.
I understand.
Oh, what's happening?
Go around the block and join the other side.
Oh, they're running, guys. They're running to the parking lot. Fireworks, mortars are going off.
We'll see.
There's no sound from that, is there? Yeah, there is. They quickly did a U-turn, which means they're funneling. You see, they're starting to move back. Hey, where's that bitch in the green pants? Did she get hit with something and she's out the game? Or how's this working? Yeah, frat bro, you got shot because you were right up in their face. It's gonna happen again. It's gonna happen again. You dumb son of a bitch. It's gonna happen again. You see that? You gonna get shot again, right in the same spot, you dumb son of a bitch. Don't shoot it at the ground. This is so fucking stupid. You got a dude hiding behind the car now. What the fuck? Jesus, they fucked that car up though. All right, let's go back here.
And if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, it is day number 3 of anti-ICE demonstrators clashing with local law enforcement. As we saw earlier on today, President Trump deploying the California National Guard, a really controversial and unprecedented moment as some 300
there's another bitch in green now.
Troops on the ground there in Los Angeles. We're also following
What
the
is
latest
this?
right now as the city of Los Angeles is on a tactical alert. I want to put up this here on Live Now from Fox. As you can see, the Central Division saying this. An unlawful assembly has also been declared for the area of Alameda between 2nd and Aliso. A dispersal order has been issued.
God damn, they
Arrests
popping
are
up
being
everywhere,
made.
guys.
For media partners, please keep a safe distance from active operations. And as I mentioned, this is day number 3. On Saturday, we saw different potentially violent agitators break out amongst the protests. I want to put up this here on Live Now from Fox from Matthew Seedorf, our Fox 11 reporter, talking about the FBI offering a $50,000 reward for information leading to the arrest of a man seen on video throwing rocks at federal agents on Saturday in Paramount, California. You can see that. With the motorcycle helmet. You can see several of the images as the reward has been increased. And I do want to put up just some of these images that we're gathering from the ground there in Los Angeles as this tactical alert issued for Los Angeles. And this comes as tear gas was fired at protesters in Los Angeles on Sunday when some demonstrators moved close to National Guard troops, shouted insults at them hours after.
No, this dude's getting too uppity. This dude's getting too uppity, though. Go back, go back, go back. Why are you zooming in on his head? What are you doing? Homophobia? How is this homophobia? How did this happen? It's homophobic to send fucking illegals back to wherever they came from. Or another place like El Salvador because they are very, very bad criminals. Hold on.
President Trump issued a memorandum to the office entitled Department of Defense Security for the Protection of Department of Homeland Security Functions. Is a call into federal service members and units of the National Guard to temporarily protect ICE and other United States government personnel who are performing federal functions, including the enforcement of federal law and to protect federal property. The memorandum further directs actions as necessary for the Secretary of Defense to coordinate with governors of the states and the National Guard Bureau in identifying and ordering into federal service the appropriate members and units of National Guard under this authority. So as we're watching this, I'm just going to put up more.
Apparently it's Mexican Pride Month this time.
More
I
of
don't
this
know what the
statement
fuck this
in
is.
full, saying last night the General of California received the memorandum office with the subject line calling for members of the California National Guard into federal service, which states that 2,000 members of California National Guard will be called into federal service effective for the period of 60 days. Notably, this directive did not issue through the governor as required by Section 12406. The Department of Defense did not transmit the directive to the office of governor, nor was it approved by the governor of California. This directive is also inconsistent with the president's
I don't give a fuck if
memorandum,
it's been
which
approved by the
anticipates
governor or not.
coordination with the governors of states in identifying and ordering units of the National Guard into federal
We
service.
got low-level
At present, law
city
enforcement authorities
officials.
from
We
the
got
city and
high-level
county
city
of Los
officials. We
Angeles
got the
are
mayor. We got a
safeguarding public
fucking
safety,
whole bunch of
and
people
as
that are
demonstrated
encouraging
by the
this on,
robust
including Maxine
law
Waters.
enforcement response yesterday evening to protect federal facilities, local law enforcement resources sufficient to maintain order in dynamic and fluid situations such as the one in Los Angeles. State and local authorities are the most appropriate ones to evaluate the need for resources to safeguard life and property. Indeed, the decision to deploy the National Guard without appropriate training or orders risks serious escalating the situation. There is currently no need for the National Guard to be deployed in Los Angeles, and to do so in this unlawful manner.
There's no need
such
for the
a
National
lengthy
Guard
period
to
of
get
time
behind
is a
this shit,
serious
ladies and
breach
gentlemen.
of state sovereignty that seems intentionally designed to inflame the situation while simultaneously depriving the state from deploying these personnel and resources where they are truly required. Accordingly, we ask that you immediately rescind your
all that
order
fucking
and return the
graffiti
National
everywhere.
Guard to its rightful control by the state of California to be deployed as appropriate when necessary. So those are some big comments from the governor of California as
He's
he's
walking
requested
away.
President Trump and the
We may lose him
administration
for a
to
bit.
pull the National Guard
Either that or
out
he's moving.
of California. I do want to reiterate some of those statements inside of this post on social media talking about it here on Live and Now from Fox, talking about this serious breach
aftermath.
of state sovereignty, Governor Gavin Newsom says, seems intentionally designed to inflame the situation while simultaneously
Shut up. All from Mexico. Look, they were breaking the fucking blocks and shit to throw at them.
I heard they're on the freeway.
I have a feeling this is gonna get bad. All right, let's see where he winds up. Did they burn down the Home Depot? No, they were actually using it as a supply point. They were bringing out fucking cinder blocks and everything. With the crew. Yeah, that's these people over here. He's coming to the other one. So this is behind the line, and this is in front of it. Oh no, this is underneath the bridge, and they're on top of the bridge now. Oh, they got somebody. Look, they got a woman down here. It's about what? 5, 6 now? You left a comment on Rumble. I appreciate that. Angel session. I blame the Nazis for this. No, I don't want China operating on my lands here. Is that? Right now they're being pro-Mexican. What up, Marlene? How you doing? Are they still protesting in New York? Yeah, I think New York has popped off a little bit there too. I wasn't watching this because this one's like day 3 now. Justine, yes ma'am. KTVU is picking up on random feeds all over the place that are down there. So is the Sun. But the Sun is not local. But yeah, they do have some local sources, but not many that aren't showing the exact same thing. Lance the Pie. All right, well, we'll take him for KTV then. Oh, hold on, guys. I just realized. Jesus Christ, here we go.
On live now.
We have Marco. And I said, come on, let's go see the fake news and enjoy ourselves. Get a couple of nice questions. How are you?
The fake news? Let's go see the fake news.
Are you prepared to invoke the Insurrection Act?
Depends on whether or not there's an insurrection. No, you have violent people, and we're not going to let them get away with it.
God damn, you think the Insurrection Act's gonna come out immediately? You're trying to push that narrative, ain't you?
I love this guy. I think that is the great. Who are you with? Breitbart News. Great. It's a great group. Breitbart. Great group. I think that you're going to see some very strong law and order.
CNN's Dana Bash suggesting that this wasn't a real riot in Los Angeles.
Is that what she said? I think it was a riot. I think it was very bad. It was covered really as a riot by almost everybody.
Yeah.
What is the purpose of your meetings at Camp David over the next 24 hours?
We're going up to Camp David. We have meetings with various people about very major subjects. Now, we thought we'd do it at Camp David. There's probably better security there than any place. We'll be meeting with a lot of people, including generals, as you know, and admirals. No. So we'll be meeting with military people and others.
Any foreign visitors at Camp David?
Given refusal plan to invoke the Insurrection Act, do you plan to send troops to Los
What up, Michael Hunter?
Even if you're not planning to invoke the Insurrection Act, do you still plan to send troops?
Well, we're going to have troops everywhere. We're not going to let this happen to our country. We're not going to let
Change
our
bottom
country be
left
torn
view.
apart like it was under Biden and his auto pen.
What is the bar for sending Marines to...
I can't change it. I don't have everything set up for that.
We'll be very, very strong in terms of law and order. It's about law and order.
As soon as this is over,
We're going to see what we need. We'll send whatever we need to make sure there's law and order.
I rewound it for the speech.
Protests spreading to other cities, Chicago, New York, for example, in the next few days? Yes, we're going to be watching it very closely. And when they spit at people, you know, they spit. That's their new thing. They spit and worse. You know what they throw at them, right? And when that happens, I have a little statement. They say, they spit, we hit. And I told them, nobody's going to spit on our police officers. Nobody's going to spit on our military, which they do as a common thing. They get up to them this far away, and then they start spitting in their face. That happens, they get hit very hard. What are the rules of engagement for federal troops? We'll see what happens. If we think there's a serious insurrection or less than that, we're going to have law and order. Very important. How would you define an insurrection? You have to really just have to look at the site. You have to see what's happening. Last night in Los Angeles, we watched it very closely. There was a lot of violence there. There was a lot of violence.
Well, considering you considered January 6th an insurrection, I don't know.
Just take a look at the train station.
I don't know. You tell me what's an insurrection.
Nobody's ever seen anything like it. So I did call him the other night. I said, look, you got to take care of this. Otherwise, I'm sending in the troops. That's what we did. Thank you very much. You have a question for Marco? Question for Marco?
California officials could face federal charges if they stand in the way of the deportation. Something that Holman may have suggested.
If officials stand in the way of law and order, yeah, they will face charges. Thank you very much.
All right, just listen.
All right, so they're coming back
Fox
off break.
on this Sunday here. We also have this vantage point
See,
right now.
I'm good.
On live now from Fox of those
Jennifer
protesters
freaking out on me.
the highway, and you're unsure of what's going on. These motorists going through this area of downtown on this Sunday, just about 4 o'clock local time. Potentially people trying to get off the highway right now to avoid this. You can see people on the overpass as well. We spoke with law enforcement experts about that. The potentially risk the danger there in terms of
Hey,
what
January
could
6th was a
happen
few
if
hours. This is the
motorists going
third day and not
underneath,
stopping. Yeah,
potentially objects being tossed. We've seen objects tossed at law enforcement. They're saying they will arrest or detain individuals that throw anything at law enforcement. So we're just watching this. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox. Downtown Los Angeles.
This is LA rioting because ICE, look, check this out. Yesterday, ICE staged in a Home Depot parking lot and everybody lost their fucking mind because they thought they were raiding Home Depot. But they were staging there because they're not going to stage in an area that they raid. That is retarded. They staged at a Home Depot in LA. Went the fuck off. Protesters are famous for taking over freeways. Yes, Jennifer, thank you for the tea.
Potentially some fireworks being shot off. You can hear some of those pops in the distance in Los Angeles.
Oh, y'all are playing with fire with that other side still going.
You can see the exit there for the 110 to Pasadena.
Look at that dumb shit.
Overpass. We're also seeing this vantage point right now here on Live Now from Fox. And obviously they're now over that cement median.
Oh, y'all are
getting into
fucking
the
dumb.
other lane of traffic, almost blocking off both ways in downtown Los Angeles. So a busy day as we just entered a new hour. Again, viewer discretion is advised. This is somewhat a dangerous situation with those motorists coming and going. They are unaware potentially
Right on,
of what's going on
All right.
right now, coming and going throughout this weekend.
We'll see
This
you
is
in a bit.
day number 3 of these protests, and no law enforcement on the ground right now. A concern about that with the different vehicles. We've seen different incidents take place over the last several days. And if you're just joining us this entering a new hour, let's give you a sense of the scope of what we're looking at as this day number 3 has about 300 National Guard troops deployed to Los Angeles on Sunday on orders from President Trump following clashes between federal immigration authorities and protesters seeking to block them from carrying out deportation operations. Some of the troops were stationed outside the Metropolitan Detention Center, where I believe they are zooming in right now in downtown Los Angeles, one of several sites that have seen confrontations involving hundreds of demonstrators and federal law enforcement officials in the last 2 days as the guards stood around the federal complex
What up,
dressed in
RP?
tactical gear, carrying long guns surrounding the streets. They were largely quiet with just a handful of protesters
All right.
gathered on
Have
the
fun with
sidewalk.
yours.
The move came after objections from Newsom, who accused President Trump of, quote, complete overreach. He also has requested these National Guard troops be rescinded from this operation, calling it unlawful, and the 60-day scope of some of this deployment too long. He says this also, you can see there, Alameda and Temple, courtesy of our Fox Skycam. Just Skyfox vantage point of this. Lots of police vehicles on ground right now. Tear gas we saw was fired at protesters in Los Angeles on Sunday. The confrontation
God, look at
broke
that.
out as hundreds of people protested there. Where
This is
several
just
of the
getting into
newly
rush hour
arrived National
traffic for
Guard
them.
troops stood shoulder to shoulder behind plastic riot shields. The video showed uniformed officers shooting off smoke-filled canisters.
They
as
look like
they
fucking
arrived,
ants.
on the scene. So still just different vantage points. They're zooming in and out. Let's take you out to this other image we're getting, and you can see there different tactical gear. This is local and state law enforcement. No National Guard here in the picture. But just getting more images here on Live Now from Fox. Let's just listen in here briefly. We're hearing different commotion, the honk of horns, the sound of fireworks being shot off, people in the distance chanting. Let's listen in.
I don't know where Lance the Pie is right now.
plenty of law enforcement right now blocking traffic, standing between these protesters and those oncoming cars right now, hoping to avoid the situation. You can see also people in the background that are in their cars completely blocked at a standstill.
Yeah, that's 101.
Looking out, potentially taking pictures, reversing course to try to exit their way out of this. So this is just what's unfolding in real time here on Live Now from Fox. This is the
They showed an overlay of it.
101, and this is the
101.
other side of this overpass, I believe, as look at the amount of local law enforcement, police, black and white vehicles trying to push back protesters, demonstrators off the highway. They don't like when they're getting on the highway just based on the danger there that could be coming. They're trying to avoid them crossing over the median.
They pushed them back a little further, though.
And figuring out the best tactical way around this as a tactical nature of this unfolding. So just watching this in real time.
Oh, shit. No, that was further back. God damn, that's a lot then. Yeah, it's the same view as this one. IRT got stuck behind the police line. Are the protesters in front of the detention center? I don't know. I don't know where the fuck that is. I don't know LA. Why are you not seeing chat? I don't know. Because you have it closed. Or it froze.
Los Angeles Police Central Division saying there's an unlawful assembly declared any person who remains on the Alameda Los Angeles Street Aliso
Every time they
the
move.
101 freeway between Alameda
Every
and the
time they
110
move to
are
regroup.
subject to arrest. Please avoid the 101 freeway to the downtown
This is going to
area.
start getting nasty very soon.
Everyone you see
Because they're
in
about
this
to feel like they ain't got
right
nowhere to
now,
go.
Has the possibility of being detained, subject to arrest there if they remain in this location. And you can see there here on Live Now from Fox Police potentially awaiting a move, awaiting an order to try to arrest people, detain people, and avoid any confrontation or violence. So we're just following this here on Live Now from Fox very, very closely, as this also marks the first time the National Guard has been deployed without a governor's request since the 1960s, since the Civil Rights Movement. We've heard from Maxine Waters talk about that. We've heard comparisons to the Rodney King riots that has some over $1 billion and damaged, thousands of people arrested, dozens were tragically killed in that. You can see different objects being thrown at police right now. Also, just this here on Live Now from Fox as we are following it. I also want to put up this tweet here on Live Now from Fox. More information coming in from Los Angeles police about the dangers that some of them are under from objects that are thrown by violent agitators. You can see this here as two people riding motorcycles attempted to breach a skirmish line at Alameda and Temple. Two officers were injured after being hit by the motorcyclist. Both riders have been detained. Officers are being treated at the scene by medical personnel. So you can imagine they could face some serious charges because of this, as two officers injured after being hit by a motorcyclist at this protest. And this is not on the 101. This is just several blocks away at a different vantage point. But again, this is on the 101 freeway. Protesters coming face to face with law enforcement, with local law enforcement on the ground on this here on Live Now from Fox. Let's listen into just what we're hearing unfold here in real time.
I mean, it's never inappropriate to order Mexican food, but if you were in LA, it would be. Stephen O, what's up?
We're still following this here on Live Now from Fox. You can see them clearing out some of the motorists that were stranded at a standstill on this highway, reversing course to go in a different direction. It's going to be a long day for travel in that region as this is happening. And of course, they are declaring an unlawful assembly. So anyone on this highway, different side streets,
Sun's getting real low, guys. They get Nancy.
An arrest if they remain. They do not get off this to allow people to come through. This is just our Sky Fox vantage point, and I believe that could be part of tear gas tossed at them to hope that these individuals disperse peacefully. I also want to put this here, a post from the mayor, Karen Bass, saying, "We will always protect the constitutional rights of Angelenos to peacefully protest. However, violence, destruction, vandalism will not be tolerated in our city, and those responsible will be held fully accountable." So we're following this. Different comments by Karen Bass.
No, what this happened because they heard that ICE was starting to come to LA, and they started getting uppity about this. Yesterday, they were staging for an ICE raid at a Home Depot parking lot. These motherfuckers thought they were raiding Home Depot. You do not stage at the place you are going to raid. That is 100% fucking retarded. But yet these motherfuckers thought that and started popping the fuck off. Oh, they're moving. They're moving. The group is on the move, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. No matter how much gear you got, it's something you learn in film production. You never have enough. You'll bring out like 9 things, and the one thing you didn't bring is what you'll need that day.
They're on the move. They're going.
Running, they're trying to get to the group.
Yeah, they're going up.
I'm gonna hop in chat for a bit. What are y'all talking about? Y'all being good? Don't get banned. We banned.
Actually, yes and no. It's designed to hold a lot more weight than that. I mean, think about how many cars would be stuck on that. Thousands of fucking pounds in a small ass area like that. It is designed for that weight. The problem becomes, say they were marching. If they marched in lockstep, if they were in unison, it would vibrate the bridge apart, which is why when our troops go marching across the bridge, they will off-step each other, so the vibration doesn't tune to its resonance frequency. Cool little fact for you guys.
Randomly, but if you're like active on my channel, I suggest that you keep it tight because you don't want your comments shadow banned. I'll never see it again. You get banned once, you never get unbanned. YouTube's unban system is non-existent. So even if you wanted one and I wanted you unbanned, there's no way to do it.
That's not true. It eventually happens.
So,
but
don't get bopped. Anywho.
But yeah, let's go over here. Well, they ain't doing much of shit. Fox, what you got?
Fluid and dynamic situation.
All right, God damn it, let's go to him. They're gonna get cranky on missing their siestas. Oh, they about to have a siesta on that bridge. It's a choke point that they can hold. Those bridges are choke points they can hold. Not to mention it's an easy access to either side, so you can hold the outside of those areas and effectively control both bridges if y'all were smart about it. You could hold that whole fucking square right there. You'd have the ability to push down if you needed. Look at him. I'm trying to help him. Oh, what do we got? What do we got?
Attempted to breach the skirmish line at Alameda and Temple, where we're just looking
heard
at
that.
2 officers were injured.
The night's still young, it's 4:30 right now.
Uh-oh.
Let's keep our nice position. I think I have a nice position, like I said. When everybody starts running, I'm not getting shot at, and the camera going all over the place because I'm trying to dodge rubber bullets.
Good thinking. Good thinking. Look, there's that woman in green again. No, that's the same woman she just put on that green top. That's the same bitch. Yeah, that's her. Right up in here. She just put on that top because she got hit and thought, this will give me better padding.
They had all this protest at the beginning, the first week of February. I came out here and there was no service for me up in Los Angeles where everybody's at right now. Which is back there, everybody's. Don't I have a home? I do. Sad part, I'm not. How about you?
No, I didn't sleep all night, so I think I come down, keep people doing this shit. Surprise! Guess what? You almost got your head kicked in today.
Yeah, always.
I may be here Saturday. This is interesting. I've never been in this.
Didn't I see you up in Yuma as well?
I mean, unless we're putting rhinoceroses on it, I don't think the weight limit on the bridge is going to be a thing. How many of them went to church and decided violence? None of them. I don't know. IRT Media has been throughout this entire time. They've been on point with it. I'm impressed. Oh, we got a speech coming up. Hold up.
To all the community leaders who stand behind me, who stand together. Together, we are here to say, quite simply, we stand in solidarity with our immigrant communities. We are here to urge that all protests remain peaceful. And we are here to stand against the tyranny that is threatened by the president's reckless use of National Guard and threatened use of other military for domestic law enforcement. The use of military for the domestic law enforcement puts our nation
to back
on
them
the
up because you
precipice
wouldn't?
of authoritarian rule. I'm outraged by the reckless militarization of response to protests in Los Angeles.
I feel like this was another staged event, though. I really fucking do, guys.
A protest to be peaceful and well within control. I am here with many community leaders. You will hear from several elected officials and colleagues. I'm honored to have my colleague in the House of Representatives, Congressman Kevin Mullen, here, as well as State Senator Josh Becker, Santa Clara County Supervisor Betty Young, San Mateo County Supervisor Ray Mueller, Palo Alto City Vice Mayor Vicki Venker, and you also have obviously heard from Mayor Ed Lowing. And we have leaders from very important organizations who will be speaking, as well as many who are here simply in solidarity. Belinda Arriaga, who is the Executive Director of ALAS, Ayudando a Latinos a Soñar, as well as WeTrend, and Marita Maldonado from the Immigrant Protection and Empowerment Network, a coalition of many nonprofit organizations. We are proud to stand with them and grateful that they are here with us. I know, as a former mayor of a major city during a time of civil unrest, that
of course, they look at the fact that the leaders speaking are all the way in Palo Alto, California. Yeah.
In a way that ensures safety.
Stage can still get out of control. Oh, it's gonna get out of control. But I feel like this is something that was just like, I'm not gonna say stages and like this was meant to happen. No, it's just like, hey, this is something we can literally throw everything at. This is not organic.
Extensive training in de-escalation.
They went from just a couple of hundred people in an area to thousands in 24 hours.
Understanding how to properly arrest citizens who are engaged in unlawful conduct. Leave urban policing to the experts.
Oh yeah, NGOs are involved,
right? The military involved. This deployment of the National Guard.
Look, yeah, we're gonna have to watch tomorrow because I got city officials, I got state officials, I got even government officials now encouraging this shit.
Used in this way. We can clearly see the plan of this administration. It is to inflame the situation, to insert and militarize the situation in ways that we know will necessarily cause some to want to react. This administration will look for any excuse to seize control from civilian authorities and ultimately to invoke the Insurrection Act and impose martial law. For that reason and for many other reasons,
let a good
we encourage all protesters, do not take the bait. We will continue to speak loud. We will speak clearly. We will speak forcefully, but we will always act without the use of force. That has to be at the core
America
of our mission.
versus Los Angeles.
And I encourage all protesters here throughout the state, throughout the country, to please do not provoke. We must use our voices and never our hands. Since 1878, the Posse Comitatus Act has prohibited the use of military, the U.S. military on U.S. soil for domestic law enforcement. That law
when you're not doing your job,
very narrow exceptions, and other very narrow exceptions in federal law. And it is unequivocal because it provides the sanction for violating is a 2-year term imprisonment. That is, it is a crime to unlawfully use the military on U.S. soil.
This is not unlawful. You're not doing your job, so he must.
Provision under Title 10, which can be used against invasion, rebellion, or is unable to implement federal law. Even under that provision, he must act through the governors of the states.
Oh, they did, Marley. They told him they can't arrest people. They cannot interfere in any way, shape, or form. They can give no help.
For that reason, this
all they were doing was directing fucking traffic. That's it.
This is a time for all of us to de-escalate, to take a step back, and to allow our constitutional institutions to work. I am proud to be here with many colleagues. I will be concluding with Spanish at the conclusion of our comments. But for now, I'd like to turn it over to my colleague from the district just to the north here in San Mateo.
We're just listening into this here on Live Now from Vox, and we do right now on Live Now from Vox. We want to take it out to you in full as breaking news. You can see some potentially flashbangs being used tear gas being dispersed by law enforcement. You can see the smoke rising in. That could be fireworks as well from protesters on the ground, as the LAPD Central Command has issued an unlawful assembly as they block a major freeway. They've clearly now closed down both sides, both the north and south version of this.
Come on, John Hicks, you got to get a better
110.
position.
You can see the San Pedro, the Pasadena exit there, just a mile and a half up, as they are
Get a better
all
position.
around this here on Live Now from Fox, as we're following very much so closely into this. As I want to put up this from the
you're
Central
behind.
Command of Los Angeles Police, saying they've entered the
Oh,
southbound
you're further
lanes
back.
of the
Okay,
101.
yeah,
and are
you're the one
attempting to disperse
posted up on the
demonstrators.
outskirts.
Please
Yeah, I
avoid
gotta
the
see that.
101 between the 110 and the
NG only
510
there to push them
interchange there here on
out
Live
of
Now from
LA
Fox. And this is
in-game.
another vantage point. You can see them on the ground right now, as
No, they're
police
only
are now
they're
on the
only
other
there to
side
give
of
backup
the
at
cement
this point.
barricade. It appears that protesters are
They're
making
only
their
there to
way
play
over
the
that
back
right now.
end, the
Hundreds of people
logistics
have
part
come
of it.
on to the highway
To tell
at
them what
this
to do,
point,
to
and
get them
if you're amongst the
to
protesters,
react
it's hard to imagine that
in
you
unison.
understand what's going
They
on.
cannot
that you
do
are
anything
on social
other
media,
than
you
to
see some
guide
of
them.
these coming in, but it is just a chaotic, dynamic, fluid situation unfolding. Hundreds of people, some sitting down, fireworks being dispersed, different vantage points and sounds coming in, but you'd see the smoke pop every once in a while. Unsure if that's a non-lethal
Oh, they are pushing.
shot by
Hold up.
law enforcement.
Y'all gave him the chance to redirect forces, though, so that's kind of on you. But it ain't time yet, so that would be a direct escalation. Oh, fuck if you were discretion is advised kind of situation. Usually we have that on the countdown. That's it. Tonight, I just went live. I didn't have countdowns. I didn't have nothing going on. Yeah, upside down American flag in the crowd. What up? They did an excellent job actually cutting off traffic at that point and then moving everybody back. Phalanx fucking... Yep, that's what they're doing. Phalanx perimeter. With some in the back just in case you have to pull back, your line isn't weakened. Nice job. You're pulling too far out there. You're pulling too far. There you go. Stay within arm's reach. Bitch, what are you doing? Stop. Oh. The camera's back.
seriously diminishes their abilities or capabilities when you can't talk to the people on the ground. So having a federal law enforcement helicopter overhead could be why. So they have the ability to talk to the people on the ground.
Yeah, and take
All
a
right,
look.
there
You
you
can
go.
see CHP. It looks like maybe
Aerial
we have someone
command.
detained there. It looks like a large group of CHP officers had congregated.
Holy shit.
Just north of where
Oh, we
the
ain't
chopper is
playing
right
now. We ain't playing now.
Yeah, get over that. Maybe have someone detained there.
Just more smoke is going off around the area.
Yes.
Oh, and
Yes,
it looks
Steve.
like all the officers on the southbound lanes have now pushed through, and they do have someone detained
It's a
on the
fucking,
ground.
it's a control
So that
helicopter.
would make 2 people now detained as they're trying to get
Communications, they're just passing information back and forth.
off the 101 freeway.
Aerial command.
And Mike, this will certainly be something that we keep an eye on as we get into the evening and night hours as well, because I'm drawing back to last night when we first saw some of the detainments happening right around this area. Certainly the number of protesters did not match the number that we're looking at right now, and there were much more law enforcement. We counted at one point somewhere around 5 to 6 people lined up against the fence and then being put into transport vans as well. So what would the logistics start to look like as we get into the evening part of the hours tonight in terms of arresting a certain number of people? I have to imagine probably would end up more than 5 or 6 people.
Oh, absolutely. And like I said, I mean, it does become a very logistically difficult situation to deal with, because you have to process all those people. If you're going to arrest them, whether it is, and it's going to depend on what you arrest them for, right? If you arrest them for a more serious crime, if there's an assault on an officer, that would mean going to a police station and being booked and all of that. If you start arresting people for, as we're looking at, I think, another arrest going down right now, if you start arresting people for violating the dispersal order, that can be a cite and release type of situation. But regardless, you have to have a spot to do that. So the sheriff's department would likely be asked to bring in, as you see the CHP officers shooting some less than lethal rounds to the crowd above. You would likely be seeing a lot of the sheriff's transport buses come in to be able to hold these people. And in past protests, that is a very long and uncomfortable situation for those protesters. We have heard from a number of people that have found themselves in that situation that they sit on those buses for hours.
Yeah, and here's a little bit of a scatter right now from the
crowd.
Yeah, the crowd up top. And we were just seeing right there, right side of your screen, you're seeing the use of those less than lethals all being used by CHP.
And as they're detaining someone else here, continuing to try to push back this crowd, but as the crowd is moving back some, you are seeing, them really not taking initiative to step back. You can see they're still trying to detain.
And like I was saying yesterday, now this side is really organized. Look at the organization going on both sides now.
Yeah, look like John, go to the right, they're carrying him,
Yeah, they're carrying him now.
Look at the organization that is happening on both sides.
Yeah, and you're talking logistics here. I haven't seen them come with the big buses yet, and that's something that they'll need to do if they really do plan to continue these arrests.
Yeah, I mean, and it looks like, right now these are kind of one-off arrests, right? I mean, where they're pushing the crowd and somebody gets, mouthy or doesn't want to go or whatever, and they'll pull them out of the crowd and hand them off to an officer in the back, and they'll take them into custody. But there will be a point, if this continues, that LAPD will say, all right, or LAPD or the CHP, here's how we're going to facilitate mass arrests. And they will come up with a tactical plan to do that. It'll likely involve, which LAPD really does not like doing, but it'll likely involve some type of kettling where they surround them from 3 to 4 sides. And if you're in it, you're in it.
That's
and you're
what they're doing.
And that's kind of how it goes. However, this is not a circumstance they can do that. There are far too many people in far too many places for them to be able to totally surround the crowd and start facilitating arrests. Not to mention, you have this crowd, and then we've got that whole second crowd that's back over on the other side of the
See, there's organization to it now. That's what I'm telling you.
I mean,
it didn't happen yesterday.
Logistical nightmare for these law enforcement officers to do
Oh,
this
shit.
thing. I mean, you hope that at some point, and I know we've seen this.
Oh
in the last
shit,
couple
it's
nights,
popping
that
off tonight,
the
ain't
people
it?
that are here to peacefully protest, which looks like a lot of this crowd, as night falls, they will probably start to dissipate, and then you'll be left with the group that, no matter what, they're ready to go to jail.
That's the last 2 nights that we have seen. Most activity has been around the federal building. The difference from what will happen tonight that didn't happen last night is now that National Guardsmen are in, and they're the ones carrying, the heavy artillery. the weapons, and right now LAPD is equipped with their weapons, but they also are using that less than lethal.
Right.
That's what they're relying on right now.
Right. Well, and LAPD is, respectfully, not out here with rifles, right? And that is what the National Guard is out here with.
Yes.
That is a much more heavily armed group of federal agents at this point, or military at this point.
And they're doing nothing
than our local law
but
enforcement.
logistics in the background.
Even CHP, you don't see any of that here. I mean, they certainly have their batons, they've got their sidearms, and you see them struggling here with another person in the crowd, and we'll see if this is another situation where they say, okay, and they pluck and pull and send them back to the back of the line and have somebody be taken into custody there. But certainly,
Chad is disabled for the CBS stream.
This is a lot for law enforcement. This is a lot for the city. There's a lot going on right now, and it looks like some of the crowd, though, is starting to push back up the on-ramp, which is good news.
Yeah, it's just as
It's good news.
Tension escalates, it de-escalates, and then
It's good news that they're pushing back.
It's the ebb and flow that maintains that sense of tension the entire night. I mean, it's every time you feel like things finally start to settle down, you can't help but worry about, then anything could happen on a moment's notice. And that we've heard that from us watching it from here, from our reporters on the streets, seeing it head on. And
Did I hear that correctly?
Just when you think things have settled down for a little bit, it could change on a moment's notice. And right now, I mean, just seeing protesters face to face with law enforcement right here, and seeing just a couple of detainments happen already, you don't know when the next one's going to happen or what could spark the next round of tensions heightening even more, because we've seen a collection of less than lethals being used, of tear gas in previous days, of pepper balls as well, and it looks like there's another one there.
Once again arresting another individual here, have them pinned down to the ground there as they're trying to get them.
It's gone to escalation to arrest right now.
And pulling off, their backpacks because they don't know what's in them.
Yeah, and oftentimes the behavior of the protesters is so predicated on how much force law enforcement wants to use, and that's when we talk about, Pat and I were on the air, 11:30 Friday night, and it was the first time I had seen, and it was the first time, Pat has been, with us for a long time. And there's a smoke canister that's going off. That was. I don't know who that was thrown by. That looks like a law enforcement smoke canister, but
and someone just kicked it towards law enforcement.
You got more stuff coming off the freeway. But my point is that our local law enforcement knows generally how to deal with these protesters. We do it a lot, and they are very well trained and very well, I will say, disciplined, and to not, create a situation with themselves in the crowd where they're constantly amplifying the situation. Federal law enforcement, we don't know how they will handle situations like this.
They're playing soccer now.
Back and forth and back and forth, and here's the case: if it is tear gas, which I suspect it is that's why law enforcement is wearing, the head shields, the masks.
Fuck him up, get him!
Yeah, that's right to the ground.
Get him!
You see that?
And they're all wearing gas masks. Law enforcement is.
And we heard from Lone Posen that this stuff, if you've been down there at any protest, really, you can feel it in your eyes. It makes it hard to breathe. It is very disruptive. It isn't until you can fully wash it off that it goes away.
And that's when you're right next to it. And then when we were talking with Zach Boetto, he was more than half a mile away from it, and occasionally we get like a downwind version of this, and he would start coughing briefly as we checked in. So it's very serious.
Well, here's the thing: you're seeing
pick it up
some of these
and
people
fucking
in the crowd
lob that
actually
shit
pick up
right in the middle of the
canister in their
crowd.
hands and throw it back at law enforcement. And at some point,
that would actually probably do more damage to that shit than I'm.
Mike, I think this is the point you were getting to earlier with you and Pat talking. Was is there?
That would be definitely an escalation at that point. I mean, they're wearing masks and shit. Yeah, they're alright.
Obviously.
But to just pick it up and lob it into the fucking crowd, make them disperse in all directions. January 6th.
Not to mention all the things being thrown at them as well, like all these variables adding up.
That's how the West Side doors were breached because of that shit.
Yeah, and that's
well, the second time.
Unwritten rule in Las Los Angeles is when you're going to protest, you don't go on the freeway. Because if you do, CHP will be forced to come deal with you. And, you know, up on the surface streets, certainly LAPD's got skirmish lines. There have been clashes. They have been, you know, interacting with those protesters in that way. But when you get onto the freeway, that has always been LA's kind of, you know, no-go area where you will be met by law enforcement and you will be pushed off the freeway if that's the case. CHP is doing their best to, you know, pick out the
I'm honestly impressed with the restraint, Rhonda. I'm impressed with it.
Officers waiting, but they have done a good job. I mean, if you, John, if you pull out just a little bit, we're pretty close to the on-ramp right there. I mean, they have made some decent progress on getting this crowd off of the freeway. There's another arrest, I think, John. If you go back into the left there, the bottom side of the skirmish line.
Yeah, look at that shit. Look at that shit. They pushed him off the freeway.
Somebody else is going into custody right there. So, I mean, that's kind of how their game's been playing. You take the people that are causing the most problems, you pull them back, you put them in cuffs, and you keep pushing and get these guys back off the freeway.
Yeah, it's been a real slow and controlled type of movement there, because as we've just been talking about this over the last few minutes or so, and really that sense of
and as they're not protecting anything in the back line anymore, they'll just move around to the front of the and keep that line moving forward.
And like hiding underneath it to avoid having things thrown at them, and then now to where we've moved.
Now they're going to get to a point where they can actually reach them around the exit on the freeway. They've already done it.
We're not focusing.
You got some in the back to fill in gaps or anything that is needed, to back up anybody that's needed, replace them if needed. And you're going to see a push up the freeway.
So that, you know, when those officers came on the northbound side and they pushed, that was strategic to get on the other side of the group. So now
Failings push up the freeway is about to fucking happen. Look, I'm telling you, this is.
Where they can't progress onto the freeway at all.
They're gonna have to up their coordination, and they're gonna fight back the police on this one.
But now you've got a very kind of condensed group right here where these officers are at. So you know, they'll continue to do that slow push, and they'll continue to pull out, you know, people that are kind of causing the issues here, put them into handcuffs, and kind of keep moving. And that is, you know, a very strategic plan. And really, they've done that. When you think about, you know, how big of this crowd was, and you think about what was being thrown at the officers, they've done it with very limited kind of force. They've done it with very limited arrests. I mean, you know, we've seen what, maybe 5 or 6 at this point. But when you consider the large group that was there and how many people were there at one point, this is essentially, I will say, I think best case scenario for CHP to be able to kind of corral them and get them back up the on-ramp.
Yeah, and the goal here is just get them off the freeway.
Right.
Looks like they threw another possibly tear gas canister coming from law
Which
enforcement.
means you have to take them off the
They're going to do this game
on-ramp.
again where demonstrators are going to
And they're on both sides of that.
They're going to kick it back here.
That's going to be a pinch point bigger than shit.
Truly impacting a lot of the demonstrators there, because the law enforcement, they have those gas masks on, which is going to protect them a bit more. But you can see they are trying to continue to push that group back as much as possible, as they have someone else, you know,
yeah, it was right there.
Here we go.
And it goes to, you know, worth reiterating the comment one more time about the experience in this matter, and how Mike, we made the mention before about how it wasn't an
This is a kill box situation for the officers, though.
We're doing this as fast as possible, right? It's
See?
over the course of these last 20, 25,
You see what
30
I'm
minutes
talking
that
about?
we've been on
Oh,
and
goddamn.
monitoring the situation.
They're
You
arresting
see how
somebody
much
in the middle of
progress
that
is
shit.
being made, and then slowly moving back towards the on-ramp, and you're getting to a point where
Holy fuck.
The freeway there could be
Dude just got a
finally removed
face
of
full of tear gas.
Yeah, well, now you've got them, you know, as they're on the on-ramp, now you've got them in an even smaller area where you can have more law enforcement, more CHP officers kind of
That motherfucker got a
right there to
face full of
continue
tear
that push.
gas.
And now the push is moving, you know, even faster than it was before when they were on the freeway.
Look at him fucking.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
Oh,
to the point
man.
here, I mean, we're
All
very
right.
close to having the freeway,
All right, you see?
you know, free of protesters. We'll see if they want to reopen it, or if
Failing
they're, you know,
situation.
concerned about, you know, them coming back on the freeway.
All
Certainly
you
they
just
need
got to
to
do
gain
is
control
push.
of the on and off ramps. They've got a couple officers over on that other off ramp. I'm sure they'll post somebody, a group of units here at the top of this one once they get the crowd off. But then, you know, CHP is going to have to go move all their cars and all of
Look at
that.
that, look at that,
before
look at
it
that.
Opens back up, and I don't know.
You still got about 20 fucking units that are sitting out there that can funnel in from behind and replace shit. Oh, even more. Look at that.
Maps up, so you can just kind of see the gridlock.
Reaching
that has
out from the
become
background.
downtown LA. You
Oh
see
my
101,
God.
Back backed up on kind of both sides there as it comes into downtown. That green is deceiving because it's really only green because there's no cars on it because the freeway is closed. But 101 through downtown is hectic as it is. Thank you. We can go back to the live pics, but that is, a situation that is only going to get worse and continue to cause increased backup as long as this continues and as long as these closures go on.
Yeah, we know. Even on a weekend, plenty of LA traffic out there. We want to get to our Lori Perez, who is live along the 101 freeway. Lori, can you tell us where you're at and what you're seeing?
Yeah, we're here at the corner of Temple and Aliso Street. I think this is Temple and Aliso. We're right over the 101 freeway. I'll let you take a look at what we are seeing.
He wants to get his flag.
From our
He's like,
point.
fuck
Actually,
your flag.
In the control room
Burn it.
Fix, we're hearing mix minus.
Burn it.
So you can see
Set
there
it in
are
that fucking
hundreds of
fire,
people,
officer.
if not thousands, above the freeway, kind of watching what is playing out on the freeway down below. You can see LAPD and CHP down there. In fact, Mojo is probably showing you right now there is at least one person who appears to be in handcuffs who is being brought down the freeway.
He got a face full of fucking tear gas.
That we have heard continuously since we've been here, going off some distance from us, but we can see the clouds kind of in the distance. But just a sea of people here who are protesting, who are watching this as it all goes down. The freeway from where we are remains closed off. There is enforcement on both sides. There are no cars at all going through in either direction. And again, above on the overpasses, there are hundreds of people just watching it all play out down below, screaming obscenities, screaming in frustration down at law enforcement. I think the one thing that is difficult for a lot of these people here is that
failing situation.
Kind of a division between
It's pushing.
What the federal
Look, they've
government
already
is here
made
to do,
ground.
their mission and their agenda, and then what local law enforcement is here to do. And a lot of the people who are here in this crowd are opposed to local law enforcement doing anything that seems
Well
to
fucking played. God damn, though. Look at
the
that.
federal government is here to accomplish. And even when it comes to things like watching this crowd, many here believe that that is a betrayal of this sanctuary city and what this stands for.
See,
So
it's like
emotions are very
zombie-like
high.
walking fucking too,
A lot
because
of
they can
people
go
out
right
here,
through that shit. You
and I will
can't, but
say
they
people
can.
of all ages and families as well.
They just
in
come
this
up out of
very
that
tense
smoke right
situation
there and just
down
punch
here
you
playing
straight
out
in your
along the highways,
mouth.
along the freeways. You can see they are moving now
Look,
down Los
very
Angeles
slowly,
Street.
methodically. I'm serious. That
I'm
looks
not
like
sure
a
what's
Walking Dead
motivating them to move
situation.
that way. Oh, that's
That would be frightening as fuck.
was that a sheriff's deputy's vehicle? I'm not sure, but a lot of people are moving in that direction. They're following. Just a lot to keep an eye on, a lot to handle down here on the scene.
They
We just
are
got
moving
here.
that way.
Oh, you heard that again. They're really trying to get this crowd moving.
They're like
We've seen
zombified
some
moving
people
up the
moving
fucking.
along, but I tell you, when that goes off, there's not a lot of movement. I think people, for better or worse, are prepared. Everyone's masked up. People have tools and different equipment to help them to withstand whatever comes their way. And there's just a lot happening.
Free
As I was saying,
Palestine?
we
This is
just
a
got here maybe
Palestine
10
thing
minutes
now,
ago,
right?
and this is just what we've been able to see in the first 10 minutes here. Certainly this crowd does appear to be swelling. It does
Rodney
not
King
appear to
Ray
be
is
dissipating,
talking
at least
well,
not where
right?
we are, and you hear those flashbangs continually going off. Guys, I'm going to send it back to you.
You hear them continuously
What
going
up,
off,
Joe?
Lori, thank
How you
you.
doing?
And we're looking at the scene of where they're possibly going off just down the street from you. And this entire area is now just smoky. It wasn't like this before, Gio. You could make out the crowd. You can make out the law enforcement officers. Now you can tell that they are ramping up the use of that tear gas, I believe.
No, I was just talking
Free
about my
LA
friend John,
style.
who's in SkyCal. We're actually thinking this may just be smoke bombs.
Yeah, we're still live,
Not
Trump
tear
train.
gas, because John makes a really good point. The crowd reacted significantly to that, and they're really not. I mean, it's irritating them, but they're not. Tear gas. They would be moving. So
Clearing environmentalists. I mean, they super glued themselves to the road now, so.
law enforcement throwing them, or if somebody in the crowd is continuing.
Look at that, though.
But regardless,
Look, they got that for the
exactly
fucking
what you
high
were
ground.
talking about, is,
Oh, that motherfucker's actually got a weapon.
It's causing a situation down there that is very
and at least moving the crowd too. But I actually thought it was very helpful.
That
and,
motherfucker is
important
actually
context
armed.
To hear the sounds as Lori.
That ain't less than lethal.
Because it's one thing for us us to see it here, and we could, trying to make out the difference between tear gas or smoke.
Hold
bombs,
up.
but just to hear
That
it
one
really,
was. What are you shooting out of a fucking an AR?
what's going on down there.
What are you shooting less than lethal out of an AR? No.
Mike made a really good point, which is what I was questioning earlier, was, the crowd doesn't seem as agitated before yesterday. We saw the use of a lot of those tear gas canisters. People, you just cannot take it. It's so hard to breathe in that. Your eyes
Pepper
hurt.
balls, maybe?
It really does disperse the crowd. In this case, it looks possibly like smoke just being thrown.
Maybe
and,
pepper balls?
We're really not sure. Law enforcement, is this on the demonstrator side?
Oh.
But at this point, you can see it's cleared out a bit. But this is, that
Oh, I'm
on-ramp
pretty sure
onto the
Reddit's
101.
fucking freaking
This is a
out.
very tight space. CHP
Dude,
is
are
making
they
progress.
actually
They have
want-
gotten all of the demonstrators off
Are they
the 101
willing to
freeway,
escalate it that
which
far?
was the goal, but now it's the goal to move this large crowd all the way back off the off-ramp and then decide whether or not they'll reopen the freeway.
And the next steps, they're going to be rather interesting, because then it goes back to what we were bringing up earlier before,
they are
about
pushing.
how the number of protesters and demonstrators versus
They're
the number
pushing.
of
They're pushing
CHP
hard.
officials, law enforcement, when it becomes a numbers game like that, in this bottleneck area particularly, where we're starting to see those lines really brush up against each other and tensions really rise, it's going to be interesting and
They're stopping right there to give the back end a time to decide to move the fuck up.
And officers there, because as you start squeezing and pushing them back more and more, you're going to have more people on top of each other, and then on top of law enforcement as well.
Yeah, and really quick, Leslie and Gio, I want to bring in Sergeant Dan King with the California Highway Patrol. He's a public information officer. Sergeant, I know you are monitoring the situation. You just told me that we've got a mix of CHP officers as well as your special response team that is dealing with the 101 freeway. What is the situation as you know it from the law enforcement side?
Yeah, currently protesters did take over the 101 freeway, and our special response team, who is trained, extra additional training in civil
Look, they're arresting motherfuckers back here too.
to the scene to get those lanes clear. The freeway.
They're arresting more motherfuckers in the background. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
We fully support the First Amendment,
5?
but we are not going to do it on the freeway, nor will we allow it.
Yeah, and Sergeant, I just want you to talk about the conditions that these officers are facing. And Leslie and Gio and I have been talking about the very slow, methodical, but effective approach that you guys have taken to clear these protesters off. All while there are smoke bombs, there are.
God, they're already halfway up the
talk to us
fucking
about
ramp.
The situation that these officers are dealing with.
They're gonna be within striking range here, above.
They have that extra training. They're getting put up against different factors, objects getting thrown at them, different things. And
What up, Chicken Little? How you
we're gonna
doing?
Take it slow, methodical, maintain our professionalism, only use the appropriate amount of force when needed if we do have to effect an arrest. So we're going to work to get those lanes open because, like I said,
Nah, LA
everything on
isn't
the
falling.
freeway is extremely dangerous for the protesters, the motorists, and our officers. So we're going to do everything.
Let's see
we
how
can
this
to get
plays
that
out,
clear.
because this definitely ain't fucking
Give us
done.
just 1 second. Stay with us. We want to go to our Lori Perez. Lori.
This Summer of Love 2.0 is right here because of the illegals. It's not BLM this time, it's illegal. And they're tired of playing around.
Sorry, there's a lot. Am I
They can't control the narrative with it this time, though.
Okay, I just wanted to show you. We just walked about a block away from where we last were talking to you, and I want to show you one thing that they have done here. The protesters.
Okay, so they're all
have
women.
hauled a bunch of Waymos here and destroyed them just along this protest. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can see 6. Waymos. You see that guy going on there? He's
Okay,
gonna
there's one
destroy
dude.
that top of
5
that, or see
people,
what he can
1
do to
dude.
destroy the top of that Waymo, but I guess that's one of the tactics that they're using. They have used the app and called a bunch of these Ubers here. You can see that they've tagged them. Windows are broken. There are now several people jumping on top of
You see?
the cars, trying to break the windows. Certainly, this is a more aggressive, more violent part of this protest.
Here we go.
That is going on, but really part
Sun's
of the
going down
situation
on
here.
my side of town. The destructive feeling comes to my door. And the whole world
been walking. We were trying actually to get
burns.
down closer along the freeway.
I don't know
to
why I
where,
did that.
Some of the protesters
Sergeant
were, to where the bulk of
GPS,
the
what's
law
going on?
enforcement is, to give you an idea of what that looked like. like from here on the ground, and then we came across this, and I had to show you this because this is obviously some of the more destructive parts of this protest and notable. So I'm going to send it back to you guys now.
Lori, thank you. I mean, that's quite the image there because it
Oh, there
just
are
paints a
more out
picture
there.
of what,
6? They got 6 of
we're
them.
looking at, and you're taking a
They got 6. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Bring them back.
But, you know, these are
Throw the fucking book at every single goddamn one of them.
and other things that we've been noticing in terms of throwing items at
You
law
can always
enforcement,
go and
destroying
Temu for
property,
another
just in
flag.
case anyone knows, Waymos are not driven by anyone. They're just autonomous vehicles.
Well, yeah, now they'll be stuck there.
And
Thank you,
exactly,
Spud.
right? That's the other thing is that now they're impeding or otherwise getting in the way, and this is not what you know.
Oh, no. No, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 on my side.
And to peacefully protest, that takes it another step further.
Right. And we do still have Sergeant Keene on the line with us.
We got CBS and Fox News up with 2 right there on the fucking ground.
On the freeway?
Everything else is running on my end. There's a lot going on here, Jennifer.
More arrests are happening if people aren't obeying the law.
As a matter of fact, here, how about this?
They will be arrested.
Yeah, Sergeant Keene, this is Leslie here at the desk. You know, the past few days we have seen CHP really staged.
I'm going to show y'all in the Discord what I'm looking at.
Were you guys anticipating this situation? Were you able to stage there prior to this crowd marching onto the 101?
We did have our special response team staged and ready. We have additional resources that were sent to LA, and we are going to protect all state assets, including the highways.
And Sergeant, really quick, I just, you know, what was noticeable to us on Friday night when we were doing the protests, and Leslie mentioned it yesterday, is that the on-ramps were essentially pre-closed. We didn't see that today. Was there a conscious decision not to do that? Was it a resource issue? Do you know why the on-ramps weren't closed today like they had been previously?
Like I said, it's a fluid situation, so we do have resources staged strategically throughout the region, and it just depends on where the crowd is, what the movement's doing, if we need it there or not.
And it looks like those CHP officers and that special response team really able to move this crowd back. Yeah. You know, they still have to get them all the way out. Are you anticipating, I know this is still a very fluid situation, that the 101 will be back open in the next few hours?
Yes, we fully anticipate the 101 reopening.
Wait a minute, where did I just
have that? To do. It's a major thoroughfare, and
I
we are going to do
wrong.
everything we can to keep that open.
Okay, Sergeant Keene with the CHP, thank you so much for joining us and, of course, giving us the perspective. We just heard from him, you guys, that he's saying a lot of the officers are experiencing projectiles being thrown at them. We've seen it ourselves, and their goal is just to get the demonstrators off the freeway. They're really making progress and pushing them back. We've seen a couple of people be arrested, really only a handful when you compare it to how large this crowd is and how many people were down on the 101 freeway.
It exceeds the 500
the biggest
megabyte
news,
limit.
I think, for people not involved in this is that the 101 has been shut down between the 5 and the 110, which is pretty much that entire area of downtown LA. If you drive through this area, you know how busy it can get, even on a weekend. So that will be a big deal for people commuting to be able to get through here again, but they're going to have to stage and block off those on and off ramps.
And even though the intent and the belief by the sergeant telling us the 101 will reopen, there's no clear indicator as to when exactly that's going to happen. So it could be a few more hours, could be a couple of hours, really don't know. So best to probably just avoid that area for now. But keeping an eye on the crowd down here in downtown LA, it is worth mentioning once again, I mean, that progress has steadily been made in this last hour in terms of pushing them back up the on-ramp. And we'll see where and how that progress will continue, because we're panning back up, and this is where the seemingly largest congregation of people, you see them just along the highway, the freeway there, and then just pushing, CHP keeps pushing up the on-ramp there. And
in the
now
general section, I tagged everybody on it.
People just sort of huddled together.
That's running off 4 different screens, ladies and gentlemen.
What's interesting here,
That's what my
I
view
just
looks
got a
like.
note from our producer, Governor Gavin Newsom, putting out on X more than an hour ago now, something that not only the governor, the mayor, all criticized President Trump for was deploying those National Guardsmen.
2 screens are vertical, 2
pretty
screens
much
are landscape,
federalizing
or
the
2 on
National
portrait,
Guard,
2 on landscape.
and taking over. They said it would heighten the situation here. Whether or not that's the case of what's happening right now, the governor did put out that he has formally requested the Trump administration rescind their unlawful deployment of troops in Los Angeles and return them to their command. He said rescind the order, return control to California.
Yeah.
And
you know, really quickly, I was just Jessica Levinson, our CBS News legal correspondent, or legal contributor rather, talked about this last night on KNX, and there are legal remedies for the governor to take if he wholly disagrees with, I mean, which he does, but thinks that there's a legal avenue. There's a couple of situations, according to Levinson, that have to be met in order for the president to federalize the National Guard, which, by the way, as I mentioned earlier, has not been to,
They're at the top of the ramp, though. Look at them go.
Caused by the administration.
All right, hold up.
People should exercise their right to protest. That's their First Amendment right. But people should also exercise that right peacefully. We do not want to play into the administration's hands. We're working with officials. We're organizing resources.
So, in other words, stay out in the street, but don't give them a reason.
Is chaos that is provoked by the administration. When you raid Home Depot and workplaces, when you tear parents and children apart,
they were staging.
and when you run armored caravans through our streets, you cause fear and you cause panic. And deploying federalized troops is a dangerous
stages at the place they're going to raid.
But we need to be real about this. This is about another agenda. It's not about public safety. There's clearly no plan, and there is clearly no policy. I want the people of Los Angeles to know that we stand with all Angelenos, no matter where you were born. The First Amendment right gives you the ability, again, to protest peacefully. But it does not give you the right to be violent, to create chaos, or to vandalize property. And that will not be tolerated. So I call on all Angelenos to continue expressing your right, your anger, your outrage, but to do it peacefully. And I just have to say that all of you were there Friday. Everybody knows what happened Friday. A workplace, several workplaces were targeted and raids took place. Now, in the beginning, the administration said they were just looking for dangerous felons, violent people. It's hard to say that that's
illegal.
what they found at a workplace or in a Home Depot parking lot. When this happens,
there's a lot of them there.
It terrifies people. It sends a sense
easy
of
to
fear
steal shit.
and chaos in our city.
It's easy
and
to go
you
unnoticed.
remember a few years ago in the last administration, the kids were afraid to go to school. Parents were afraid to go to work. This impacts all of our city. You can't terrify the workforce, and then expect for people to get the jobs done. So if you think about a father that went into a factory and now his family doesn't know where he is, the detainees have not been allowed to speak to legal counsel. That is a marked departure from what has happened in the past.
They haven't even been processed because of all this shit's going on. They have to deal with this shit first, you dumbass.
On another side of town, that impacts that family as well as her family. And so this is something that I think should not be happening in our city, and I join with the governor in appealing to the administration to rescind the order to federalize the National Guard and allow the National Guard to come back under the control of the governor. So with that, we can open it up for questions. Yes.
We're going to start with Lolita and then we'll go to Chip.
Mayor, these protests that were demonstrations, I should say, did start out peacefully. You've been here since 6 in the morning.
Right.
But then they scattered and people were moving around. Where is the LAPD in terms of being here to be able to deal with that and maybe stop them before they get along?
Sure. Well, I think that basically they were overrun. But what is happening now is that the freeway is cleared. The California Highway Patrol, as you know, is in charge of the freeways. So they have moved all of the protesters back. They still might be there, but they are beginning to be dispersed. But LAPD is on the perimeter, so LAP is actively involved. You know that there were hundreds of protesters on the freeway and thousands of protesters off the freeway. So there is a joint collaboration going with the CHP, the LAPD, and then frankly the National Guard. But you also know
How
that
about
the
you
National
just tell
Guard
him
is
to go the
deployed to
fuck
protect
home?
federal property. So there is a National
Wait a minute,
Guard,
you wanted Trump to tell him to go the
troops,
fuck
in
home, and then when he
Westwood
did,
at
and
the
you just
federal
wanted to
building
use
and
it
also
against
here
him, you
downtown.
deleted that shit from the fucking internet.
Mayor Bass, have you reached out directly to the federal?
But you just told him to go the fuck, to stay where they're at, but just be peaceful. Fuck
No,
you.
my disappointment is I've been talking to the federal government for days. I was hoping to prevent this situation from happening. I was trying to encourage the administration that if they deployed the National Guard in Los Angeles, it would create a sense of chaos. It's the last thing our city needs.
and the
Our
monkeys.
city is still trying to recover from the wildfires. And you just think about how
Damn,
so
Trump,
many
right?
people were impacted by that. And that's an example of where the administration was helpful. And to go from that situation to where we are now is just really tragic. And I think it's so unfortunate. It's the last thing Los Angeles needs.
When you say you reached out to have you reached to President Trump?
No, I did not reach out to President Trump directly. I spoke to his chief of staff. I talked to Tom Holman. I talked to the U.S. Attorney. So I've talked to several members of the administration.
Next question, Matthew.
Yeah, I know you've been watching this protest. First off, what do you see when you're watching this? And I know that you've mentioned being worried about the safety of the protesters, but are you also worried about members of law enforcement in the middle of this?
Well, I'm worried about everybody. I'm worried about members of law enforcement. I'm worried about the safety of the people who are peacefully protesting. I'm worried about the businesses that might get vandalized. I'm worried about the vandalism that took place around the federal building. All of
Hey, shut the fuck up for a second. Let me ask y'all a question. The sound of the dog. How you doing? Let me ask y'all a question over here. Y'all think when LA was burning down and Trump sat down with actual Karen Bass at that point in time and that whole little, hey, y'all fucked up your funding on this. This is on you. And she's just like, no. We just didn't have whatever we needed because we fucked up. You remember that shit? Y'all think he might have been like, this bitch is going to be a fucking problem. And then as soon as this shit pops off, he's like, motherfuckers, I told you so. Let's fucking go.
With the governor, and how long you expect for the National Guard to actually be in?
You know what? Thanks for asking me that, because we're hearing all of sorts of information. We're hearing that the raids could continue. We're hearing that the National Guard is going to be here. So it's uncertain. But that's exactly the problem, because we don't need in this city to go to sleep tonight and wake up in the morning and find out about people running through Home Depot parking lots being chased by ICE officers, or people going to work, or children at school. So we don't need any of that in our city right now. Our city is trying to heal. Our city is trying to rebuild. Our city does not need to be torn apart with a provocative measure from the federal government.
Right here, and then we'll go right here.
The reality is people seem to still be getting violent. How do you plan to deal with that as we move forward?
If people get violent, if people break the law, they will be subject to arrest and they will be held accountable. It's as simple as that. So peaceful protest is what is needed. Peaceful protest is a part of our American tradition.
Right here. Mayor, last night the U.S. Attorney seemed
Only
to
4 people receive permits to rebuild after fires. God damn, really?
Compromise or sort of kind of lowering the temperature, at least till things cool off locally if they want to continue, or are they just doing it regardless of how everyone else feels?
Well, I mean, I think what we see now is they're doing it regardless of how anyone
No,
else
see,
feels.
what she's trying to do right
the
now
U.S.
is
Attorney, though, was not focused on that.
run damage control. She can't run damage control after she's still trying to run damage control from the wildfires. That shit is on everybody's mind, fresh on everybody's mind now.
Moved in, they were peaceful protest. The LAPD moved the people back using flashbang and less than lethal munitions. Comment on that, because
sure.
the LAPD is not
Well, let's extend the law to them.
Sure. Well,
is
first of all, I'm
paying
not
you
sure
for doing
that
it.
LAPD was involved with the flashbangs, but anyway.
Look at all the people
let me
that
just
attacked
say
the White
that
House
What happened there
back
is
on May
that when
29th,
one branch
2020.
of law enforcement
All the people
says
that
they
they
need help,
DC for
another
over a
branch
month.
of law enforcement is
A lot of
going to
motherfuckers
respond
got
and is
paid out
obligated
because
to respond.
you can't
And so
tell
the
it's
minute
them
that
because they had a
protest
mask
left
on.
the federal building, then that's when LAPD were involved. So the cooperation that you're referring to, I believe, is the cooperation around coordinating with ICE in terms of raiding workplaces or arresting people who are undocumented.
Oh no, she's elated. She's elated that this shit is happening. But she's trying to run damage control at this point
I have no exact
to make it sound like,
timeline. I cannot
hey,
tell
these
you
are
that. That's
these
part of the
people are
problem, right?
okay.
We
Like
do
these are
not know.
innocent baby
I have heard a
angels.
variety
Let's take a
of
fucking
days
actual
and
Justice
weeks.
Warrior thing.
I certainly
These are
hope that this
innocent
is
baby
over.
angels that
The
need to be
last thing the
protected
city
by
needs is
us.
civil unrest.
They're here to
And the
help
last
us.
thing
They
the
live in
city
our
needs
communities.
is
They
civil
built
unrest
our
that's
shit. We need to protect them.
Quick follow-up. So I've seen LAPD fire point blank foam bullets, rubber bullets into the ground, but in some cases directly at
Only
protesters.
one home's been built. Really?
In terms of handling people protesting.
I can't in terms of the specific orders that are being given by the chief or the other commanding officers.
So may we be speaking then to Chief Donald?
I'm going to speak to him in the next few minutes.
Okay, great.
Yes,
There are good
I'm leaving
people on
from
both
here
sides.
to meet with him.
Great. What is then
If
the
only
plan
that could be this
tomorrow?
moment for her.
Presumably this does not.
Right. Well, you know, I think one thing is that because our city has always had a very robust immigrant rights movement and infrastructure and
Jennifer, in her
institutions
mind,
that have been
she's under
around for
attack right
several
now.
decades, there is a history of
She's
having
under attack
peaceful
because you're
protests here.
questioning her.
Now, you know, like any crowd, if we're talking about after an athletic event, everybody celebrates.
Left is
There's
mind
always
free.
a handful of people that tend to be at the end and
Same
tend to
thing I
hang
called out
around
with that
and might get into
Anna clip.
mischief and violence, but that's not the people who are putting on the protests. I tell you that to say that when those protests have been organized, they've been organized in a proper way. The problem is what happens at the
How
end.
was this
and that's one
organized
thing
in a
that is
proper
difficult
way
with
when it
crowd
was
control,
unlawful
whether it is
before?
a
Now this
political
is
protest
unlawful
or
now.
whether it is a football game.
Did you say you talked to Tom Holman?
Yes, I did talk to Tom Holman.
What did he tell you?
Well, he just listened. I mean, the main thing he said was he appreciated that there was a call for no violence. I'm not exactly sure what was expected, but you know, I was encouraging him not to
Cavalry showed up.
deploy
Yeah.
the National Guard. I knew that the
Oh,
order had been
motherfucking
given.
mounted-
The president had signed
mounted
the
troops are
order
in.
to the
Ladies
governor
and
that he
gentlemen,
was
crowd
federalizing
control
the
is
National
here.
Guard, that 2,000 troops were going to be
You've been-
deployed, but that
You've
didn't
been listening
mean
live
they
there
would
to
actually
Mayor Bass holding a press conference and giving
Still
the
gonna monitor that.
He appreciated that there was a call for no violence. I'm not exactly sure what was expected, but
They're cutting her off.
You know, I was encouraging him not to deploy the National Guard. I knew that the order had been given. The president had signed the order to the governor that he was federalizing the National Guard, that 2,000 troops were going to be deployed, but that didn't mean that they would actually be deployed onto our streets. So my conversation with him was trying to encourage to prevent the deployment. Obviously, that did not work.
Maybe, Jennifer.
The police chief, the sheriff, and the governor.
When you mayor's about peaceful protests, we're hearing the noises outside as this crowd's getting closer and presumably more violent as they're coming up through the streets here. I know it's nice to talk about peaceful protests.
That's not peaceful, what was happening. It's not peaceful for people to be on the highways. It's not peaceful for people to throw rocks or bottles. That's not peaceful.
So then how do we reconcile the difference? Obviously, there's frustration with the Trump administration and the feds, but as LAPD and the Sheriff's Department try to distance themselves from the actions of these immigration actions and work being done.
See how CBS cut that shit off before she was talking about that? Holy shit. CBS cut that off.
Try to keep it peaceful at a time where it's anti.
Well, and let me just tell you that I don't think there's any equivocating on nonviolence. And if you are going to entertain violence, if you are going to try to take over a freeway, then you are going to suffer the consequences of doing
National
that.
Guard's been there,
I don't think that
visible.
LAPD, the sheriff, and certainly
National
not
Guard's
myself
been doing the
are not
logistics
shying
in the
away
back end.
from statements like that.
That's all they've been given the authority to do.
I'm sorry?
Any details about what the National Guard mission is going to be within LA? Where they're going to be deployed?
Well, all what I know right now is that the mission of the National Guard is to protect federal property.
Nah,
and
I
the
can bring the
federal
chat
building,
down.
which is why you have only seen them there. You have not seen them out in the community or anything like that.
I just know
And
Pat,
just in
people like
terms of,
seeing
you
that
know,
shit.
To close, to wrap
Let's
up,
go ahead. There you go.
I just have to say that, again,
Better?
our city has been through a lot since the beginning of the year. and now thinking that there is a large percentage of our city that is terrified, that is not going to know if they go to sleep tonight and they go to work or they go to school? Will that be the last day they do that? Will that be the last day they see their family? We can't have this in our city. Los Angeles is a city
I don't
of
give a shit if
immigrants
it's the last
where
day they see their
50% of the
family when
population
they're
is
here
Latino,
illegally in the first place and
percentage
shouldn't
of
be
the
here with that
populations
family
are from Asian countries and from
exists.
all over the world, and we embrace all
What do you mean?
Angelenos. It doesn't matter where you came
Just
from
because
or when
somebody
you got
shot a
here.
load
But
into
the most
somebody and
important
a
thing
fucking
right
life
now
was
is
created,
that
they
our
deserve to
city
be here
be
now.
peaceful. And so protests and expressing your, fears, your beliefs is appropriate to do, but it is just not appropriate for there to be violence. And I don't
Stop
want
banging
people
on the table.
to fall into the chaos that I believe is being created by the administration completely unnecessarily. Thank
She
you
was
very
banging
much.
the table, literally. All right, let's go back to this.
I also should
I love
mention
how
too,
fucking
we saw,
CBS cut her
I
off,
assume
though.
they were coming from the freeway. They were coming down the road here in a big group, and everything was fine until the mountain.
Well, if y'all want the chat on the
mountain
screen,
unit
let me
with
know.
The horses came closer. That's when people started throwing
I
the
can throw it
fireworks
back.
at the officers, and things got scary. And that's where we are now. Right now, we are. I don't even know where we are right now, but we're
Things got
we're
scary.
near City Hall right now, just off to the side.
I don't know where I am. Things got
We're
scary.
at Temple still. Main and Temple.
Things got scary
So, a
because
very
they pushed
scary
us
situation
back.
out here, and what makes this somewhat bearable is it's not dark, but very
Oh,
scary.
shit's about to
because,
pop off,
again, you
bitch,
keep
and you
hearing
in
these
the fucking-
explosions go off, and then you're so close, you see the fireworks, and the concern
She's
with the
gonna run
fireworks
tonight.
is quite simply the
She ain't
shrapnel that
working.
comes from off of it. You don't know what
You
that
know damn
firework
well
is
she
going
ain't
to hit.
working.
It could hit, a trash can with metal, and then you get hit with the trash, sharpnel from the trash can. It's very
She's already fucked up.
dangerous.
Certainly,
She's
Lauren.
already
and, obviously,
fucked.
you've been down there since last night, keeping an eye on things, and can certainly draw a contrast between how things feel and look at night versus how they
Anxiety,
do
ladies and
in
gentlemen.
the afternoon and early evening hours. Doesn't make it any less frightening or certainly chaotic, especially given the sound. Because
Okay,
as
you
we
wanna
mentioned
poll?
with Lori earlier, and now listening to your live shot here as well, is it's one thing for us to see it from SkyCal and to have the overhead shot of multiple crowds and smoke being thrown and seeing fireworks, but to hear it coming through,
There goes another one.
just like that, is a lot and an important context to highlight.
Yeah, you're seeing the law enforcement use their less than
Polls
lethal
up.
munition
Go ahead and
there,
vote, YouTube.
and
But you won't win it.
Just talking about that mountain unit, I was trying to look up just some quick things, and Mike knows this as well. That yes, they're trained for crowd control, they're trained for situations like this. But in any case, fireworks being thrown at their direction, it's gonna disrupt those horses there.
I'm gonna give it another minute. Get
see
you.
the officers on the horses
Get your answer
really
in
being
here.
able to handle them
Yeah.
and continue to just push forward. They do have a row of officers on foot in front of them.
Are they going to throw something over here? These kids, they got something in their hand. I'm going to move away.
Okay, you can hear.
Oh, okay.
You can hear our Lauren Posen there.
Sorry, yes, there's a bunch of people around us, and I'm on high alert, and so a group was picking up something, and I
that
guess
off and
it
things
was not
pop
what I
off.
thought it was.
Okay.
That's how tense things are out here. You just don't know what's going to happen. Things are happening very quickly. You don't know what people's intentions are. You don't know who. We were talking about people
Bitch, you
that
were
were
not ready for any of this.
protesting just to get their message out. Then we were
10
talking
seconds.
about the agitators. You don't know who is who in a situation like this here, because everyone is just grouped. It's just chaos. I mean, you can see on the screen. This is not normal.
Yeah, our Lauren
Well,
Posen has been out
chat
there
wants
for
it off.
several days
We're gonna
there.
keep it off, ladies and
We
gentlemen.
want you to be safe, so of course, if you see something, please move, Lauren. But Lori Perez, we know, is also on the ground near the 101. Lori, what is the situation where you're currently at?
Yeah, we're
at the intersection of Aliso and Alameda, and right now, I'm going to turn you around because it does appear that LAPD is beginning to make a forward approach towards this crowd of protesters that have been facing off with them at this intersection. I don't know what precipitated that, because I'll tell you, where we are, it's really been a lot of people, but peaceful, just yelling, of course, chanting and facing off with the officers. But at this corner in particular, there had not been anything aggressive that we saw. But in the last few seconds, all of a sudden, there's been some amplification of what's happening, and now the volume is getting higher, and we did see LAPD, the line start to move forward. So we'll keep an eye on that. But as Mike was saying, I mean, there's stuff going on everywhere. If we could swing back around towards the freeway, we're overlooking the freeway here, where CHP continues to stand in the freeway. The freeway remains closed. You can see all of the protesters on the overpass. Every few minutes or so, we do see them leading a protester down this on-ramp with handcuffs on. Probably due to, of course, some sort of escalation up on the top there. But other than that, a few minutes ago, we also did see some protesters throwing things down onto the freeway. You can see on the freeway there, things are littered around where those officers are. But you see on the other side, heading northbound, there is some traffic now being allowed to go through. So that's some progress that they have made in the last hour since we have been here. These southbound lanes, though, do remain closed off. For the time being. There are so many people at this on-ramp who could make their way down here should they be so inclined. And I want to also swing around, if I can, one more time to this building over here. This is the detention center where many of the people are being taken into custody. The undocumented people are being held.
Everybody
they are
converge on this
windows.
building.
You might be able to see flashlight
this is where you
shaking
need.
in the window.
This is where they're
They are
going.
continually knocking. There's knocking on the windows, waving to the crowd down here, and then the crowd down here in turn waving back at them, raising their hands in support. So that's just another, instance of things happening here all around us with this tremendous crowd here. As Lauren said, there's
she's not
a lot
ready
of
for
things
this shit.
going on. But I just wanted to give you a sense of what's happening here, and I think I hear someone talking, so I'm going to send it back to you.
We're going to let you go. We want to go back to that Waymo situation you were at earlier. Mike Rogers, this Waymo's on fire now.
Yeah, it is. And this is going to be a situation. These are electric vehicles.
Yeah.
So
God damn it,
these
you
are
dumb sons of
batteries
bitches.
that will burn and burn and burn and burn and burn and will burn in a toxic way.
Yeah, they're
This is not a good situation.
And it's not just one either down there.
Right.
now.
You've got that one that's on fire, but look, I mean, they're still going at the other one. You've got a lot of very specific technology on there that will burn for a long time. These batteries,
goddamn,
we've seen these
dumb
situations,
sons of
lithium-ion
bitches.
batteries can burn for hours and hours and hours and hours, and it's not a good situation. It is a toxic burn as well. And I can't tell if it's gotten to that part of the car there. Well, it looks like it has. It's underneath, because the batteries are generally underneath of those cars. So that's going to burn for a long time. And I don't imagine a situation where the fire department comes in and tries to deal with this. This scene is way too chaotic and way too dangerous for fire department to come in here and deal with this. I hear LAPD trying to gain kind of control of this situation, but they don't have it right now. And this car is going to burn for a while. We'll see if they set the other one on fire too. But right now you've got this Waymo on fire. We did reach out to Waymo guys because I'm curious to see if they're going to restrict the app from sending cars into downtown LA. Certainly, that seems like it would be a good decision at this point.
Lithium-ion battery.
Now the situation escalating to cars on fire. I know we saw that yesterday as well. You see this person stomping on the windshield of that Waymo. So this is, again, escalating into a situation that
Darwinism at its best, ladies and gentlemen. These motherfuckers are downwinded that they're in the fucking smoke. Darwinism at its fucking best.
We're talking about electric vehicles. These were the vehicles that the EPA had to go in and remove when the homes burned in Palisades at Eden fire, just because of how toxic it can be. But our Lori Perez actually alerted us to this situation a few moments ago when she had noticed maybe 6 Waymos being called
That
to
will
this
violate
area.
air regs, especially in
And
California,
she
right?
immediately saw people begin to vandalize
Start
them,
charging.
and now one
And look,
set on fire.
you've got some sort of chemical that's leaking from the Waymo that is also on fire.
Yeah.
So it's now streaming down the street on fire.
There you go.
And I'll ask John to pull out just a little bit. I don't imagine that LAFD is going to come into this situation right here and deal with this at all. I imagine this will just be this way. John counting for me 4 or 5 Waymos that are down there. I know we were talking to Lori about that earlier. The thing with these, and we talked about it when Lori was there, once they're there and once they've been disabled like this, they won't move. There's no the Waymo has made that programming that if there's an issue, it just stops and stays put. And so now that's where we're at. And so we'll see if they continue to light the rest of them on fire, if they're content with lighting this one on fire. But regardless, this fire is going to burn for a while.
And that's the thing, the lithium-ion batteries, we know, as you keep mentioning, they can burn for a long, long time.
Very hot.
So LAFD, if they don't make their way down here, we're going to see this
just gonna be like that.
for a while.
Well, and even if LAFD does make it down there, there's not a ton they can do.
Yeah.
Right.
No, and
You
let's get
put
to
water
Lori
on
Perez down
lithium,
there.
it makes
She's
it
the
worse
one who
and
brought this to our
explosive.
attention first. Lori, it sounds like you're nearby, in front of. What's the situation look like near these Waymos right now?
Right. So actually, we tried to get away from those Waymos because we could see that situation was escalating and getting very violent, very aggressive. So we wanted to get away from there. But we came, maybe a block away, and look, there's another Waymo here. It's going to be difficult for us to show because there is some profanity on it. But we'll just show you quickly. And I also want to explain, when I was last speaking with you, I talked about how the crowd seemed to be getting amped up,
Darwinism.
and now we know why. We could not see
God
through
damn.
the crowd. But the National Guard has now
motherfucker was back.
formed a line in front of LAPD. So
Oh.
that was what was precipitating kind of the escalation and the chanting and kind of the
Ooh.
pushback, the movement
Okay,
that we
so
saw
National Guard is
in an
taking
otherwise
front line.
peaceful crowd for the hour that we had been here.
National Guard is taking
now we
front
understand,
line
and
on
you
this
can see
shit.
this is quite a visual, right? This is the National Guard lined up.
Look,
with
it's the same
LAPD,
bitch. There's the
maybe
fucking knee brace.
15 feet
Pants.
behind them. And this
She
is,
just put that on because she
I
got
think
hit out.
Also, the division that people are grappling with at this protest. It's that, this is a sanctuary city. They are not wanting any kind of law enforcement, local law enforcement, to be doing anything that seems to support the federal agenda, and this is kind of a visual representation of what people have been concerned about. But you can see the protesters, they're sitting down in front of the line, so there is some space in between. People here are, for the most part, being peaceful, sitting and just making their presence known through chanting, etc. And we're hoping that it
I don't
stays
know,
that way
some of
because
them
there
could
is a
be
lot
live.
of emotion in this crowd. There is a lot going on corners all throughout
I guess the
downtown
red
Los
would
Angeles.
indicate less than
and
lethal.
people of different
Because it lights up.
ideas of what needs to be done and different ideas of
I
how
can't
far
tell
they
how
are
they're
willing to
on.
go. We are certainly hoping, of
Yeah,
course,
paintball
that they
rounds. I
stay
can tell
as
that. That's where the red are.
as
But
they can be. I'm going to send it back to you guys.
Lori, thank you. And I think to her point there, it's
That's
really
the
important to highlight
same
once again
fucking
in
bitch.
terms of the disparity between protesters where
Now she's
her
faking a
photographer
fucking
pans
limp.
around and you see a number of people seated with their signs and banners
That's the
and
same
protesting,
bitch.
and then
She's
the live
faking a
view you're
limp
seeing
now.
from SkyCal right there. I mean, this is one of the Waymos. The one that's burning is right next to it. The windshield are smashed on this one, folks on top of it, climbing on top. And then it looked like there was another one where they somehow managed to jam the doors open or rip the doors open to some capacity. And it's just a level of chaos that is within feet of each other, really. It's all congregated here in downtown LA, and it's striking to see.
Yeah, and that is quite the contrast because you are seeing some of those people peacefully protest. We heard from Mayor Karen Bass moments ago who says, please continue to have your voices heard, continue to protest.
What?
It is your First Amendment, but
what?
do not cause violence. Do it peacefully. If you're not
And
doing
that
it
has
peacefully,
always
we
been
cannot,
code talk where you
help
know
you. We
what to
cannot protect
fucking
you.
do.
You will
We
face,
know that.
consequences, and you will be arrested. And so that is quite the contrast. You're seeing these people destroy these Waymos, and then you're seeing another group of people right in front of the National Guard sitting down and peacefully having their voices heard.
On top of seeing
and making their point.
projectiles and other items being thrown
They're making their
at,
point
CHP
by
officers, at
burning
other law
down a
enforcement,
fucking
on top
Waymo
of
vehicle,
the
ladies
fireworks
and
being thrown
gentlemen.
at
What
the
the fuck?
mounted unit as well that we saw a few minutes ago, and disrupting
They're
those horses at
peacefully
least to a certain
making
degree.
this is fucking
all of this
Summer of
happening
Love
just right next to each
2.0.
other,
I
and
swear to
in
God.
case you're just seeing this for the first time, I mean, once
They're
again, this
peacefully
is, as Mike
making
mentioned
their
earlier, an
point
electric
as we
car, so
show
that
you a
is
car
likely,
on
unless fire
fire.
department can get
This
in there, but
dude
it
is
seems
now
unlikely given
smashing
the
windows.
situation. It's just going to keep
What's
burning.
so disturbing about this is just that
They're
this
peacefully
gentleman just came
making
with
their
his skateboard
point.
to have his photo taken while he just destroys a Waymo.
Yep.
This Waymo has been destroyed.
Right.
They have already shattered the windows here. They've opened the doors. At this point, this is just for
Vandalism for vandalism.
what reason?
There ain't no fucking way they pulling this shit again.
If you've never been in one, there are cameras. They're equipped with cameras outside and inside. So I would assume they upload to a cloud. I wouldn't imagine that they are stored on board
Get
there.
more
So
National
Waymo
Guard
will
come in.
likely
I don't
have
know
video
just yet.
of whoever.
All I know is
obviously the
2K on the
vandals, but
ground.
Whoever set that one on fire, there's probably video of that happening.
They
So,
talking about
you know,
pulling
if
in the
Waymo
Marines.
wants to work with law enforcement to try to figure out who that person was. Guys, I also want to mention, I just got I got an email from a source who works in downtown LA at the Hall of Administration. That's right next to the Hall of Justice and right near City Hall. They have been told to coordinate with management to try to work from home as much as possible tomorrow. As obviously there are concerns that this will only continue. Downtown is gridlocked with traffic as it is, but now also totally overrun by protesters, at least near City Hall, near Aliso, all of those locations. So the LA County Hall of Administration telling their employees, if you can coordinate to work from home, you should do that. I should also point out that LAPD has extended the dispersal order and
Go ahead, work from home. They're going to be here for a minute.
Assembly order to where we're at, the Civic Center area, and I can tell you that is Alameda, Los Angeles Street, Aliso, Commercial, Main Street, Spring Street, Temple, First, Second, and
Assault
Arcadia.
skateboards. Yeah.
That was 21 minutes ago. They declared an unlawful assembly over there. We talked about how they did that earlier near the federal building. They have to strategically do it in these different areas for it to be a lawful declaration of an unlawful assembly.
Rittenhouse has my
Clearly,
permission
they are not
to
in a position
retire.
To start facilitating mass arrests, but they have declared it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Oh,
boy.
yep,
It's,
there
looked
goes.
Like fireworks just sort of thrown at
That
the,
was a capacitor.
at that burning Waymo, if not just a number.
No,
of
that was
sparks
not a
flew there at the
firework.
last
That was
second.
a
I was gonna have one
capacitor
more
that
point on the
blew.
Waymo thing, Mike, there for you too. Obviously, aside from the videos and the cameras and everything else that are likely stored in the cloud, you have to order the Waymos through an app. So they're more than likely going to be able to track down who and how many people ordered every single one of these Waymos to go downtown, and then proceed to vandalize each and every single one of them.
Yeah, good point.
It's just, I mean, what a chaotic scene that we're seeing at right now.
Just really quick.
This
just a note
motherfucker's
for-
trying to
I know you
ninja
were
kick
talking
this
about,
shit. What are you
the
doing,
unlawful
you
assembly,
dumb
how that is
motherfucker?
expanding. We know that LAPD has also shut down the Tokyo Metro station down in
Oh,
that
that
area.
car is
So
fucking
completely
toast, though.
shut that area down. Metro won't be running through
gone.
there. And that's the way a lot of people get around.
Yeah, and I was talking to John Schreiber, who's
That
our photographer in
shit
Skycam.
melted.
He thinks that's the batteries exploding inside of there.
Wow.
So they could be throwing things in there as well. But those electric cars don't do good when they get set on fire. So that could be the battery. Thankfully, they've not set any other ones on. Wow, oh man, I spoke too soon.
Oh shit, they got
There we
another.
go. Is that another? Yep, that's another Waymo right behind the tree. That's on
Right.
fire.
Oh, yeah, there you see the flames. I was wondering, the tree was obstructing it just a
Yeah.
hair, but you see sort of the flicker of flames and then, of course, the smoke. So, my goodness, I mean.
And John's going to move SkyCal around.
Look
for
at
us.
this
This is not
shit.
far from where the National Guard is staged, is
Right.
it?
It's not. No, I don't think. And John, can you show us? As we watch that burn, can you show us the proximity to the federal complex here?
Man, they just set another on
the federal
fire.
building. It's not terribly far, and it's going to be So it's on the other side of the 101. So so there's that, and this is obviously heavily protected. And then on the other side of the freeway is where this is all kind of happening. And the mayor and the governor, their stance to President Trump is, we can handle this. Our local law enforcement can handle this.
They'll
They've gotta
clear
be
themselves
concerned
out
about
with the
this, because
Waymo
if
fires.
you're an outsider looking in, it doesn't necessarily
Have
look
you
like
been
they're handling
affected
this.
by the riots in LA in
we aren't seeing law
2025?
enforcement in this area right
You
now.
have.
We know we are on a citywide
Or your
tactical
lungs
alert.
fucked
They
up
already
because of
have
the
declared an
Waymos that
unlawful
you set on
assembly
fire.
here. We
So
have
call
seen
us,
our Lord
because you
Harris
may
was
have a
right near
payout.
some of those National Guardsmen. But we heard from the mayor on and got a little bit more of a clear picture on what the National Guard's mission is right now, at least according to the mayor. She says the National Guard was deployed to protect, federal property. What we're seeing right now are city streets. What we saw earlier in the 101.
You can't claim this is peaceful while you're covering this
freeway there.
CBS, there ain't
which
no
is
fucking
why
way.
CHP handled that. LAPD has been handling a lot of what's happening outside of the federal property. The one thing she said is that we don't know how
You
long
tried to get in
the
front of
National
it.
Guard will be here.
You
She doesn't
tried
have
to
any
get in
sort of
front of it,
timeline.
saying
In
it was
fact,
peaceful
the mayor
as the
and the
fucking
governor
car
both
burned
asking
on
and
your
really
street.
demanding
This is fucked.
that the president rescind his order to bring in the National Guard.
And a third Waymo is now on fire.
No,
And there's about 6 there.
Yes, yes, and adding on to Leslie's point about what the mayor's been saying, what the governor's been saying, both
I gotta
of them
pee.
saying that the deployment of the National Guard was only going to sow chaos and escalate tension. That the reason they could handle this themselves is because we had more than enough local law enforcement to handle the situation, but that the federal government, again, the governor and the mayor and others accusing them of doing this in order to sow chaos and to escalate the situation in order to, cause conflict, to intentionally cause a situation that would then make it look worse than it actually is, or at least drive it to become worse than it actually
and
is.
not even just talking about the National Guard coming in. The mayor was saying the fact that the federal government did many of these immigration sweeps and detainments, that all was made to escalate the situation. She believes here in Los Angeles. Then you bring in the National Guard, and the governor and the mayor believe that has now heightened these tensions.
And look, we've here long before the Trump administration, during the last Trump administration, we have covered immigration arrests. We have covered Homeland Security doing warrants. We've covered those things, and it is not frequent that we see them do it the way that they've done it, which is heavily armed, lots of personnel.
Yeah. On that note, let's get back to Lori Perez down there in downtown LA. Lori, where are you right now, and what are you seeing?
We've just crossed the street again here at Alameda and Aliso, and I want to show you. I know you guys have aerial vision
up,
of this,
redneck?
but from the ground, how dangerous this looks and how amplified this looks. Behind us, you can see that huge plume
They
of
were just
smoke
trying
coming
not
from
3
that
minutes ago
rainbow
to say
that is
they
on
were
fire. In fact, you
peaceful
might be able to
as
see
the
a
shit
lot of
was
the
set on
flames,
fire.
just
though.
across the way from where we are across the freeway.
I can't believe we
What a
caught that shit
terrifying,
fucking live.
situation and scene that is to see from here. In contrast, in the foreground here, again, to these people who are sitting on the road here, peacefully protesting, holding up their signs. But just giving you an idea
Look,
of
they're
the different
peaceful.
temperatures
They're
throughout
peaceful
the
as
city
shit.
among
Burns in the
protesters. Lots of
background.
emotions. Some people choosing to
They're
express
peaceful.
them in peaceful ways, and others have taken it in a different direction. That is a really out of control situation. That's
God,
a very
here we
dangerous
go
situation. You
again.
can see there are dozens of people, hundreds of people very
Summer
close to
of
those
Love
flames. That is
2.0. They're
nowhere
fucking
that they
peaceful.
need to be. But
Well,
people
fucking
are being
Waymo
drawn there.
cars
Some
burned.
people are being drawn there who are interested in escalating things. And I can't tell you, it is stunning for me to see how close those people are to a really bad situation across the way here. And again, seeing it in contrast to where we are. And
Bass
these
doesn't
folks
want
here,
anybody charged.
I can tell you, there's a lot happening in downtown Los Angeles. It is a lot to take in.
No,
and a
that
lot
first
to
one, the battery
emotionally
went up.
and intellectually
That's
kind
what
of
the sparks was.
manage. But we're trying to do so and
I thought
trying
it
to
was a
bring
capacitor
you,
explosion,
our
but that was a
perspective from
battery.
here on
That
the
was
ground
lithium hitting
of just,
fire.
how much is
The
happening.
first iteration
and
of
it's really,
the first
it's quite
interaction.
chaotic. I will tell you that much, guys.
Certainly, Lori, thank you. I mean, just to see it from behind you and sort of towering over your
They're peaceful.
shoulders and knowing
They're
that that's
peaceful.
just down the road, really. Taking you to live views from SkyCal once again. This is 1, 2 Waymos you see on fire. One is
There's 3.
perhaps still burning a little bit further behind all of them. And for anyone perhaps just joining us or maybe didn't catch the beginning of it, Lori was the one who first brought this to our attention, where a number of Waymos were ordered down to this area of downtown LA. And it wasn't 1 or 2, it was
this
3,
was purposely
4,
fucking
5,
done.
and potentially 6. But you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 there in the middle of your screen right now. And for anyone who is not familiar with how Waymo works, it is just like Uber, like Lyft. You order it through an app, but these are autonomous electric vehicles. So that's why these flames are so intense.
You can
because these
tell
are
who
lithium-ion
ordered it.
batteries, something that we've seen
This was
before
organized.
burn with such
They knew this was going to happen. They
and
planned this shit.
toxicity, which of course then leads into the greater concern moving forward, because now you have these active flames and these billows of smoke going in to very heavily crowded areas. And thinking back to what we saw yesterday, this is a much more heightened situation compared to when we saw a Kia being burned in the middle of a Compton intersection and then seeing 2 fire engines moving in to put it out. Just
That's what
seeing
I'm
those
talking
two,
about.
This is a video from earlier of that Waymo burning. Just seeing the 2 fire engines come in to try and take out and flush out the flames of 1 Kia in an intersection took a bit of an effort, because you had protesters kicking and trying to get in the way of those fire engines. So drawing on that contrast, it is unlikely to see any fire engines try and make their way into this particular area of downtown with the number of vehicles, the number of people, and the number of law enforcement that are present at this very moment right now.
Yeah, this is, I would say, probably too dangerous of a situation for fire to right now move in and try to navigate through these crowds. But it is definitely a dangerous situation. As you mentioned, these Waymos, the lithium-ion batteries, very toxic. And we've been talking about it for a while. They burn for hours. Even if firefighters did come through, it would be hard for them to put this out.
Yes.
Yeah.
At this point,
Because it's a
and
chemical.
Now,
Can't be
3
water.
out of the 6 Waymos that we counted, right? There were about 6.
They're not ready for that shit.
Have been set on fire.
And that would look to be the original one.
Yeah,
so
that was one of the first we saw.
Yeah,
God damn, look at that
The
original.
other thing here
That's gone. There ain't
is,
even a frame.
you know, sort of taking a wide view of what we've been tracking, and there
Another
goes again another explosion from that Waymo. Mike, from right around 4 o'clock, when we were keeping an eye on folks on the overpass, protesters getting down on the on-ramp to the 101, CHP huddling underneath the overpass, and then making their way and moving forward, it feels like the chapters of a book, right? In the sense of moving, pushing the line further, managing to get all protesters off of the 101, and then back off toward the on-ramp. And now we're looking at just sort of the opposite side, sort of a mirror reflection of downtown LA here, where now you have Waymos burning, and it's something else that's popping up. It's another situation that's evolving and adding to the chaos that we're keeping track of tonight.
Yeah, you know, and unfortunately, like we talked about earlier, I think as the evening goes on, the peacefulness of it goes away. And you know, you've got on the right-hand side of your screen, that's our shot from Lori Perez, where you do have those people that are protesting the way that our elected leaders have asked them to, essentially, where they're, you know, they're peaceful, they're sitting, they're not causing problems, and then just as Lori pointed out, right behind them, you have smoke billowing from the Waymos. And so it is quite the contrast there when you look at it. And you know, we've got more people kind of walking up, and Gio, as you mentioned earlier, it's just vandalism for the sake of vandalism. You know, even those two kind of, you know, shaking hands and giving a little bit of a celebratory kind of hug, it seemed, as well. And so I hear, you know, LAPD is now talking about these burning Waymos. I don't know that there's much that they'll be able to come in here and do, certainly not the fire department, but it is making the situation worse.
Yeah, and Mike, the other thing here, I was trying to see if there was any new updates from the governor or perhaps the mayor, because we were making a comment earlier about how
Look at that. They're
even
just
going back to
destroying the
last
Waymos,
night when we were talking
top
with
left
the
one
U.S. Attorney,
corner.
Bill Asaley, and someone you talked to as well, are keeping an eye on him going back to Friday, in that the federal government's response to all this, and Trump administration officials are adamant in saying that these are, quote, these are not raids, these are targeted enforcement operations, that they're taking care of criminals, and that, you know, law and order will be the law of the land, so to speak, and that they're just trying to arrest the bad people and trying to take care of the situation. That is how they and the U.S. Attorney were painting the picture for us and how they're operating, and then the contrast to the governor and the mayor saying that this is only going to escalate because you're militarizing the city or federalizing National Guardsmen, and that naturally this was almost going to happen because you're asking for a response from people.
Right, and Gio, to your point, the federal government, the Trump administration will say that they're coming after criminals. They will give us a list, and they did Saturday morning. They gave us a list of crimes that these people were alleged to have commit.
Fuck 'em all,
every
Adam.
time they do that, they refuse to give us specific names, specific crimes, specific dates those crimes were alleged to have happened.
This is rioting going on now.
Every time we get that from them, we follow up.
Shit's
I followed
about
up
to
Saturday
fucking
morning
pop
with ICE
off.
and said, I see the list of crimes that you have put in your press release.
It's 6
What
o'clock for
people
them.
committed what crimes?
It's almost
And they
sundown.
won't follow up with that.
The sun's getting
you can
real
understand
low.
That then creates distrust from the
Fires
public to
already
say, oh, they're all
starting.
criminals, but we
They're
don't ever get
already
the
starting to
specificity
destroy.
of what these alleged criminals are, supposedly have done.
And not just those responses, but emotional ones as well, because I'm thinking going back to when our Zach Boetto was out in Paramount and in Compton last night. He talked to a man who said that his girlfriend was detained by ICE and she was born and raised U.S. citizen.
Yeah.
So he was very emotional about the situation, and then having to maneuver through tear gas, smoke, fireworks, and all this other chaos that but then proceeded throughout the rest of the night. It's almost understandable when you're on the ground talking to these people why in that isolated vacuum, when you only see heavily armed federal officials and law enforcement going in and taking people away, wait, what's going on? What's happening here? So that's where the lines of communication and transparency become that much more important. And to you reaching out and trying to ask for a follow-up and not getting it, that's when then people have questions about what exactly is going on. And now we have this greater tapestry of all this chaos where I want to reiterate something that Lori mentioned earlier, because where she is right now, she was turning the camera, her photographer was turning the camera around, and you see people seated down, crisscross, and having their signs, their banners, and peacefully protesting, something the governor, something the mayor, and other elected officials have repeated constantly that they support the right to peacefully protest. But then when it escalates, and that's something that I think, and forgive me for just going on and on here, is that from the U.S. attorney, from the Trump administration, and even to elected officials on the other side of the aisle, they have been adamant and consistent on the fact that when it escalates to violence, that is not acceptable. That they will be held accountable for that. And that I feel like is worth highlighting, because everyone's in agreement on that particular avenue of what we're seeing right now, is that nobody is in favor of seeing this there on the left side of your screen, electric cars and Waymos being called in, ordered in just to vandalize them.
Right, and you heard Mayor Bass. Mayor Bass was asked about her conversation with one of the federal officials, and she, told that federal official that she denounced the violence, and, she said that he sounded surprised to hear that, and her response was, well, of course I do. Of course I don't want, violence. Mayor Bass reiterated at the press conference, she's concerned for protesters, she's concerned for the safety of law enforcement, she's concerned for everybody, and just repeating, what you mentioned, Gio, is that what you're seeing on the right side of the screen is what the mayor, the governor, all of those people have called for and said is what they want. To your other point, Gio, about just the confusion surrounding the detentions and the policies of the Trump administration about how they're handling immigration. By the way, this Waymo also now catching fire as we're watching that as well. We spoke with an attorney, or Lori Perez spoke with an attorney on Thursday night.
They got another one on fire. That's four of the five that are there.
Building, on concrete floors, inhumane conditions, they allege. But what was interesting
that boy gonna die.
Out of that conversation with that attorney, her client has a stay order from the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. So she says that her client cannot be deported, but was still detained. And she said that she asked ICE agents, if you know you can't deport him,
That bitch is
why are
throwing
you
shit on it.
detaining him? And according to the lawyer, the
You
ICE
dumb
agent said because we
cunt.
can.
That's lithium
that is
ion.
where you
Why
get
are you
this,
throwing water on
when
it?
The Trump administration says they're going after criminals,
I
and then
swear
you
to
have
God.
encounters like that or reactions like that. It creates a communication issue and a trust issue amongst how this is being handled as we watch this Waymo now fully go up.
Fully go up, and we also saw an explosion on the one on the right side of your screen as well, adding to the context there of going back to some of the reporting we've done on immigration officials
is
and
fucking
ICE agents
wild.
and everything else. Remember a month or two ago or so,
This
we were
motherfucker
talking
in
to
the
an
sun right
immigration
here is
attorney who
fucking damn
received
near
a letter
downstream of
in
that
her
shit.
inbox, an email that it seemed to be intended to either one of her clients or someone else, where it said, it's time for you to leave the United States. Right. And that's sort of the Trump administration approach to immigration has been incredibly
Bass isn't
hardlined,
concerned about anything but the optics.
in the way that
Yep.
they're approaching it, and that they believe this is the right way to do
You
it.
can't
But
spin it now, bitch.
naturally, there is a lot of confusion and a lot of chaos, at least on how it's been described to us and how the folks we've
She
been talking
said
to
be
are
peaceful
painting
about
that
it,
picture,
and they
in that
immediately started to
it's
set
just
the
led to a
Waymo's
lie,
on
which is
fire.
why a lot of people are protesting and making their voices heard. But that's where the message gets muddled, and we've talked about this as well, in that the risk becomes that this image that you see on the left side of your screen becomes
What up, Ken? How
the
you doing,
message
brother?
for everything, when in reality it's not that, right? Most of the people that we see protesting are doing it peacefully and know what they're doing, but then you
have the other group that kind of comes in. And while we're talking about that, Gio, I want to ask John and SkyCal if we can go over and look at City Hall really quick. I did briefly hear a blip on the radio about it. We're also starting to get
You
some
gotta
more
send it
reports
to me
that,
somehow.
City
You
Hall
gotta send it
East,
to me
John,
somehow, Jonah.
there are some bricks and other things starting to be thrown there
I knew
at
I
City
fucking
Hall.
heard it.
So we'll see. There is a group right here.
What up, Diogo?
There was reports of broken windows. I don't necessarily know that we'll see that from right here. And again, we
It's
apologize for the
escalating
language
bigger
on
than
the spray
shit.
painting. It is
It's popping
simply
off.
everywhere.
The
It has
sun
been
ain't
very
going
difficult for
down,
us to
but that
avoid,
sun's getting
getting
low.
any of that on TV. So yeah, I don't know, John. It doesn't look too bad over here. I don't know if we maybe can do an orbit just to get a full scope of it. But I did hear LAPD try to deploy some people over to City Hall East to try to deal with the group over here. Looks like the main group though is kind of right there, Gio.
Yeah, and you know, it's funny that I'm sort of reminding myself
Columbia's
that
on a
yes,
moving
there
fault
is
there,
law enforcement,
Muffin.
right? Because we've been so keyed in
Pacific
on the
Plate's been
Waymo side
awesome.
the last like 20 minutes or so, is that there isn't really
Even in
law
this
enforcement
area,
around
we've
that
had
area right now.
movement
It's
at
really
Tectonic
primarily
Place that haven't
protesters, but
moved
yes,
in
they
thousands
are
of years.
over here establishing their skirmish lines and sort of keeping the peace.
I'm not
It
gonna
looks
say
like both sides
thousands,
are
but
essentially keeping the peace
a
there.
good
We
little
haven't
bit.
seen a lot ever since the mounted unit was getting hit with some fireworks and other items there for a brief moment. Was the last time we drew attention to protesters kind of throwing things their way. Otherwise, it's been a lot of the main activity and chaotic activity has been toward those Waymos. And right now, things are, you know, it goes back to the ebb
Oh
and
no,
flows
you
thing
know
that we've
damn
been
well they're
talking
gonna
about,
catch
is
that
that
last one on
there are
fire. Why
moments
not?
where
How
we're
you
on
gonna
the
leave
upswing and
one
all
there?
you're hearing is the sound of pops left and right from Lori and from Lauren and others who are in the field, and then there's a bit of a downswing, and we're thinking, okay, have things relatively speaking calmed
Immigration
down for a
riot,
little bit, and
raids,
then no,
protest.
it goes right back up. So that's sort of the
What the fuck is
the line of
CBS putting out
tension
there?
that we're,
Immigration
that we're walking
raid
at the moment.
And
protest?
I just got a text from our
Immigration
Lauren Posen,
raids
who's in
protest.
this area,
What the fuck?
and she says she can confirm that is what is happening. That these protesters
That's your
are
Chiron.
throwing rocks at the City Hall windows. So she's kind of in that area. We're trying to make sure she stays in a safe place.
500
right now. It looks
active
like we
duty
do have
Marines
Lauren. Lauren,
prepped
are
to
you with us?
deploy. Oh shit!
Yeah. Yes,
500
Mike, Gio,
active
Leslie,
duty Marines
that is
prepped to
exactly
deploy.
what is
Let's go.
happening. We were a little bit further up. We've been pushed back for safety, and I saw a group of people. They were smashing these planters, you know, that the trees are in, and they were grabbing those bricks, and they were putting them in their pockets, and then they were running over to the bridge where we initially were.
You sure you didn't,
and,
Chicken Little?
Then a
The
group of people
sky
started
is
doing
falling.
it too, and then another person came up to me and was like, "Did you see what was happening?" And I said, "Yes," and they said that they saw someone with a hammer do the same thing. So, yeah, we're also hearing, you know, it sounds like explosions. I'm being told it's the
Let's
rubber
listen to
bullets,
Fox for a bit.
And it was basically picking time and place. They had ways
You're
to
gonna
identify who they were. And in the days and weeks afterwards, law enforcement came to their homes and knocked on the door and basically took possession of what they stole and put them into, and took them into custody. And so there are a lot of ways they can do this. Again, I would say if anyone in Southern California thinks that they want to join these violent protests, you may go down there, you may get away from it, but you also may get a knock on your door, and they may have a search warrant depending on what they think they saw you do. So that's modern policing. That's kind of how it works.
Al, why are we seeing horseback officers? What can they do that other officers can't?
They're great for crowd control. They've been used for crowd control forever. They've been used in Southern California with LAPD for crowd control and LA Sheriffs with crowd control. They sit up high so you can look down on the crowd. Also, they have a very intimidating effect on a crowd. That big horse sitting up high like that, nobody wants to get close to it because they're not quite sure what the horse will do. So when you put law enforcement on horseback in a crowd situation, the crowd becomes more compliant. They tend to move where they got to go. The other thing too is if they try to run and that that officer wants to chase them down, that officer's on horseback and can move a lot faster than that person can run. And so there's just a lot of good reasons, and that's just standard SOP, is to use law enforcement on horseback in these crowd situations, because they just work so well from an operational and a psychological standpoint.
So I'm from Southern California. You live in Southern California. You and I know the answer to this question, and Angelinos know the answer to this question. I'm going to ask it anyway so that I can get the answer in your words and hopefully lend some context to our national and international audience. Why is the topic of ICE, of immigration, of some of the immigration enforcement operations that we've been seeing in Southern California, why is this such a passionate subject?
Look at
for
that from
Angelinos?
CBS.
In Los Angeles,
Jesus
last time I
Christ.
checked, 34% of the population was not born in the United States.
Here we go.
It
We
is an
popping off.
extremely dense concentration of immigrants. They're not all illegal
That was
immigrants.
the incident.
Most of them are legal immigrants. But there is
That was it.
there is a gravitation point
Shit's
for a lot
popping
of
off in
illegal
LA now.
immigration coming across the southwest border. Always has been. Southern California always has been. When they're doing this, there are a lot of people, a lot
They're
of
showing
residents
you that
of
they
the-
ain't
of-
fucking
of
around.
Los Angeles and the Southern California area.
They're willing to get
that,
violent. They're willing to get destructive
obviously
to get their
upset,
way.
Probably more upset. I think the thing that really upsets them is with the current federal situation, if they believe that they're illegal immigrants, they're not getting due process in the courts. And so that's some of the protests going on now. But I would say you and I come from Southern
I
California.
hear team media is
It
getting more
doesn't
than
take
the
a
sun
lot
is.
to get a number of people agitated to go out and protest on the streets. We see that all the time. And as far as, protests and doing damage like this, destroying cars and things, I mean, there was a time where it seemed like anytime
Jennifer,
the
we
Lakers
showed
won a
you that
championship, you
document.
saw stuff like
Think
this.
about it about 2050.
There's,
76%
it
of the country.
happens. And the LAPD and LA County sheriffs with
76%
other mutual aid
post
law enforcement entities are
1995
going to have to
immigrants.
work to deal
You ain't
with
got
this.
a country left.
As I understand, what they did was they rolled in. One of the initial things was rolling into a Home Depot parking lot. And if you've done that, particularly in Southern California, you will usually see some day laborers that are waiting to get hired to do work. And a number of those day laborers often are not here legally. So ICE went in there and they swooped in on the parking lot, and it kind of set things in motion. And where you saw the protests initially in Los Angeles, in Paramount, South Los Angeles, Compton, South Los Angeles, were areas of a concentration of immigrants from Latin America. Many of them were illegal immigrants, and it kind of just set things ablaze, if you will, in terms of the protests. And I'm not saying by any means that that 34% represents illegal immigration. Do not get confused. It's just that they were not born in the U.S., is from what I understand. But there is a lot of illegal immigrants in Southern California, and so it's not surprising you would see something like this. I would say probably more illegal immigrants in Southern California and Los Angeles than you would see up in, say, Seattle, Washington, or, Denver, or probably maybe even New York City,
For those who may just be joining us, we've been speaking with
I
National
wouldn't doubt
Security
that.
Analyst and retired
In a
Marine Intelligence
generalization
Officer
area.
Hal Kemper.
Per
He's
capita?
been joining us to lend some context to the live images that we've been watching develop all day in Southern California.
Goddamn.
One thing that LA Mayor Karen Bass said moments ago, Hal, is that the National Guard's purpose is to protect federal buildings. This is something you alluded to as well earlier. She says that's why you don't see them out and about in the city.
I have a thought right here. This shit happened to pull motherfuckers off so they can deal with this because they're trying to make a stand here. They're going to do that. They're going to make a stand here. So let's divert resources to this area.
political leaders like
I wonder how
the
they're
mayor
going to
of Los
respond.
Angeles and for the governor, normally with military support or defense support of civil authorities, there's a process where they initiate a request that goes up to
How was this
Washington,
Trump's
D.C.,
fault?
and then the decision's made through a thing called the Joint.
Sober. Track this back. Take the time. Mark it right now. What happened here is ICE was moving into LA. LA heard about it. Day 2, ICE staged for a raid at a Home Depot, and they thought they were raiding Home Depot. Everybody lost their fucking shit. You do not stage a raid at the place you are going to raid. It does not happen. These motherfuckers popped off because ICE staged a raid at a Home Depot, and they're like, oh, they're coming after hardworking people and all this. No, this shit popped off. Look, this motherfucker's got the right idea. He's over here selling hot dogs and shit to the crowd. This shit popped the fuck off simply because ICE was staged for a raid somewhere else at a Home Depot. Let's go to CBS.
And loud and boisterous and moving. A protest is meant to be disruptive, and they are trying to disrupt a situation that they are not pleased with. They are trying to make a statement in that way. Where it goes south, where it turns into a not peaceful situation, of course, is like as we're seeing across the way here, when they light those Waymos on fire, when they tag them, when they destroy them, when they're
when you say it was a
and
peaceful protest when they started burning that shit, and now you turn it the fuck around.
Some have been very loud and chanting and moving and in the faces of the law enforcement. That's still, along the definition of peaceful, as long as they don't escalate things to violence, as long as they don't escalate
this still ain't along the
damage.
definition of peaceful.
Kind of,
what the
the
fuck are
many
you talking
different
about? They set shit on
facets
fire.
of this protest that we're seeing, and the many different faces of this protest that we are seeing throughout downtown Los Angeles. Is
They've
that,
attacked police officers.
happening
They've
in
thrown
so many
shit. A lot of
different pockets
motherfuckers have
around
gotten
the
arrested.
city,
This
and
ain't
in
peaceful.
so many different ways that it is, I can imagine, very difficult for law enforcement to kind of get a handle on all of the different situations. First of all, they are far outnumbered. There are thousands of people down here in downtown Los Angeles, and law enforcement, while out in force, is surely outmatched by mere numbers.
All right, call more in. What you got?
Again, just dealing with the many different ways that people are choosing to express
Sun's
themselves.
going down.
Has to be a challenge as they are trying to figure
Very
out their
much
strategy.
sunlight left,
and
ladies and
also,
gentlemen.
I would say trying to manage the many different teams that are down here, CHP
We're
and
about ready to
LAPD
pop.
and sheriff's deputies and the National Guard. I mean, there are many different teams here, and whether or not they are coordinating or speaking to each other, I don't know. I mean, I can imagine
A Palestinian flag wound up in this shit. How is Palestine getting this?
there's just a lot
What
to handle
is
here
going
and a
on?
lot,
This was
that they
about
have to keep an
Mexicans
eye
at a
on,
Home Depot,
not the least of
bitch.
which is that flaming fire across the way. That really, again, is just stunning to me. And the number of people who remain
7:59
so
PM.
close to that situation. I mean, those people need to get out of there.
Would that be their time or
Just another boom
my
right there,
time?
right? Another one. I mean, those people need to
Guess that'd
get
be about 10
the
o'clock
heck
my
out
time.
of there. All those people need to be as far away from that situation as they can get. And yet, I think that certain rabble-rousers are attracted, to the chaos over there, and so they're over there. But that is no place that where anybody should be. And I hope that everybody stays safe around there and is not hurt, because that's a very dangerous situation. Continuing, and as we saw, even growing in these last few minutes. Guys, back to you.
God damn, y'all are some dumb sons of
coming
bitches.
from
Just
those
be there.
electric
Look, there ain't
vehicles, those
nothing left
Waymos
of them,
there,
though.
As LAPD telling us
There
that
ain't nothing fucking left.
firefighters
Frame
are
and all
trying to
melted.
get to this area to try to address the situation, but we just have not seen them make their way over there, or be able to make their way over there.
Be able to get there. One of the things I'm listening to LAPD deal with is somebody down there has Molotov cocktails. We want to go
This is
to
gonna
Lauren
be a
Posen right now, where
wild
there appears to be
night for
some
me.
smoke bombs going off there, Lauren.
I'll go as long as I can.
Yeah, Mike, we just heard a huge explosion, and I can't tell you what it is, but it made a huge sound and you saw the cloud of smoke. The mounted unit is right over there to my right. The horses didn't flinch at all. They were right near it, though. The helicopters are going right over our heads here. It's getting more violent out here. It's just getting more violent. I don't see a lot of people from where I'm at right now, so maybe that was the point to everyone to get away. But I don't know who caused that explosion. I can tell you. I was trying to tell you earlier, but we had another protester. She had a megaphone, and she was voicing her right to speak, but it was interfering with what I was trying to tell you at home. Is that I did see people come and pick up these rocks here, bricks, and throw them at officers. I saw people with bags and then throwing firecrackers at the officers as they were coming by. Things have it's continued to escalate here on the ground. People running by here. At one point, I saw a girl. She had a spray paint can, and she was trying to spray paint on the ground here, and then someone stopped her, but she tried it again. There's graffiti all over downtown, by City Hall here, by the detention center, by all the federal buildings. It is just covered in graffiti, which really is the least of everyone's problems tonight. But just to give you an idea of the scope of the damage that's happening here, it's quite extensive. Mike?
Yeah, and Leslie and Gio, and I think Lauren is near here too, but Main and Temple, LAPD is having a really hard time dealing with what this crowd is, and they're still taking rocks, bottles, everything that is being thrown at those officers. And right there in Lauren's shot, you see some of those LAPD officers that are using less than lethal to try to, use against the crowd there. And to Lauren's point, you hear the helicopters above her, and she said it, there's a lot. There's a CHP fixed wing, there's a Department of Homeland Security helicopter, there's an LAPD helicopter, and that's just law enforcement, and of course there's all of the television helicopters as well. So it just adds kind of to the loudness of the scene. Obviously the law enforcement helicopters flying much lower than SkyCal and the other helicopters, the other TV helicopters that are up there, but there's the mounted unit kind of at the end of Lauren's shot there that are really having a tough time. I'm listening to LAPD saying that projectiles are still being thrown at those officers, especially Main and Temple. I think Lauren, can you tell us what that intersection is where you're at?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm at Temple and I want to say it's Main.
Okay, yeah.
Temple and Main, yes. Yeah. Temple and Main. And Mike, I want to add to it, I may have said this earlier, but one of the things that's so dangerous about when people throw off fireworks is that shrapnel from them, because whatever those, the firework hits, it can hit you, it can hit people, and that's what makes it so dangerous. Not only could you get hit by the firework, because again, these are being thrown in very close proximity to people, it could hit a trash can, a piece of metal could hit you in the face. I mean, it's so incredibly dangerous, and we don't have protective shields out here, I mean, this is we're not protected like that. So now the police, of course, they're prepared for this, but the everyday person is not, and that's what makes it so dangerous when you're trying to figure out, who's here for the right reasons and who's here for other reasons, and it just puts everyone in danger when it gets to this.
Lauren, Lori Perez, she did bring up a good point. As we're seeing a chaotic situation unfold in different parts of LA, for the most of the morning, we were seeing people peacefully protest. And when we say peacefully protest, we don't mean quietly protest.
Of course,
as Lori did mention, protests are meant to be disruptive. The mayor says, please, I encourage you to get out there, protest, have your voices heard. That may mean waving, a flag, a sign, and shouting, but it does not mean throwing Molotov cocktails. We're seeing the mountain unit now make their way across the street here rather quickly. It does not mean throwing fireworks, burning these Waymos. This is what the mayor has condemned. She has said violent protests will not be tolerated in Los Angeles. Destroying our streets will not be tolerated. She wants people to get out there and protest, but do so within your legal right.
And on top of that, that is a sentiment echoed by the governor as well, who tweeted out just a minute ago that despite protests already being managed by LAPD, President Trump is escalating the situation by threatening to deploy roughly 500 active duty Marines to the streets of Los Angeles, saying Los Angeles remain peaceful, don't fall into the trap that extremists are hoping for. So that goes back to what we were saying before. But Lauren, what's going on down there? We're seeing some movement.
In Japan, they spray protesters with blue-dyed rotary so they can later be identified. Why don't we? I don't know.
It looks like they're getting in position to maybe advance somewhere.
Please, Sergeant
They're right at the
GPS
City
post
Hall,
of
right at
link
City
up
Hall over there. It's a
protesting
group of
Frisco.
officers. They ran across the street. I think they're trying to get a better perimeter on this or get a better handle on what's going on here.
Antifa International has
think that they
announced
have
a
a problem
June
with the
8th
people with the
direct
flags
action
over
to
there,
attack ICE government facilities in San
because they're still
Francisco.
standing there.
Plan
So I don't
Ryan
think
is
that's a problem.
organized
Now I'm hearing
in
more.
support of insurrection
You know, again, it sounds like
in Los
explosions.
Angeles.
I see people running. That's by the courthouse down the street there, and I'm seeing clouds of smoke.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it looks like possibly
So there's a lot of noise out here. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay.
Possibly. We can't make it out.
Oh, yes.
Holy fucking shit.
Correct. Yes. Okay, so yes, we do have one detained. It's
I'm
a
saving
man,
that link. Hold on.
and they're bringing him across. So that's what that was about.
Appreciate
But
that,
they sure
Sergeant.
moved quickly on that one. I don't know what he did or what was going on. It happened so fast, but that's what was going on there. And you know, the cloud of smoke from that Waymo is just getting bigger and bigger too.
Well, that final Waymo is now
Go ahead,
finally
Mike.
that final Waymo is now finally on fire.
So all the Waymos that were called to this area
Told you.
now on fire.
Now on fire. Really quick, Gio, to your point about what the governor was saying, we just got a statement from U.S. Northern Command who confirms 500 Marines from 29 Palms have been put in a prepared to deploy status and are able to come in and augment the National Guard should they need them. So 2,000 National Guard have been placed under federal command. There are 300 in the Los Angeles County area right now. Their statement doesn't say whether or not where they're going to put the remaining 1,700 that they've activated, but they confirm that there are 300 in Los Angeles County. 500 Marines from 29 Palms are in a
From
prepared
city to
deploy
federal,
status,
this shit is
to come in
actually
and augment the
fucking
National
pushed.
Guard should that be necessary.
And that's something going back to Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth saying they would be, we will be ready to deploy
Camp Pendleton, but
from
now,
Camp, if
now
needed.
29 Palms.
Right.
But the question still really lies in what will be their mission? What are they expected to do? Because even today, we have not seen very much of the National Guardsmen that are here. We know they're protecting federal property, that federal detention center. That is what the mayor says she has heard their mission is.
Right.
We have not seen them for a majority of the day face off with protesters, although earlier today at the federal building, we did see them for a moment throw possibly some smoke at protesters after fireworks were thrown at them, I believe.
Right, we've not seen them to move away from the federal properties. That's where they've been. And in their statement, they say they're the Marines from 29 Palms are prepared to deploy status should they be necessary to augment and support the DoD's protection of federal property and personnel
Sergeant
efforts.
GPS, thank you for the
So, a
5.
little
Great
vague,
coverage
but
tonight. Thank you.
It sounds like, for now,
We ain't
that
done
there
yet.
is not necessarily the intent to use
I'm gonna stuff for
the
tomorrow, but we ain't done yet.
military or the National Guard to do more than protect federal property. Now we will see if that changes. Certainly as the disagreement between the governor, the mayor, and the Trump administration is, the military could move into the streets should they so choose. But at least from this statement, they say that the DoD's support the DoD's protection of federal property and personnel efforts.
Yeah, and at this point, we're really seeing our local law enforcement still take the lead on this. The mayor and governor are still asking the president to rescind deploying the National Guard and possibly now the Marines. But we haven't seen them again move away from the federal building that they've been protecting. We know they're not only downtown, we also know that they're at the federal building in Westwood as well.
They also say that they are in Paramount and Compton.
And those are the two spots, obviously, we were keeping an eye on yesterday. So, and there's the man there on the right side of your screen that was just detained that Lauren drew our attention to. Really, we were seeing a number, I want to say, about a handful, maybe a little less than a handful when CHP was moving up the 101, detaining a few people, and then this is the latest one. We haven't seen a large number of arrests. I know we brought up the logistical aspect of that and how things could change going into the evening, but given the Waymo situation, given the pure numbers of the whole situation, it really does feel like that's sort of taking a back seat unless it absolutely has to happen, like in this sort of one-off situation that we're seeing the one man being detained by officers right now.
Yeah, and I can tell you LAPD's helicopter is pretty targeted to people that are causing the most amount of problems down there. And you see it just go through the shot there from the chopper. And I can go back to Lauren Posen. You hear the explosions behind you, Lauren. There's one right there.
That was right on cue, wasn't it?
Yeah, and right at the
on
mountain
cue.
unit.
And let me tell you, and I am looking directly at those horses. They did not even flinch. That's how well trained they are in these situations, and those officers. But yes, we are hearing. Oops, I'm so sorry. We are hearing these explosions go off, and it is just, I guess all that activity is happening over there by that courthouse. We are, about a block back, right in front of City Hall, but still, I mean, it's almost as if we were right there, because that's how powerful these sounds are that you're hearing. And I'm just trying to get a sense. I'm going to move over here so I can give you a little bit better of a description. You can hear the helicopters above me. Now, from where I am at right here at City Hall, I do not see the amount of people I saw earlier. But again, I'm in a very small little corner. I don't know what we can see from above. And I do see people by the horses and the officers, the mountain unit over there. We got people honking. I just don't understand the purpose of still being here at this point, given what's going on. So I don't know what the people's intentions are. I mean, it's a very dangerous situation. Police are having to use non-lethal force. Okay, I'm being told to move this way. I'm going to move this way. We got helicopters above us. I think the message is getting lost in here with all this, what we're seeing here on the ground.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
I also want to point out, though, that while we are hearing what sounds like loud explosions, we are still seeing plenty of people walking around here. They're not running off. They look like they're staying put. Some carrying American flags, other carrying Mexican flags, and some people are just they don't necessarily.
Why are anybody carrying Mexican flags?
Watch and take videos, photos, things like that.
Yeah, and then on the other hand, we are hearing these explosions still go off. You're seeing the horses there, the mountain unit, and at times those horses will start to back up or move just a little bit. But as Lauren said, they are trained to be in these scenarios. And what sounds like a lot of chaos, sometimes when you look at the crowd, you are seeing people just, stand around, be still, and at some point, some of these people
Voices
are still
of
out
Florida
here
is planning a protest,
especially
3 p.m.
Mike
tomorrow
made this
in
point
Tampa.
earlier that I think is important to highlight because it's 6:13 right now. As we've been on for a little more than 2 hours right now, but as we get closer and closer to the evening, right, the dynamics can change on a dime.
Here we
As the
go,
sun starts
ladies
to
and
set,
gentlemen.
It gets darker. That's when the concern starts to heighten.
Here
That's when the crowds,
we
at least the main
fucking
crowds, start to dissipate.
go.
Those who had been out there looking to peacefully protest have their voices
Monday,
heard.
June 9th, 3
And
p.m.
then you start getting into one where you have folks that are
Let's see how
lingering
Florida
or these
responds.
groups that just don't really go home. And then
Appreciate
moments
you,
like last
Sergeant.
night when we saw LAPD sort of reverse back all their cars and sort of move out of the area, and then one stayed behind, and that's when we saw the windshield getting smashed and things taking
and
another
small groups,
turn.
right?
Yes.
Once nightfall comes, yesterday we saw maybe about 36 people that just wanted to create chaos. They were throwing rocks
Hey, we got more likes and
into,
views. I'm okay with that.
LAPD vehicles. They were purposely throwing fireworks at the Federal Detention Center, and in this
I mean, we
case,
have been live for a minute doing this shit.
You're right. As night falls, we
4.5
wonder if
hours.
the people that came out to protest will then leave, and then you get another situation. Mike, I know you want to bring something up here.
Yeah, I just am pointing out on the left side of your screen where you see the chopper, that group is now starting to get their own items to barricade themselves with.
Shit's about to pop
They've got a
off
bunch
anyway.
of chairs and a bunch of other things. I saw a trash can down there that they are now using to then kind of sit behind as these LAPD officers.
We gotta get the numbers up.
are
Shit's about to
deploying,
pop off. Y'all
foam
know what's
rounds at
coming.
them, all those other things.
Y'all
Now,
know what's coming.
I did see in the last time the chopper got wide.
Let 'em go.
and
Let 'em
Lauren
know.
pointed this out too,
Let
it does
people
seem
know.
a
Jump in this
smaller
shit
crowd,
right now, 'cause
at least from
you're
where
about to
we're
witness
at.
this
So I
shit.
wonder if we're starting to see that where the people who were here to demonstrate, peacefully or whatever are starting to leave, and now we've got these agitators and these people. Yeah, and these
Oh, they're
people that
agitators
are here
now.
to create problems or
Look at 'em.
Just,
They built
not
their own
go along
fucking
with the
line.
program.
Right here you can see a couple of people just standing behind the barricades, as you mentioned.
Now they're moving them forward?
I didn't realize realize. I thought for a second law enforcement put those up,
Right.
but they've taken, you know, what looks like chairs,
Yeah.
possibly from Graham Park.
Right.
They're pink. I'm
If you can hear me,
I'm
you
gonna
guys,
guess.
I just want to point out, I've heard at least 5 explosions go off here. They're going even, now we're at probably 7. Are you hearing these pops?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
and this pops along with you.
Yeah. Okay, I'll just let you listen. Okay, I just wanted to point out that it's, I just wanted to point that out. Back to you guys.
No, and we're seeing in this area, you know, that law
Bet you heard
enforcement
5
is
pops.
still
Good job.
deploying those less than lethals very quickly. Very quickly as this line of people is inching
Protest on
towards
June
them
14th
with
in
what looks
D.C.
like chairs. There's a trash can there. Yeah, a couple of those street signs as well. Did you mention a table, Mike?
Yeah, it's flipped
Okay.
up on its side right next to the trash can.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
And you'll see when the chopper goes back and looks at the police, I want you to look and see all of those cylinders that are on the ground. Those are all of the less lethal munitions. And watch right here, you'll see it. All of that on the ground, all of those, that debris right there are all of the empty canisters from the less than lethal that the officers have been shooting at these protesters. So you can imagine just how significant of a battle this has kind of been.
And there they go. They're moving forward again right now.
Yep. See, they regroup.
Yeah, I was going to draw
They
attention to that too
reformed.
because I was curious as to what that car, if it's either, you know, involved with these protesters or otherwise, or if it's just been sitting there. But then you see someone reaching out through the sunroof and seemingly taking a video. So you'd have to
They're
assume
learning
at
on the
least,
fly.
you know, in tandem to some degree with these protesters. But it's almost like
They're learning on the fucking fly.
The skirmish line from officers and then this other line being established and move forward. I just wonder what the goal is here. You know, it doesn't really make much sense as to, you know, grabbing chairs from the park and trash cans and everything else, like what the ultimate goal is. And it's
To
just,
protect yourself from the less than lethal
muddles
rounds.
the message of what, you know, a lot of people are out there and what local and other officials have been saying, like the mayor, like the governor, about peacefully protesting is the goal. Don't let chaos ensue, because that plays into a narrative that they are painting about the Trump administration and other federal officials, that they want things to get out of hand.
Right, and you see LAPD, they're throwing these you know, foam
The effects of the
projectiles
pepper
or
spray
shooting
is temporary.
foam projectiles at them,
And
but
they
they've
now-
got all of
they
that,
all
that
know
barricade
this.
there, and that's not,
Yes.
it's not having much of an effect. They're not hitting these protesters with any of those less than lethal rounds. And I want to take a second to point out that by policy, LAPD does not use tear gas on protesters.
Got it.
Good to know. Just on that note, we see two fire engines. No, three coming in.
Paramedics as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you have that Rescue 1 is a paramedic ambulance, and then the 801 is an EMT ambulance. It looks like they're going to try to get.
Yeah, we were calling that
That's
up
not a fire
before,
back. I can't
Jennifer.
tell. It looks like trees. Sorry, I thought there was another fire back there.
Or, yeah.
No, yeah.
Jennifer.
Yeah, there is smoke.
500 active duty Marines prepared to deploy.
And
Yep.
make out that LAFD is trying to get that to that area, possibly where the Waymos are, but you wonder why paramedics are down there as well to assist, or possibly is someone injured in this case. That is one thing, though, to note we haven't seen much of in our coverage, are paramedics out there. For as much action as we have been seeing. We want to get to our Lori Perez, though, who is... Lori, can you tell us where you are, actually? Have you moved from your location?
We have moved. We are just up down the block. We're now at Aliso and Los Angeles Street, much closer to where those Waymos are burning. You can see them just off in the distance. In the
Shut up, bitch. You're all
Southern
scared of shit.
California, it caused a number of Angelinos to take to the streets, protest. We've seen, in some cases, violence. We've seen, in many more
They're
cases,
still in that bridge area.
peaceful protest. Today, we've seen, and I'll more specifically refer to the 101 freeway earlier today, when traffic was being blocked in one of Southern California's major arteries. We've been looking at these live vantage points. Looks like the image may have froze on us, by the way. Coming back. What you're looking at on the screen are a number of electric vehicles, autonomous Waymo vehicles. For those that are familiar, those that are unfamiliar with Waymo vehicles, they are autonomous, they're basically Ubers. and they
Blaze
ride
used to be
around
seen
Southern
on
California,
college
giving
protests,
rides to
holding
passengers.
rubber garbage can
A number
shields.
of them have been set
Now
on fire in
construction.
downtown Los
Now with
Angeles.
construction, it's all
We've got our
horses.
chopper back up above
Pretty
the
much.
scene, so we've got a Skyfox vantage point. Some of those horseback officers working on the crowds there. We're going to stick with this triple box, though, because we've got
We all know that
a
these
lot to keep
clowns
eyes
would
on.
have done this
We do
amount of
appreciate
damage,
all the
even
video
if
journalists who stay down in these areas, capturing
didn't
every
federalize
moment.
the National Guard.
We want to
Yeah,
make sure we document every second of what happens in times like these. And again, as Hal and
It
I were
would have been worse.
discussing, it's
Just shared it on
frankly
Eggs and
crushing,
Facebook.
to
Appreciate you,
watch,
redneck.
the black smoke that's been emanating from these vehicles. No doubt.
I almost showed up
unhealthy air
last night.
quality for
Rumble's
anybody
been
who may be
stable
in
all
and
night,
around these
too. I like that
areas.
shit.
The toxic materials that make up the components of an e-vehicle, a lithium battery, to be specific, certainly poses a health hazard, as Hal was alluding to. Not to mention the danger posed by some of the explosions that we've seen from these vehicles as well as they've continued to burn. Let's catch up with everything that we're learning from Fox 11 in Los Angeles. Some of you may not have been watching the previous 2 days. I'll try and sum up as best I can. After 2 days of anti-ICE protests in Los Angeles County, the National Guard has made its way to Southern California. Now we're on the third day of protests. The Guard members' arrival comes as the Trump administration declared it will send the National Guard in response to the protests that took place in Paramount, downtown Los Angeles, and Westlake over the last 48 hours. The protests have led to tense clashes between federal law enforcement, protesters, and alleged agitators with no ties to immigration advocacy. We've been watching as these scenes have developed in real time the past few days. We've watched a number of areas be damaged by protesters. We've seen a number of car fires. We saw one yesterday, and now we've seen...
There was one
I've
turned
counted
upside
at
down
least
earlier,
3
Hookie.
so far in this immediate area that we're looking at right now. The clashes between federal law enforcement and civilians are coming as Border Patrol officers have made their way to Southern California in gray SUVs and attire resembling riot gear this weekend. Their presence has alarmed Angelenos, prompting witnesses and activists to suspect the staging of ICE raids in some cases. Fox 11 caught the tense moments in both downtown Los Angeles and Paramount yesterday as cars were set on fire there. Armed federal agents fired non-lethal rounds at some of those demonstrators. We saw the tear gas being deployed yesterday. We saw the flashbangs being deployed as well. Officers over bullhorns, warning of the use, perhaps, of less than lethal, like rubber bullets. We do know that we have Lieutenant Randy Sutton, who will be joining us eventually, shortly here. He'll join the program and we'll discuss everything that's taking place in downtown LA this afternoon. You're listening.
Yeah, until then, I'll watch for you, but...
Wanted to move in and take them, they probably could. So
Yeah.
we'll see if that's what they're going to do.
Yeah, and LAPD Central Division, just really quick tweet, put on X 3 minutes ago that they did issue that dispersal order for Temple and Main. They're again saying less lethal munitions have been authorized. They could cause pain, discomfort. And they mentioned those demonstrators are using chairs, garbage bins, and other items to block the street, leave the area because arrests can be made.
And going back to our previous discussion about how the dynamics of the situation, how the tactics might change among law enforcement as well as we get into the night. Obviously, we've drawn attention to the fact that things could get more chaotic because you have agitators staying into the overnight hours. Once it gets dark, there's a lot more potential there as we keep an eye on the mounted unit. It looks like
it's going to happen.
here.
They just pushed through that line. So there's the chairs that were left
There you
over.
go. So that brings up my point, Mike, where I was thinking as the number gets down, because it was such an overwhelming amount of protesters, both peaceful and not, over the last few hours, certainly outnumbering law enforcement. As those numbers dwindle down, yes, the chaos and the potential for violence might even escalate because of those that linger around. But now it might be more of a numbers game for law enforcement. It makes it easier
look at
for
them
them
run.
to push through
Look
like
at
we're
them
seeing right
bitches
now.
run.
Well,
Hey, we got horses coming towards us. What do we do? This umbrella ain't going to be shit.
Situation here where because of the things that they were using, and they're still running backwards with those items, it was was ineffective. What they were doing, throwing, shooting the less than lethal rounds at them, was ineffective because it was being blocked by those, things that the chairs, the construction signs, the tables. So in order to make that stop, they had to effectuate a push and push them out of the way. And you've got the mounted unit doing there. They brought in some more police cars to do that as well. And look, now you've got this whole group walking between City Hall. I think it's between East and West City Hall. Now on this street. So the crowd is getting smaller, I would say, you guys, if you agree with that. But, Nick, did you tell me we have Lauren? Lauren, you're back with us now. What are you seeing?
Yeah. Well, Mike, I just wanted to tell you that we saw, now as I'm talking, I see more officers. They're on motorcycle bikes. You're going to be seeing them come by us shortly here, I think, unless they just made a U-turn. Anyway, we saw a whole row of patrol cars drive by here, and I saw officers in their tactical gear driving through here, this area, and we did hear more explosions go off. I can't tell you well, there's another one too. It's very hard to make out what those are at this point from where I am, but you can hear them. And I'm going to move up a little bit and just get a view at Temple and Main here. And I see officers are in the road here as well, along with people too. The crowd is definitely smaller, but they're still here. Right. And that's not what officers want. They want everybody out of this area. And I have to reiterate again that, there's been the message from the mayor and the governor not to be violent, and quite frankly, that's all I've seen here this afternoon. Since it started, earlier it was peaceful. People were protesting peacefully. That was fine, but then it took a turn, I think, when people went on the freeway, and that's what we're seeing here.
Yeah, what we're looking at in your shot, Lauren, are those motor officers that you were talking about who have now lined themselves up.
Oh, there's no easy way out of any of this, Tony. That easy way out was left years ago.
The image to see that mountain unit just be able to push that crowd back. That's especially what they're used for. The horses run rather quickly.
That exit was passed years
for the most
ago.
part, people will move. They will not try
Look,
to
Antifa's on the move. Look at him.
Danger. So that was
Look at him. Antifa's on the move.
Did see the mountain unit at work there, and they were able to quickly
that Patriot
move
Front?
those people back, get them to stop blocking the street. And you can see now they're on one side of the street. There's cars passing, and people are on the other side.
And taking a look at things right now, as we'll check back in with Lauren a little bit later on, trying to get a handle on what we're looking at here.
Looking at a Grand Park there, Molina Grand Park, and I believe that's where a lot of those chairs came from. You know, the pink chairs that you normally see there. We saw some people try to use them as a way
Now
to
they're just
block
sitting in
the
it,
streets
chilling in the park.
and possibly protect themselves. But there's not too many people out here from where we can see. But Lori was mentioning where she is, closer to Olvera Street.
Which is right here.
Yeah, there are. There's a much larger group. I know we have Lori that we can get in touch with here. Lori, are you still seeing a large group out there? We're seeing the fireworks.
Fuck you, Lori. Nobody gives a shit.
These cities and states. So you're getting you're getting a politicized environment, which is exceedingly dangerous for law enforcement. We're seeing officers being attacked here in very dramatic ways. We're seeing them pepper sprayed by individuals in the crowd. We're
All downhill
seeing
from here?
massive
No.
pieces of concrete
No.
being dropped on them.
Lines have been
We're
drawn,
seeing
Lenny.
them being assaulted.
Lines have been
when
drawn.
you have a
People are stacking up
situation
on
like
both
this,
sides.
where the mob is masked, is equipped with damaging materials that can cause a great deal of physical harm. This is an exceedingly dangerous situation, and law enforcement has to protect itself. But at the same time, the optics here are very, very powerful. And I'm going to make a forecast, and that forecast is that there's going to be some violence that takes place, where there could very well be a loss of life.
Oh yeah, that's going to
possibly
happen.
at the hands of law enforcement who are defending themselves, and the political left is going to utilize this as a moment in time that they wish it'll be their version of Tiananmen Square that they are trying to push their political agenda.
Randy, what is the correct way to protest? Protesting is a First Amendment right. First Amendment protects the right to peacefully assemble. At what point, and we have an obvious example of it playing out on our screen right now, what draws the line between peaceful assembly and what we've been watching over the past 2 to 3 days?
Well, it's very clear. The peaceful assembly is just that. It's words. It's peaceful actions. It's linking arms. It's chanting. It is communicating. What we're seeing here is not communication. What we're seeing here is violence, and that's where the lines get crossed. Now, here's the harsh reality, is that now that the benchmark was the George Floyd riots, when basically cities burned and there were no consequences in most cases, from New York to Portland, Oregon, to LA, to many cities, throughout the country. These riots and the insane criminality that went along with it was virtually ignored by the leaders of these cities, and police were powerless to do anything to stop it. There were very few prosecutions. Now that has taken place, it's tough to put that genie back in the bottle. And we've seen very, very few consequences for that criminality then. Now, the fact that Donald Trump is in office, and that the federal system is actually being utilized in the method that it should have been years ago, and that is to enforce the laws. Laws are on the books for a reason, but because literally over the last 4 years or so, the laws have been virtually ignored, and not only ignored, but we saw a system that encouraged law breaking at the federal migration system. And now that has ended, the politics of this time period is now playing out before us. We're seeing playing out right now. We are seeing the fruits that were born from the Biden administration. And I don't like to get into politics when it comes down to law enforcement, but there's no way to avoid it here, because this situation is so highly dangerous towards law enforcement. Remember, I run a nationwide charity called the Wounded Blue that helps injured and disabled officers. And I'm seeing cops getting injured every single day. And when I see dangerous situations like this, we're going to see devastating injuries that occur as a result of this. And that's what my fear is, that if there isn't a unified approach, unified being local law enforcement, state law enforcement, county law enforcement, and federal law enforcement, all working together to protect each other, then we're going to see even more devastation.
Randy, we heard from LA Mayor Karen Bass moments ago. She says that it's not peaceful to be on the freeways like we saw earlier today.
All right, let's go back to CBS.
Some people standing there still with flags and hats. So there are still people that are just standing around, but I think the majority of the people that were trying to do this the right way have probably gone home. You see the sign of the federal courthouse there is totally tagged as well.
Yeah,
Mexican president says she supports this.
you
What's up,
start to
Angie?
try and read the body language of people, and at least just based off officers, right? And just based on this one on the right side of your screen, it seems just again, relatively speaking, a touch more relaxed compared to what we've seen even just in the last couple of hours.
But
and then, of course, there's going on there.
Situation again pop up, Mike, that we saw earlier, where people are blocking the street. They've taken tables, chairs, street signs, and once again blocking the roadway. And this, a few minutes ago, actually prompted LAPD to declare an unlawful assembly or declare a dispersal order, I should say, and begin using that less than lethal munition and quickly moving people out of there. But we're seeing the same situation pop up once again.
Yeah, and I would assume that LAPD is going to move on those guys again. And what they're going to want to do is get them away from that area where they can continue to grab those chairs and those tables. And right now they're still right in that spot. They're still right there. This time, though, there are significantly more people. Certainly not as many as we've seen, but there are definitely more people behind that little makeshift line than there were earlier when it was down the street. So they've kind of combined some of this area here. I will say, though,
maybe
the totality of the people that are here, it is a lot less than it was when we first came on the air, around 3:30, 4 o'clock, when there were probably thousands of people down there. It does seem like you're starting to kind of boil it down to the group right here in front of City Hall.
Because if necessary, we will mobilize, because we do not want taxes on remittances from our compatriots in the United States to Mexico.
I don't know about all that.
Part of these actions, you would see that they are the
if necessary, we will mobilize.
During the George Floyd and in other areas when there was massive unrest. There are professional agitators at play here. And the fact that they're allowed to walk around wearing masks and that has become acceptable.
Look, people are already pointing it out. BLM followed the same model to fund the police. Now they heard. Now, as they wage wars, please don't confuse. This is war on the streets of Los Angeles, well-funded, heavily supported by cartel funds. Democratic Party members are supported, and supporters in other organizations. Just a simple question.
3 days straight now.
If you hated Mexico so much,
a number of peaceful protesters.
You wanted to leave.
We've seen lots
yeah,
and lots of peaceful protesters who, as you alluded to, are simply out there using their words. But sadly, we see examples of people like this. This is who you and I were just alluding to. Matt Seedorf.
Shut up for a second. Let me get this into framing here.
System here. He says he's got it under control. There's no shortage of law enforcement. Gavin Newsom said he's called in California Highway Patrol. He says the Trump administration is seeking a spectacle here. He's saying to protesters, don't get violent. Don't engage.
Until I can't do it anymore, Jennifer.
Then people wouldn't have gotten hurt the last couple of days. We wouldn't have officers with a shattered wrist from bricks being thrown through their vehicles being burned.
I got to wake up and go to work tomorrow.
And Molotov cocktails being thrown. Governor Newsom has proven that he makes bad decisions. The president knows that he makes bad decisions, and that's why the president chose the safety of this community over waiting for Governor Newsom to get some sanity. And that's one of the reasons why these National Guard soldiers are being federalized so they can use their special skill set to keep peace. We're not going to let a repeat of 2020 happen. And if you remember, it all happened in Tim Walz's state in Minneapolis, which was a neighboring state, and a governor at the time. And Governor Tim Walz made very bad decisions and then tried to get the as governors to send our National Guard in to bail him out when he let his city burn for days on end.
Yeah, good point. Good point, Noam. Back to
Direct
CBS.
response to federal officials. As we know, sometimes it might just be people wanting to cause a fuss.
Yeah, today we have not heard of, at least it's not come into our newsroom, of any ICE detainments or immigration enforcement happening across the Los Angeles area. Although, of course, when we spoke to U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley, you and I, Gio, last night, he mentioned that we are not going to stop any of our enforcement.
No.
He said, we are not canceling any of our planned operations. We're going to go through with them. But today, here in Los Angeles, in Los Angeles County, we have yet to hear of any of the enforcement happening.
Right, and I think that's...
Not to say it isn't happening,
correct,
but we have yet to hear.
Right, and I think that's why the protests are centered in downtown, because that is kind of the you know, the symbol of federal law enforcement is outside of these federal facilities. But that's why yesterday was also so chaotic, because there was an operation in Paramount where U.S. Border Patrol was there. And so when U.S. Border Patrol was there in Paramount dealing with that, that's what created that large protest in Paramount, trying to stop those law enforcement officers or those federal law enforcement officers from doing that. And I'm listening to a request for an ambulance at Main and Temple for somebody that's got some sort of head trauma. So I didn't hear if that was an officer or if that was
And that is a situation, that's where we were at earlier. That's where they called the dispersal order Main and Temple, right? Lauren Posen was there. We saw the Mountain Unit push back several of those demonstrators who had barricaded themselves with some chairs, as well as some street signs, some construction signs, I should say. And now Mike is hearing possibly an ambulance is wanted for someone with some head trauma.
Yeah, at Main and Temple, which is kind of, well, it's a little bit away from this area that we're looking at, but watch, look at that. They're bringing in another bench.
Oh, so, yeah, there it is right there. And if anything, this crowd has gotten a little bit bigger since we last checked in in just the last few minutes. It's all pushing right up to that barricade, and a good congregation of people, a good large number of people right here.
Yeah, it looks like all the kind of stragglers that were just kind of in various places have now kind of formed to join this location right here, which obviously is
they're drawing the line. I'm telling you.
Now they are using things to barricade themselves with. That makes it adds another.
On this screen right here,
of,
upper left, they are just beyond that camera line right there.
And push it around, guys. That picture we showed,
CBS
the
is
tweet,
showing.
Leslie, that you mentioned from the governor, is at the Sheriff's Emergency Operation Bureau. So they are all there in the command center, getting these updates in real time. You saw the chief there, the sheriff is there, some other command staff from each of those departments. They're dealing with
they've
this
been doing that for a minute, Marlene. Yeah.
About how they're going to deal with this, and
all that pink shit, the tables, the benches, the chairs. Yeah, that's coming from the park that they're close to.
Barricaded themselves. I think for a second you saw another small group of protesters on the opposite side of where these officers are standing there on the corner, so they can't exactly move down that street and turn their back to those guys. And deal with that situation. So another, in downtown LA, it
this
can be
is where now
so many
job
people
can wait.
from so many different sides.
No, job still pays for my bills right now. I can't.
You see Chief Jim McDonald, Sheriff Robert Luna, command staff.
When we can do this full fucking time, it will be a full-time situation. But until then,
being briefed and kind of discussing.
I still got to pay my bills. I'm the only one working in the household.
We have to imagine, in the way that we've been seeing all of this play out over the course of the afternoon and early evening, is that we start to, at least from our visual standpoint, shift our focus toward where that next major congregation is, or at least major event. It was the Waymos a bit ago. That seems to, at least relatively speaking, died down. This is where the main hub of activity is right now, because you see, when we zoomed out, you could see the park right next to this group of people. So that is presumably where they got all these benches and chairs and everything else. Right. And this is just the larger version of what we saw earlier, when it was just a few people, maybe a couple dozen or so at most, and then the mounted unit was able to disperse them out and get them moving pretty quickly. But right now, they seem to just kind of be standing still right here, while this group here on their own sort of makeshift barricade are trying to, quote unquote, fortify it in whatever way they can.
Well, and the problem is that where they pushed them closer to where the tables and chairs are.
Exactly, yeah.
So now they're closer to an area where they can grab some of that material to create this kind of barricade, if you will. And now, law enforcement is going to have to deal with these guys in an open area situation, which is more difficult for them to do, as you see more chairs kind of being brought in there to try to fortify that little line that they've got.
Hey, what's this douchebag looking like?
Their First Amendment rights to free speech, the ability to assemble. Earlier, I spoke with a man who arrived here as early as 10
This ain't a First Amendment rights situation. What are you talking about?
We have a very clear First Amendment right to protest.
No.
Similarly, we have undocumented people. It's very clearly established in Supreme Court case law that undocumented people, that any human in the United States has 4th and 14th Amendment rights to due process.
This ain't due process, though.
So again, a fairly peaceful
And
protest
being
until just a
arrested
few
is
minutes
part
ago.
of due process.
Within the last few seconds, we've sort of seen any sort of defacement of this building stop. We're certainly keeping a
I'm
close
sorry,
eye
that's
on
how
this.
due
Unclear,
process starts,
right
though.
now whether these protesters
For
plan to
you,
stay
anyway.
here or perhaps relocate, march through the city, similar to what we saw take place in LA. Back to you.
And Zach, are you expecting this crowd to grow even more?
Yes, Angie. Fiery but mostly peaceful.
You know, I
We
haven't
sat
really
here
been
and
given any
listened to
indication
CBS say this is mostly
who's really in
peaceful
charge
while
here,
they
so,
set the
unclear
Waymos on
whether they're
fire. And
expecting
then the
more
bitch
people
is
to
like,
come down.
3 minutes later, she's like,
Most
yeah, I
people
can't call
started
this
to
peaceful.
assemble around 6 o'clock. It grew pretty quickly after that. I would say, yeah, at least several hundred people here right now.
Okay. Zach Sauce, I know you'll stay down there, keep us monitoring the situation there. We appreciate that report. Well, the governor's office
Back to
today sent a
CBS.
letter filled with people
Wait.
requesting that the Trump administration pull National Guard troops out of Los Angeles. That letter states, quote, there is currently no need for the National Guard to be deployed in Los Angeles, and to do so in this unlawful manner and for such a lengthy period is a serious
Newsom.
breach of state sovereignty. That seems intentionally designed to inflame the situation. Governor Newsom shared the letter on social media. He says the troops must be called back and returned to the governor's command.
And tonight with that protest in San Francisco, some are now wondering if the National Guard...
Fuck them.
The fire department
Absolutely
seems to be on
not.
top of that situation, and a lot of the people do seem to have moved away from that area, which is good news. They are assembling
They
more,
want
though,
super
I would
duper
say, in the
due
last couple
process.
of minutes along
So they
the
want to be
freeway
found guilty
overpasses
before
on
they
all
can
sides
even
of
be
it.
arrested?
Again, we have seen them launching in the last couple of minutes fireworks down
Oh, the
onto the
sun's
freeway,
dropping,
which of
Rachel.
course is a very dangerous and not a smart situation. Dangerous for the cars and the drivers, and also dangerous because CHP is down there in heavy force, and they will respond if they are getting things thrown at them. And in fact, we have seen them do that in just the last few minutes. But it remains a standoff here along the on-ramp to the 101 South. Law
Come on now,
enforcement
keep
remains in heavy force here.
Send
You
this
can see
shit to
they
people.
are protecting
Everywhere
the
you got
on-ramp,
any kind of
faced
social media,
off
share it
by a
everywhere.
crowd of
Even on your
protesters.
own. You got little groups going on.
does
Share
seem
this
to be
shit. Bring them in.
moving a bit north of where we are. I'm not sure
Let 'em
why
speak
that is,
their
but
fucking mind.
they are again moving north and taking up the spaces along the freeway. Still lots of chanting, of course, and still lots of emotion spilling out onto the streets of downtown Los Angeles as this protest continues. But the good news, again, of course, is that we have not seen any physical confrontation.
Does look like Fox News is giving
These
a
are
rundown.
federal laws. We have to maintain the rule of law, and that is not what is happening.
This is the first time in 60 years that a president has activated a state's National Guard force without a request from the governor.
I think it was the Trump administration's view that more response is better than less response, right or wrong.
He's trying to make an example of California. So we're going to see activists, whether that's in Oakland, Berkeley, or San Francisco, or throughout the Bay Area, be involved and kind of pushing back. And that is going to raise the stakes.
If this is happening in LA, this can happen here.
Bay Area immigrant groups worried about the impact of all this, especially if the National Guard is deployed here.
It's paralyzing the immigrant community with fear. And we're seeing people afraid to go out, afraid to do their daily duties, events, being in the community. Children are scared.
We do want to be clear, there's been no indication at this point from the Trump administration that the National Guard will or might be deployed here in the Bay Area. Mike, Claudine, back to you.
All right. We wanted to listen into a little bit of Fox 2 San Francisco's coverage. We are still joined by Lieutenant Randy Sutton. He's been standing by. Thanks for being generous with your time as we continue to watch these developing scenes. While we were watching their news, we saw them douse the fire in
Start
Los
sending
Angeles.
this
These
Take this
electric
link,
vehicles that were
start
ablaze.
texting it to motherfuckers and say, hey, jump into this shit, because shit's about to pop off in LA.
But we have now seen fire crews arrive on the scene. Randy, can you describe to us how dangerous, for a multitude of reasons, it would be to be in these areas? If anybody's planning
Text
perhaps
a
to go to
rumbling,
any of these
text a
areas later in the
YouTube
day,
link.
can you
Tell
describe to
motherfuckers
us what type
jump
of
into
danger
this
it
shit.
presents?
You got about maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. While there may be a normal
You got about
inquisitiveness
maybe an hour
people
before
to
shit
go
pops
down and
off.
see what's happening.
But it's about to start working here
not
soon.
because you want to participate, but simply because this is a very unusual thing to see. And of course, the curiosity is, hey, let's go down and take a look. Here's where the danger is, that we have people that are in this crowd that are clearly and try to incite violence, that they are using violence, they're using explosive devices, they're
Shit's not looking right on the
fanning
screen,
the
though, is it?
flames of this situation to further their own political goals, and the potential for injury is great. You're seeing play out in front of you, fires that are taking place, lots of graffiti happening, confrontations between law enforcement and the agitators, ballistic rounds that are low lethality rounds that are being utilized, when there's a crowd situation and you just want to be in that crowd, you are placing yourself in jeopardy. You're placing yourself in a position where you could be caught up in something that you don't want any part of. So my advice is watch it from your television, but don't go down there and get yourself involved in it.
Randy, one thing that a lot of people have questions about, and by the way, one thing that we don't like to see, we saw some of the protesters getting up in some of the fire department's faces there. That's something that I was seeing yesterday as officers were shutting down surface streets in the Compton area, is sometimes some of the protesters, they aren't shy about getting right up into the face of some of these people who are out here doing their job, especially this firefighter here who's trying to douse, no doubt, a really hot fire. We know how these electric vehicles burn and some of the chemicals that are inside these vehicles. We know how they burn. Randy, one thing that I'm going to be watching for as we sort of lose our visibility, it looks like it's getting pretty smoky out there. One thing that we're going to be following is the next few days. We've already asked you about the possibility of this happening in multiple cities, the possibility of this continuing on for multiple days.
Better.
But what about today? It's a weekend, presumably. Typically, do we see higher protest activities on days
Tony,
like
hey,
Saturdays
again
and
with
Sundays?
the 5
Is it possible that
members.
when we
We
get
got
back into the
Goofy for
weekdays,
Jesus,
some of
Steven
this calms down?
005, Cutie Pie,
It's possible.
Howie
but the
Brown,
other- on
and
the
Ray
other
coming in.
side of the
Welcome,
coin is
welcome.
If
Y'all
there
are gonna
are more
love it here.
people present in the city, more can get caught up in it. And remember this too. When these protesters block the freeways, the men and women that are
we can't.
in these
We
cars,
can't
they're
call
trying
it what
to
it
live their
is.
lives.
We
trying
can't
to
call it
visit
what it
their
is
families,
because that would
trying to
demonize our side.
go about their normal routine. And,
You know how this works, either one.
they're being placed in a situation that is very cumbersome for them by these protesters. And, is that part of your First Amendment right to interfere with the lives of other people? No, it's not. Doesn't mean that they continue to do it, but the reality is that if you're in a vehicle and you get caught up in this, that's a very uncomfortable place to be. It actually happened to me during one of the protests. I happened to be visiting Los Angeles on some Wounded Blue business, and got caught up in when they had another protest where they blocked the freeway, and then it was a very, very volatile
Tony,
situation.
hey, with another
on the
5.
surface
We got
streets
Miss
as
Hayes
well.
coming in. Diane, you don't need to
see
know.
people that,
Angie
like I said,
Warren,
will
Jimmy
act in
Edwards,
ways that they
Space Time
normally would
Continuum,
not act
and Joan the
when
Homestead.
they're in
Angie
a
Warren was
mob
already one of them.
situation. Mob is a very strong word, but
Appreciate you, Tony.
I've seen it play out in way too many
We going
times
hard on this shit tomorrow.
where individuals
We gonna have to give a
act in
recap
ways
tomorrow bigger than
that,
shit because
would
this
be
was
foreign to them if they
100%
were simply by
encouraged and
themselves.
egged on by every
So,
fucking
this
city
was just
official.
sent out by
Y'all are
California
gonna
Governor
love
Newsom.
tomorrow.
says he was
And we may
joined
even just
by
keep
the
continue to
LAPD,
watch
as
tomorrow
well
if
as
this
the Los
continues.
Angeles Sheriff's Department and state emergency officials in LA as they respond to protests provoked by chaos from Washington. Newsom's words. He says, "We're here to keep the peace, not play into Trump's political games." Sadly, politics has become a big part of the discussion with these protests, Randy, but I want to ask you about the types of conversations that are going on in a room like this. What are they discussing?
Just by that statement alone, when we respond to protests provoked by chaos from Washington, that in and of itself tells the whole story about Newsom, and tells the whole story about the political movement there, where they are trying to blame Trump. This is not Trump. This is the federal government trying to put the genie back in the bottle. For some reason, they're kind of
the
maltreatment of the federal
kind of not letting me
system
push
of
tonight.
laws
We got more likes than we
that was
do views.
discarded under the previous administration.
Chats rolling.
You know, these immigration laws have been on the books for decades. The fact that they were not enforced, not only not enforced, but they were encouraged to be broken by Newsom, by the
chat rate is a little low at this point.
Radical
Get them
members
chats
of
up.
the political left.
Light that chat up, ladies and
This is
gentlemen.
the
Come on.
response
We got
now
Mark
that
Nielsen with us.
the government
What
is
up,
saying,
Mark?
we're going to act like a government.
Get that chat up.
We're
Not your
gonna
mama's here.
enforce the laws. And then Newsom says it's the chaos brought by Washington. No, the
Get that
chaos
chat rate up.
was
You
created
gonna get us up. Let's
by
go.
the failure to enforce laws for years, and by the political left failing to enforce laws, not just from immigration, but from many of the statutes that have been ignored, and lack of consequences for criminal activity. This is the perfect storm for a situation like this. And for Newsom to blame it on the chaos from Washington is folly. And it just really shows the reality of the situation is that the political left is maneuvering all of this and making this a much less safe environment.
But Randy, let's ask about the nuts and bolts. Let's talk about the procedural things that are going on in a room like this, though. Let's move politics aside for the moment. I am curious about what kind of discussions are going on between these are the leaders. These are the guys that are in charge of how they respond to this incident. So what are they going over in this room? I believe this is the first time Newsom
Let's go. Keep going.
in person with the
Tony Hay
heads of
again
the
with another
LAPD,
sub.
the Sheriff's
Carl
Department,
Peterson.
other state emergency officials.
Welcome.
What are they figuring out when they have a meeting in person like this?
All right, they're gonna be discussing what the options are, and for as escalation continues, they're going to want to know what the options are, what the abilities are of the different law enforcement agencies to combat these issues. Now, remember that every police agency trains for situations like this, but these situations are very, very fluid and are very difficult on law enforcement because it expends resources at an abnormally
that N95
rate.
mask ain't doing shit.
You can't keep police.
Let's go back to CBS though.
National leaders, state leaders do not support this. They support people's right to peacefully protest, but this is way over the line, obviously. Very dangerous and very destructive.
I know you do,
the crowd
Justin.
around here does seem to be lightening, I will say. In the last couple of minutes, it's been a long day. Perhaps people are heading home. But
Analytics
it
was
does
showing
seem
my
to be
chat rate is
thinning
7.
out, which perhaps predicts a calmer night, or maybe a new wave will show up. We don't know. But still a lot to handle here in downtown Los Angeles, even though it does seem to be lightening up. Traffic seems to be resuming on some of these surface streets, which is good news, of course, as well. Whoops, don't want to get too close to this.
No, yeah, step away there for a second. Yeah, Lori, we've been seeing that for
at
least an hour
just
and a half
lit
or
up
so.
fucking
That
Rumble
goes to
Jet.
these are EVs, right? There's
We're showing them how to do it, just like this, ladies and gentlemen. Let's shoot a bit. Watch this.
Dangerous situation.
Right, and that's also that kind of situation.
Let's see how
is
that changes the chat rate.
Why I was so surprised
Can
when
I
people
change the
stayed
chat
so
rate in my
close
own?
to this burning car and these burning cars. I mean, it's so unpredictable when any kind of car
It don't look
is
like
on
it.
fire, but especially these electric vehicles, there are other considerations when they are burning, and it's not any place that people need to be. But again, as the firefighters deal with this, to the left, Mojo, if you can
I'm feeling
show
it too,
this
Jimmy.
protester drumming kind of in the billowing smoke. So, two different situations happening at the same time.
Nah, it didn't.
And
It didn't click in.
Really emblematic
Oh, it
of
did.
the chaos that is taking over downtown Los Angeles for now. What are we in the third day of protests?
Dude, I just set the
Yeah, on the
I
third
shot the
day,
chat
and
rate
I'll
up
send
to
it back to you guys
37% by doing that,
Lori,
or
thank
to
you. And
37
we
by
are
doing that.
hearing from U.S. Attorney Bill
I
O'Saley,
cheated the system.
as well as
Can't be doing that.
Homeland,
They'll strike me for that
Secretary-
shit.
Security Secretary.
Oh
that
my
these
god, that actually
ICE
fucking worked.
detentions, these ICE detainments happening throughout Los Angeles, those are expected to continue for days. I want to say earlier that we heard possibly weeks now. They will continue here in Los Angeles. Was it 30 days, Mike? Do you know?
That's what initially, everybody has kind of had like a
I don't think his mic's on. He's going to get his mic back on here. But yeah, he did confirm for me 30 days here, possibly. He's going to work on getting that, right, Mike?
What's 30 days?
But it's this situation that the mayor and the governor says has prompted all of this escalation and tension. And if that continues, the question is, will we continue to see these situations play out on our streets, not only here in downtown LA, but throughout the county?
Right, and something the U.S. Attorney, the Secretary for Homeland Security, as you pointed out, Leslie, and then other Trump administration officials, as you take a look at, it looks like some protesters there running just ever so briefly by that barricade. Those officials have painted
I
the
just wanted
picture
to see if
of
I could do it.
we are getting criminals off the streets and deported out of the country, that this is targeted enforcement and trying to clean up the streets and get dangerous criminals off of out of our neighborhoods and out of our areas, whereas, of course, the governor and the mayor and everybody else and other elected officials we've talked to are countering that narrative and saying, no, this is escalating tensions by deploying the National Guard and even having Marines on standby on top of that.
No, I ain't
It's
tucking
only
you
going to make
in.
matters
I
worse
ain't
that there are
done yet.
more than enough
I'm getting
local law
tired, but I ain't
enforcement
done yet.
officials to handle the situation here, and that the primary focus is on peacefully protesting and having your voice heard that way.
Yeah, the mayor saying this is ramping up, fear among, students.
Oh, yeah.
LASD, I believe, is holding a press conference tomorrow early to address, how they're handling possible immigration enforcement, not only possibly at their schools, but surrounding their
guys,
schools
just
as
put a
families are
garlic
making their
and
way
herb
to
tri-tip
schools. So
on
we're
the
expected to hear from
barbecue
LAUSD
And
Superintendent
I still
Carvalho
have beer.
tomorrow on
Van
this.
life is good. And LA is going to
we're
burn down.
expecting that
Oh yeah, be the
these
one
immigration
it's going down.
sweeps, or as
It'll be quiet. How
the
you doing?
president has called them,
Targeted enforcement, among other words, but along
search
those lines.
warrants. They will continue for at least 30 days here in Los Angeles.
And it'll be interesting to see how those federal immigration authorities do those in the days forward, right? We have seen them be able to do immigration enforcement operations in a much more low-key, kind of covert way than they did Friday and Saturday. The incidents on Friday and Saturday were highly visible. There was a lot of personnel. They were heavily armed.
Home Depot parking lots.
Right. We've seen them carry out operations in a much more, I don't want to say discreet is the right word, but in a less visible way than they did on Friday and Saturday, which makes you wonder if it was intentional that they were that visible, right? There's another bench that is being taken, two benches taken out of the park and being walked over there. A couple people with hard hats and shoulder pads from a football team. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Lots going on down there as the night goes on. But It'll be interesting to see, to your point, those immigration enforcement operations that are supposed to go on for 30 days. How will they conduct them? Do they want to continue to make a big show where it draws the attention of protesters and it draws the attention of the community? Or are they
You're going a lot longer than me then,
discreet
redneck.
way where they carry out their operations, but it draws less attention?
Yeah, and at this point you wonder, will
It's already been 5.5
any
for me.
enforcement draw less attention because tensions are so heightened at this point here
They are.
in our community?
And to that point, we got emails from viewers this morning saying, oh my gosh, they're in Pasadena. And we checked with Pasadena and like they were having coffee. You know what I mean? So it's
same thing in Long Beach. I think there are organizations out there who monitor where ICE and immigration enforcement is staging throughout our location so that they can be there to give people the correct information. Many times they yell out to those being detained, hey, these are your rights. This is a reminder. Even those groups are saying, hey, we don't want false information out there. We are following up on where they're at, but sometimes they're just grabbing coffee. They're just doing that. You're looking at video, though. What you're looking at right now, not to change the subject so quickly here, but is a video from earlier of those Waymos. You can see them exploding. 6 of them all
And they get a shirt to do
fire
tomorrow
here.
as well.
Or all put, someone intentionally put them on fire
Working
there.
9 to 5 and do this.
A lot to keep track of right now as you take the look at the video from earlier and then the live view on the left side of your screen. But on this note, we want to get to LA County Supervisor Janice Hahn, who I believe we have on the line here.
Okay.
No, you don't.
Looks like we're going to get that situated there. In the meantime, we'll just keep an eye on this situation here where the
Let's see what Fox is saying.
Yes, that's
look like
exactly.
they're in proximity to him, though.
Yeah, that is why they're under the overpass. Is to protect them from, being pummeled by a large object. But and here's the thing: police can't and won't use deadly force in a situation involving property damage. That is not something that's in the rule book here. It would have to be them facing physical danger from death or serious bodily injury. That's the criteria.
Looks like they're moving, and if
No,
you can,
look at them go.
Watch this live.
Up on that bridge.
This is viewer discretion advised. We don't exactly know what's going to happen here. But if
Fuck
you can,
viewer
walk us
discretion
through what
advised.
you're
Let's
seeing.
go.
What does it look like these officers? It looks like they're trying to get out from underneath the overpass, perhaps move away from the debris that are being thrown down at them at this point.
Well, it appears that they're using some low lethality rounds to shoot above where the objects are being thrown from. They're clearly being deployed to do something, but I don't know what that something is.
And always important to mention, too, that the video journalists down on the ground recording every second of this, it's a very important job. And we saw this person duck down. As soon as we saw the less than lethal rounds starting to be used, we saw a number of those videographers.
Yeah, because they already knew.
Lieutenant Randy Sutton, we thank you for being generous with your time this evening. Take care. We'll keep an eye on the situation.
Well, one thing I would like to add before we take leave here, and that is for any of the officers who have been hurt
Trump
here.
tricked walking up
if
Air
you've been
Force
hurt
One
physically,
earlier. Lives are so
remember,
happy
the
today.
Wounded
Damn
Blue
it.
is there for you. Go to
Oh my God! He
woundedblue.org.
tripped up.
Reach
Walk.
out for
Oh,
help.
you
We will
were
be there for
complaining
you
about Biden. His
24/7.
meant to decline.
Randy, we appreciate you. Take care.
Meanwhile, LA burns to the fucking ground.
We just saw that Fox 11 Los Angeles came on with
It wouldn't
their
have burned to the
evening
ground
news. We
if you
dipped
didn't
into
do
Fox
any of
San
this. If
Francisco
his
moments
mind
ago to
was
watch their
right.
coverage. Let's do the very same thing with Los Angeles now. I'm Austin
Hold on.
Westfall. Thank you, everybody, for...
I don't give a shit about you, Fox.
remove themselves from Los Angeles and
Look,
we
that
need to
barricade's
start
getting
this,
stronger, though.
process over.
Supervisor Hahn, I want to go off of the
That barricade is getting
quickly.
stronger,
I want to draw
though.
attention to folks at home who are watching. More barricades are going up down here, coming from the park in downtown LA. I know you mentioned and are calling
Motherfuckers
for
are crawling on the belly.
a de-escalation by the federal government. But when we were talking to the U.S. Attorney last night, Bill O'Saley, and just given the response from the president, from Secretary Noem and other Trump administration officials, it feels as if they are very adamant that this is, quote, targeted enforcement, that they're getting criminals off the streets, that they are going to approach this in the way that they deem is appropriate for the administration and how to address what they call the issues that are going on around here. So while you're calling for this de-escalation, if that doesn't happen, then what's the approach and how does this get de-escalated in the coming days?
And I'm just going to keep calling on them because we know, in fact, they are not targeting criminals. We know that they are going to, the Home Depot and targeting the day laborers, which we know most of our friends hire to help out with chores at home. They're not.
So
going
you're
after
talking about your
criminals.
slaves?
They're going after. Well, they consider everybody to be a criminal if they're in this country and they're undocumented. And I just want to push.
I mean,
back
that
on
would be
And if they
the
continue
definition
to do
of that.
this is the reaction they're going to get because people in Los Angeles feel very
But
strongly.
that they're illegal, if they overstay, they're still breaking the law.
City and county of immigrants. My district is 58% Latino in the county of Los Angeles, and of course, people are feeling unsure, insecure, scared, anxious. We know people didn't show up at church this morning because of what the federal government is doing. So they need to really back off and do this
people
in a
didn't
more
go to church.
organized way. Joe Biden deported 1 million people during his 4 years, and we never saw this kind of reaction. We know in our jails,
What are you
if they
trying to
come
say?
with a federal warrant, our sheriff is going to be required to turn a convicted criminal who's in our jail over to them. But these kinds of chaotic
We got Karen
tweets
Bass. I
and
don't know who this is.
People should exercise their right to protest. That's their First Amendment right.
Oh, no, that was earlier.
People should also exercise that right peacefully.
That was earlier. Sorry.
We depend on them. These are our essential workers. And the disrespect and the inhumanity with this federal government is exercising is causing this kind of protest. So let's really push back on that. And I asked them to leave our county, leave our city. We never asked for the National Guard. We certainly don't want the Marines here coming into.
Bitch, hold up. Every single fucking one of you instigated and encouraged this shit.
With that kind of force. So really disappointed in the federal government, really disappointed in our Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem. I was in
I know
a
she
Bible
is.
study with her, and she's reading a
Is
different
this a
Bible
sheriff?
than I do.
Supervisor Hahn, your district
No,
targeted in
supervisor.
Paramount yesterday as you're speaking, that Home Depot where ICE officials had gone to yesterday, and we saw it all play out there, right there in your district. Tonight we're hearing that National Guardsmen are in Paramount. Are you hearing anything about what they're being told to do, what their mission is there, where they're being staged at this point?
Right, and I think that I have not. I went there yesterday. I spoke to the elected officials. One of the councilwomen, was shot with a rubber bullet. Our state assembly member, Jose Salachi, was gassed with tear gas yesterday. And I think that's part of the rules of engagement. I don't know what the National Guard has been asked to do. They've never talked to the mayor or the city council of Paramount. They don't know what they're doing. And it's their responsibility to talk to their residents and at least inform them or educate them or try to calm them down. This is an impossible situation when the federal government is not talking to us. And to deploy our own California National Guard against us is so just upsetting to me. I can't remember another time when I've been this upset seeing our own California National Guard being weaponized against us. Look, I lived through the 65 Watts riots. I lived through the 92 uprising.
Tony, hey, you
This is
got to
not
hear,
even
brother.
close to what that was. We didn't ask for them. We don't need them. the LA County Sheriff's Department as well as LAPD are perfectly able to handle this situation. Yes, I'm calling on the protesters to be peaceful. Please don't be throwing rocks and bottles. Please go home for the evening. But I'm also calling on the federal government to leave Los Angeles County as soon as possible.
Fuck
so
you.
We can take a breath.
You leave
rethink
Los
what's
Angeles
happening.
County as soon as
Look,
possible.
County of LA has gone through the worst natural disaster in our history just 5 months ago. We're just now healing.
And here
from the
y'all
devastating
motherfucker are
fires,
trying to burn down
and
Waymos
to have
and shit.
our city and county upended like this in such a chaotic fashion, which was started by them. I feel like a mother.
No,
with
it wasn't
children, but
started
she
by them.
started it.
Every
You know
single
what?
one of
They
you
did
encouraged
start it.
people
They
to get
started
into the fucking
flexing their
streets.
muscles. They started
This seems like
doing
y'all
these
bust motherfuckers in.
unconscionable sweeps and raids where they
We saw
weren't
bricks
targeting
out there
violent
just
criminals.
like with fucking BLM.
They were just targeting people who
Nah.
were undocumented. And I just have to stand up and say, I don't think that's
Same
what our
fucking
country is
playbook
about,
yet again.
And I hope they will decide to retreat.
Well, Supervisor Hahn,
I don't want to be invaded by our own federal government.
Supervisor Hahn, going off of those comments, I have to ask you before we let you go about, I know you're calling for peaceful protests and keeping the line on that, because I know you're not the only one calling for that and emphasizing the need to peacefully protest, but I have to draw attention to the fact that as we're live on air right now and viewers are at home watching this, that we're seeing protesters or demonstrators throwing what looks like lime scooters and rocks and other items directly on top of CHP vehicles. How do you maintain the focus on, hey, peacefully protest and de-escalating the situation while images like this are still popping up?
I think also to your question, Gio, is have you been in talks at all with the sheriff about how we try to de-escalate this, especially when our local law enforcement is now being targeted in many of these situations?
Right. Well, I have been in contact with our sheriff, and they knew yesterday that they felt some of the concern was protesters were turning on them. And of course, you know, our sheriff made it very clear that our deputies would not, you know, sit idly by while they were being attacked. They would defend themselves. And clearly, this protest, some of the protesters, not all of them, I would think the majority that I've been watching on the news have been peaceful. There certainly are those now that are burning cars and throwing rocks and bottles. And that is why LAPD and the county sheriff a couple hours ago declared it unlawful assembly. That's their first step in then asking the crowd to disperse. So it looks like the crowds are getting thinner from what I'm watching your news feed. It looks like they're thinning out. I do hope they're going to go home, but I'll tell you, I'm worried. I'm worried about tomorrow and the next day and the next day. We've heard that these raids could go on for, you know, weeks. And I just think it's a tough pill to swallow, you know, to have people not be upset about this. They are upset about this. So I think the better move, the better de-escalation is for ICE to step back from Los Angeles County, the National Guard to step back from LA County. Let us take a breath. Let us heal
Are you
ourselves.
fucking kidding me?
Let us do what our LA County Sheriff and LAPD know how to do.
Which is absolutely nothing because you told them not to.
And work with this federal government. Because right now, I feel like we're under assault. I feel like, again, we've been invaded when we did not ask for it, nor do we want it.
Invade the fuck out of California, because y'all motherfuckers told everybody to stand the fuck down with this shit popped the fuck
Has
off.
there been any communication between the county and the federal government? I know, you know, we hear you say you're calling on them, but has there been any at all line of communication between elected leaders here in Los Angeles County and the federal government?
That's a good question. I have not talked to all the elected officials. I don't know if any of the other supervisors have had any conversation. I do know that being in Paramount yesterday, where there was an active, you know, ICE were staging at their office building in Paramount, the mayor and the city council said they absolutely had no interaction or no discussion with them. They had no idea what they were doing.
Come on,
yesterday.
Rumble, keep them view counts going. Share it out. You know what this is.
In contact with them. And I don't know if any other
We got our
elected
show coming up
official
normally
has been.
tomorrow,
I do
but this is
think
popping
I
off
heard,
over the weekend. I had
our
to cover
governor,
this shit.
had reached out to the Trump administration.
We're
and I
going
think
hard
Karen
on this
Bass
shit
has
tomorrow.
Reached out to the Trump administration, saying that could we just
Y'all are gonna have
de-escalate
that
this?
chat light the fuck up when I show you
But
what I
they
pulled
haven't
up
called
this
me.
morning.
Supervisor Janice Hahn, thank you so much for joining us and giving us your perspective tonight and taking, a few minutes to do that. We do appreciate your time.
Thank you. It's very, very disturbing. This is one of the worst things I've seen for a very long time. I'm very disappointed.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Hahn. I do want to get to a post on Truth Social by President Trump calling on Governor Gavin Newsom and Mayor Bass. He says they should apologize to the people of Los Angeles for the absolutely horrible job that they have done, and this now includes the ongoing LA riots, as he calls them. These are not protesters, they are
Newsom's
troublemakers
saying
and
it's riots now.
insurrectionists. Remember, no masks.
And that's something going back to the president said earlier today as well about not allowing masks at protests, despite, of course, not having technically the authority to do something like that.
Well, and Kristi Noem was pressed on that this morning on Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan. Margaret Brennan straight, pointedly asked Kristi Noem, how would you enforce that? And, the secretary wouldn't answer that question. But a very interesting component of that as we watch the CHP cars get destroyed.
On that note, let's get to Lori Perez down in downtown LA. Lori, what are you seeing?
Yeah, we're still here on the overpass over the 101,
This
where
bitch
the
done
101 southbound lanes continue to be
No, you're
closed
not.
off.
You're
You hear
way the
bangs,
fuck
you
out
hear the
there.
explosions continuing, even though the crowd has
You're way the fuck
significantly
out there, bitch.
thinned
You just
out.
like, nah, I ain't going down
There's
there.
still a lot to keep a handle on. You can see the force of law enforcement still on the lanes, down there on the freeway, along the freeway, on the overpasses. Still dozens of people continue. Just a few minutes ago, we saw them throw a scooter down. Mojo, can you show them?
I don't know if
They
this shit
actually
gets any
launched
worse.
a scooter over the side. So obviously,
Los
so
Angeles
dangerous.
remain
Can you
peaceful.
imagine
Don't fall
how
in
to
the trap
carve
that
it in
extremists
that
are
area
hoping for.
when that came down?
Oh,
That's
it's
just
already
really
done.
a bad
Too
situation.
late.
Cars have reopened and they are coming
Great.
here along Los Angeles. But you can see right here.
Just shut the fuck up.
And they're the good trip today. All into posting boy roughly. It's just I'm sending in the troops. That's what we did. Sending in the troops. All right, this just in from Governor Newsom. He says the president is threatening to deploy roughly 500 active duty Marines to LA. The governor posting this just an hour ago, telling residents to, quote, remain peaceful, don't fall into the trap that extremists are hoping for. The governor also posting today that he's asking
Tony,
the
hey,
Trump
again.
administration to rescind that
We
deployment
got
of
Jerry
National Guard
Wilfrey,
troops in LA and return them to his command.
Lab,
The state command there.
the CLM
The governor
Museum,
attaching his letter
Corey
to the White
Klein,
House and saying in
Roger
part,
Needham.
we didn't
I
have a
think the
problem
ones you're
until
actually
Trump got
trying to
involved.
hit
This is a
have that
serious
turned
breach of
off.
state sovereignty, inflaming tensions while pulling resources from
I don't know
where
how
they're
to turn it
actually
on.
needed.
But I know there's a
Rescind the order,
setting,
return
that
control
little
to
gift thing
California. That from
for
Governor
people to
Newsom
hit,
to
I
President
believe.
Trump.
I wish to just point out how unusual it is
A little gift
to
notification.
federalize state National Guardsmen. So it hasn't happened in decades. So it's quite unusual indeed. That is in part why a lot of the local officials and the state officials are saying this is inappropriate. Don't do it. Please rescind those troops. All right. So we just gave you another view of what's happening from Skyfox as you see a continuous raining of stones and rocks onto those CHP patrol cars on the 101 freeway. And then look at the scene on the
All right, let's go ahead and quiet that. Go back
throw
to
that
CBS. But before we do, ladies and gentlemen, you remember that movie Civil War by A24 Studios? Kind of playing that.
And the
Other
windows
than
of
Texas
these CHP
being
cars
involved with
just
them?
shattered.
And you see that back Tahoe with the 552 on the back. It looks like the airbags went off when they dropped that scooter on there. So, any hope of getting the southbound lanes of the 101 back open are now pretty diminished because even, once they can get
Confirmed
in here and
YouTubers
probably
hate
tow
me.
some of these cars or at least move them They're going to have to come up and clean the freeway. I would imagine they'll want Caltrans to come out and make sure the structural integrity of it is okay. And for, a second ago, John and I were talking to our photographer in SkyCal. It looked like at least one of them was smoking. I'm glad to see that that's not the situation anymore, but they're still, throwing these rocks off the top of the freeway.
And we're taking a look at, that one person that's picked up that parking sign. Now, putting it over the overpass there, and you just. Hopefully they'll put it down is what we're hoping here, but they have thrown, and there it goes.
It's just the concern here, obviously, aside from the obvious danger of the situation, is the fact that, in these moments we see a lot of cameras and phones, and what amounts to a photo shoot or a video shoot, right, in so many of these circumstances.
This is peaceful. But this is peaceful. It's peaceful, ladies and gentlemen.
You
It's
can
peaceful.
see some of the officers now on the move. The CHP
Hashtag
officers,
peaceful in the comment.
now making their way back to their vehicles there, and they are still on alert. You can imagine they want to move these vehicles. Well, we're going to see if they're going to even attempt to move them out, because there are so many things still being thrown at the cars. And as you mentioned, Mike, one had its airbags deploy, so that's not.
Yeah, they're going to have to tow that.
that.
And I'm trying to tell, and John in SkyCal, I don't know if you can tell me too, where they're continuing to get these rocks from. I can't tell if they're breaking off parts of the concrete and that's what they're throwing. But there's a firework. But they seem to have kind of a never-ending
What up, Michael? I ain't seen you back
flow
in a
of.
If
John,
you've been
I'm looking at you on
talking,
the
yeah,
monitor
you
over
were
here, but They
shuttered.
seem to have like a never-ending flow of
Got Jeff
concrete or
coming in.
rocks that they're
Nancy
able to get
Sands.
and throw down
Just
there.
D got hit. Julie
That's why
Otting
you
with
see-
us
and I
now.
don't know if we can look at the other
Tony,
SkyCal shot
hey,
really quick,
again.
but
Appreciate
you've got a
you.
line
Carolyn Hall's
what
coming
I
in with
believe
us
to be his
too.
National Guard Humvees sitting there, and just steps away, you've got these protesters that are right there, and then you've got these protesters that are throwing this concrete or whatever they're able to get their hands on, and throwing it down on top of these CHP cars. And now you've got the CHP officers obviously understanding that if they walk out from underneath of that overpass, they'll most likely be hit with these very large rocks that are being thrown.
Yeah, we hadn't seen them for a while there, but that.
Here comes another scooter.
No.
There you go. Another scooter getting thrown just off this overpass down onto the CHP vehicles that were staged there originally because a group of protesters had walked onto the 101 and completely blocked it. CHP was able to, in less than an hour, I would say, push the protesters back, but the southbound lanes of the 101 through downtown have remained shut down. And this is clearly why, because in the last few minutes, we saw things continue to take a turn with this small group of protesters here.
You see really quickly, guys, you see that group leaving. It's because they're shooting less than lethal rounds at the protesters now, hopefully to push them off of
Tony, hey,
off of the
again,
overpass
we
there.
brought in
It's hard to
Michael
tell.
Hunter.
John, are they shooting out from under the freeway, or where are they shooting less than lethal at? Can you tell? Yeah, from under the freeway, he's telling me. So they're shooting it up at the crowd. Obviously, they're not going to get the
Appreciate
crowd
the
that's right
fuck
above
out
them
of
that
you
is
tonight,
causing
Tony.
the most problems, throwing all this stuff at them. But look, we got one officer getting in the car right there, trying to move it and get out of the way at least.
Yeah, but you made a good point, Mike. You can see on the left side of your screen just how many rocks, or it looks like
a lot of them.
Yeah, concrete. Because they're pretty big. Pieces
Look,
of
they're
concrete
trying to take down a fucking street light.
Here trying to rip off the traffic signals. And we've already seen one sign get thrown down there, that long parking sign that's sort of nestled in between.
Oh, yeah, there goes another rock.
I'm just trying to watch where they're getting them from. It looks like, I don't know if they've kicked up some of the curb and they're able to make concrete blocks out of it, but.
Are they bringing it themselves? We really don't know.
Oh, they've been smashing
Northbound lane's
concrete
still
all over the
open
fucking
here,
place and
and
stashing
you
in
can
places.
see
What
that
are you
the
talking about?
demonstrators are not,
We've been seeing that
even
all
touching
day
the
and
northbound lanes,
yesterday.
throwing anything down to those people, thankfully. But our producer told us as we were taking a look, another scooter has now been thrown. You
there
saw
you go, throw.
CHP
There's
just
smoke.
throw, smoke up there to disperse that crowd. As more rocks, that
Look,
officer
throwing
just
it
got
back,
hit
right
by
back
rock.
down again.
Now they threw it back at
And
him.
they threw back. Very dangerous situation for that officer there.
Oh, man.
Especially because, they may, these are,
man.
no.
Yeah, cinder block.
Those are a lot of concrete rocks.
Like that's heavy.
They were pulling up those barriers
they
that
may seem
stop
small
cars
potentially
from
on air, like
jumping
from
the curb.
SkyCal, but no, those are.
They were
I mean,
destroying
they have to be
that shit,
chunks, at
pulling
least.
it up out of the
out on
ground
the
and
roadway.
destroying
I
them.
mean, they're huge. You see it. Look at it against the push bars of that Dodge there. You can see how big it is.
And that's even with full tactical gear and everything else. I mean, he was getting bombarded there for a second. I mean, my goodness. And they just keep coming down.
Well, now they're throwing it on the other side of traffic.
Right, and then there's traffic.
That's a very dangerous situation for those innocent drivers just making their way through downtown LA. It's a reminder, though, for people who may have to drive in this area.
Tony, hey,
Obviously,
again with another 5. We got Louis coming in.
Stay away from this area.
Ben's coming in with us. Lenny Manny, Rhoda Bennett, and Wild Bill. There you go. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about, brother. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
There are less than half of the amount of people we saw earlier.
No, and when you're just congregated over top of the overpass there, and everybody else seems just kind of scattered, but it just takes, a small but, for lack of a better word, determined group of people to just decide, yes, we're going to cause as much mayhem as possible. Let's get to Lori Perez in downtown LA. Lori, what are you seeing from your vantage point?
Bro just says smiling is crazy right
so
now
we
as
are
Ice
actually
Station smiles
staying
at her
thankfully behind the
retarded
fence on this
protesting.
overpass, kind of watching what you guys have been watching, but from on the ground here, watching those officers under the overpass just getting pummeled by
they are pushing on the barricade though. Look, whoa. Give me a sec. They're pushing on the barricade up here. They starting to roll in deep now. Look at them. They starting to roll in fucking deep on their asses. Look. That's what I'm talking about. Go. You're not from here either, bitch. Oh, they're rolling deep. All right. Let's go to Fox 26 Houston. Oh, is that mono sound? I'm sorry. If you're going to be mono, I don't want to hear you. Yeah, you are. Go back to CBS.
Trying to get to their vehicle there just as quick as possible.
Obviously moving with significant pace and by himself too. That's the other thing.
Yeah, I think he's trying to get maybe to this vehicle here, and if he's able to get there, he can just drive right on out.
Yeah, this is where having there's more smoke there, and he's still running with a number just behind. This is where having the overpass sort of helps a little bit. Is that there is that natural barrier, but you know, in direct line, and we saw this before, even before the cars started getting hit with rocks and scooters and traffic signs, where you know there's a back and forth between
the intensity is picking up. I think some shit's about to happen.
Things down toward them.
If not,
grab a piece of concrete once again.
Definitely Marna.
It looks like in their hands, right? That's another piece.
And someone else coming too.
2 more pieces of concrete and just
Are
gonna
there no
throw it
riots
down.
in New York? I don't know about New York. I've seen very little.
This is what we were talking to Janice Hahn
Y'all
about.
see anything, throw it in there.
That, you know, our local law enforcement are now taking the brunt of these agitators, as we can call these people.
Yes.
And they're the ones having to deal with all of the escalation.
Right.
And we've asked her, you know, how do we de-escalate the situation? And she said, well, we're calling on the federal government to, first and foremost, pull off the National Guard.
Going off, yeah.
Yeah, and then stop the ICE enforcement.
Yeah.
Let the city take a moment to heal itself.
And that's where it seems like the trouble might lie, because despite our repeated questions toward Supervisor Hahn, Mayor Bass, when you hear, and this is going back to our conversation with the U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley, and then pairing that with the statements from President Trump, from Secretary Noem, and from other Trump administration officials, it seems like both sides are at an impasse there, where one is calling for the retreat and step back, and the other is determined to no, we are going to operate as we see fit, because we believe that this is a serious issue that needs taken care of, and that's where we're at right now.
This is, you know, what I promised the voters who voted me into office.
Well, and the 2 sides aren't even communicating. You know, I mean, we spoke with Supervisor Hahn. She herself has not had any communication with the federal government at all. So it's how do you even begin to have those, I don't call them negotiations, but those conversations about how to go about this if you don't even talk to the other side.
Yeah, Mayor Bass telling us she did speak to several people at the White House, but not the president himself. And take a look, you can see a CHP officer did get into this one vehicle that has possibly the most damage. Right?
Now she wants to beg
they're going to try
talk
to move
to
it,
the president.
but it's going to be interesting if this vehicle is even able to get out of here or move with the
airbag.
Yeah, you know,
they had to try to move the airbag out of the way just to get into the driver's seat.
They tried, but at this point, probably unsuccessful. You know, another officer is going to try there as well.
And you see more
people continue to throw these large, heavy concrete rocks down at officers. There you see another one. Another concrete slab trying to directly hit that officer. Trying to directly hit that officer.
You saw how effective that tear gas was, though. I mean, that cleared the crowd
to the point where only the at least one person we saw come back had a gas mask of their own to try and just
sit
through
LA
all that gas and throw some more
tear
rocks
gas.
And everything else down below. But that one got really close to hitting the officer who was trying to get in and out of that vehicle.
It is interesting, too, because you wonder, CHP certainly would have communication with LAPD. You would think that LAPD would come help them out on top of the bridge, while these officers are clearly in a position of distress here as these people are throwing these rocks and scooters and signs and everything they can at them. So it's interesting that LAPD hasn't come in. Certainly they have their hands full in other parts of downtown, but it is an interesting kind of point here. Also, just I want to make a quick housekeeping note. We are starting to deal with the marine layer here, so we may lose SkyCal not terribly soon, I don't think, but it is becoming a bit of an issue up there.
Okay, that's always a good note for our viewers, as we have been on since about 4 p.m. now, monitoring this situation for you happening in downtown Los Angeles. You could see we are near the 101, where CHP vehicles have been pelted with, concrete objects, concrete rocks, several scooters, electric scooters, even a parking sign. Someone was able to pick up a parking sign and throw it over onto that CHP car there.
There's fireworks going off right there. On that note, really quickly, because we've been talking about the 101 throughout the afternoon, LAPD Central Division 10 minutes ago saying because of demonstrators throwing objects onto the southbound lanes of the 101 and damaging multiple vehicles, as we've been showing you live here, the 101 southbound is going to remain closed until until further notice. That obviously not a surprise to us, but given everything that's going on down there, having to eventually move and perhaps tow these cars out of the way and then clean it up. And Mike, you pointed out Caltrans has to check structural integrity and everything else. It might be a while before that opens back up.
Yeah, it would be a significant amount of time. I mean, they like you just mentioned, Gio, they may want Caltrans to come look at the integrity of the roadway. Though it looks like most of the pieces of concrete were coming from obviously from the bridge above. But
I don't think it's over. I think everybody's just regrouping at this point and starting to see how the others are reacting
until things like this stop happening, which is people. I think he's got a leaf blower. That's an interesting choice, but. And look, did you see all that cop? They keep trying to get into that car.
This is guerrilla tactics.
Good point. John, our photographer in SkyCal, mentioned that they used the leaf blower to blow away the tear gas. Yeah. So you look at things like this and you have to say these are professional people.
They're bringing in hammers to break up that concrete. Yeah. They have leaf blowers.
To push away the tear gas.
To push away the tear gas. Some of them actually have the gas mask.
Oh, here it is.
These are not people.
Here it is now. Bitch, now. Let's back it the fuck up.
I think that he has been targeted, but our union is one of the center.
The union president.
I came down here to the detention center to see if I can find out what is happening with David Huerta. He is one of our leaders in organized labor, head of a local SEIU union. I don't know why they picked him up. I don't know what they're going to do to him. I don't want them to deport him. I think that he has been targeted, but our city is being targeted because we're a sanctuary city. Trump hates us. He does not like this city. He's trying to intimidate, and he sent the guns in here on us. The governor didn't know anything about the National Guard coming here. He did it on his own. We can't be intimidated. We've got to get the people out. We've got to get the elected officials out. We've got to resist him. I'm going back out into the communities where ICE was last night to make sure people know that their elected officials are standing with them. Thank you.
You heard that shit. Go back to CBS.
Trying to light it on fire, and it looks like he's got like some bush, a brush.
Kindling, there you go. There's the lighter.
And he's trying to light it, so they're going to light the cardboard, and then try to throw it on top of the CHP car to get that set on fire. Look at how many phones are out there too, and if for a second they don't think that CHP is going to be scouring to charge these people.
Yes, I mean the FBI has posted the gentleman earlier who was on top of the Waymo that came with a skateboard.
Right.
He was wearing a mask, but they've already found photos of these people, and what they're saying is, we will, if not arrest you today, we will eventually arrest you, and we've seen that happen.
Yeah. Now I can't tell why everyone's running. I don't know if the tear gas is getting to them, but
everyone's
Oh, looks like another
fireworks. And another.
They're really trying to work on that cardboard, it looks like, to catch that on fire.
Yeah.
I think he's even using the leaf blower to kind of fan it. And it just gets to this point where we've got this is not a large group of people compared to what we were dealing with earlier, but look how much chaos and damage this small number of people is able to do here. And partially,
look, CBS is calling it out though.
Different levels of where the CHP is. I mean, those officers, it's not like they can just push them out. There's nobody up there to push them out. It's just they just continuously have to take this beating from these people that are up on the bridge.
Yeah. Let's get back to our Lori Perez, who's in downtown LA. She was giving us a look at this from the ground. Lori, it sounds like you moved vantage points. What are you seeing now?
They're attacking that fucking car.
We just got a little bit closer to where the action is happening. And as you all have been saying, I mean, it's really remarkable to kind of watch this play out because it is a really small group of people who are causing all of this chaos. Maybe, 20 guys over on the overpass across from us, and they are the ones who are continuing to engage with the law enforcement that is huddled under the overpass. They have thrown any number of items, as you guys have been watching and noting, but they are really continuing to wreak a lot of havoc and to cause a lot of trouble here, which is not a good situation. When you see those people running, that's because law enforcement is responding by by deploying tear gas, and that's when the crowd really runs and disperses. And we've even felt the effects of that as far away as we are, as the wind has brought it over here. But this group of people,
the officers are pinned down. Let's go. You can't leave a man behind.
Creating a lot of tension and frustration for also some of the other protesters who are continuing to try and stay on point, at least over where we are. They continue to stand in front of the road, on the road, continuing to chant, continuing to hold up their signs and kind of keep their mission of being out here a front of mind instead of some of this other stuff that we're watching play out down below. So again, a lot of pockets of action throughout downtown Los Angeles. Again, Leslie, go ahead.
Sorry, we want to get to Mike. You just noticed they tried to light one of those CHP cars on fire.
Yeah, so CHP, and John, if you can zoom in on that car right there for me. So they had been using that kindling. They put it, they threw it down onto the CHP car, and then they used the cardboard to throw it on top of it. And those CHP units underneath of the bridge had a fire extinguisher, and one of them even pulled out a can of pepper spray and started pepper spraying the fire to put the flames out. So they clearly saw that coming, and were able to use that fire extinguisher to get that out. You see it right on top. John, if you can show us that Tahoe there that was that they tried to light on fire. You see the remnants of the fire extinguisher, the dry chem on top of the car there, and luckily it was not able to catch fire.
Someone else just tried to drop another piece of kindling. I saw them light it up with a lighter and just drop it down moments ago, and doesn't seem to have worked. But there's another piece of cardboard going down there. I mean, my goodness, you even just see it just looking at the scooters. I mean, the number of line scooters and others
earlier. She is reported to have called for ICE agents,
all of these
National Guard, and military to retreat. What a dumb bitch. Thank you, Jennifer.
Oh yeah. And it's relentless almost. I mean, there is, the same thing when we talk about the Waymos. It's vandalism for the sake of vandalism. And what is the goal here? I mean, are they that intent on trying to light these cars on fire that they're just going to keep at it until that happens, or what's
and then what?
The goal, right? I mean, it doesn't seem like there is one, but what is, what's the plan here with these guys?
What was really difficult to see was the fact that at one point they just started picking up. Someone's hurt, you said?
Yeah, look at that on the ground. John, stay on that shot right there. They're crowding around her, or I assume it's a her because I see the long hair, but you see her, you see they're laying on the ground right there. I don't know how that happened, but I just noticed that.
And this is following at least one other demonstrator that we saw that was hurt. It looked like the other person we saw had injuries to their head several hours ago. Maybe an hour ago, we saw that person had injuries to their head. We're still able to speak with the people that were helping them, including LA.
Oh, y'all are going to love this. Rep Torres, we've seen her. I can't bring it up. We've seen her. Rep Torres. Let me see. Let me get it in the frame. Gotta look at it. Rep Torres.
ICE get the fuck out of LA so that order can be restored. ICE get the fuck out of LA so that order can be restored.
Yup. Here we go.
By even approaching the vehicle to begin with, because you notice it is outside of, it is out from underneath the overpass, and there were a couple close calls with protesters throwing concrete and other items directly at officers, and a couple times narrowly missing their heads in other spots.
And John pointing out too, there is a lot bigger crowd that is kind of formed along the overpass and along the side of the freeway. I also just have to remark on what a weird for the drivers.
We got AXN out there.
To just be, transiting through here and seeing all of this chaos. Like, it has just got to be such a surreal feeling to be just, not involved in this, but right in the middle of it at the same time.
And the contrast that the protesters, they're set on destroying those CHP vehicles, but you get to the northbound lanes completely clear of any of that debris.
Go ahead, Joe.
No, I was going to say,
Thankfully.
thankfully, exactly.
Yeah.
It took the words right out of my mouth, where we were worried there for a hot second about some of that debris and other items getting into the northbound lanes
Look,
because,
they're
that's a
lighting
larger fire.
Yeah,
There's the
piece
cardboard.
of cardboard on fire, and here's the thing, it has to travel down there, and once it does, CHP may try to, once again, let's see if they try to put this out here.
You see a couple feet there in the frame.
See if that just goes anywhere. I mean, that's...
Yeah, that might just,
there it
you
is,
go.
right there.
The fire extinguisher. And yeah, they're able to put it out rather quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, I think as long as it's just cardboard that keeps going down there, they're probably not going to get what they're hoping for, which is good. There's another firework that's going off, but it's just,
I was going to say, to finish the earlier thought about the fact that, people coming northbound on the 101, seeing that, especially considering that both the northbound lanes and the southbound lanes were closed just about 3 hours ago or so when we initially jumped on air. And then, to see this coming down and notice the chaos that's going just off to your side must be quite stark and even frightening in many cases, because why wouldn't it be?
And I am a little surprised that they haven't closed the northbound side. I mean, I know that they want to make sure, that traffic is getting through, but I am a little surprised that they, there's another firework on the other side. I am a little surprised they're allowing traffic to come through. But on the same token, the protesters seem to be leaving that side alone. You don't see anybody throwing anything at the passing cars on the northbound side. They're just really, really focused on the CHP vehicles.
Yeah, and you mentioned the National Guard vehicles just staged just right on the other side. Not sure if these protesters can actually see because they are raised above, but hasn't deterred, the situation from unfolding for hours now. At first, some demonstrators, several, possibly 100, made their way on the 101. CHP had to get them back. They used some of those projectiles. They used smoke canisters to get them off the 101 freeway. But that has not cleared up the situation on the southbound lanes, because now, as we're watching them just continue to destroy these CHP vehicles that do remain here.
Yeah.
I know there's 3. Can we make out how many more CHP vehicles are left on the 101?
John, I see the 3 here, 4. That's an unmarked CHP car right there.
5.
You've got the ones further back that probably aren't in danger at the moment, but they can't get to them because, as we pointed out, then they would have to run past these people that are trying to do them harm and throwing rocks and things at them as that happens.
And you can see that was the moment that they tried to light that CHP vehicle. They've done it several times on fire, but that's the moment that they used that pepper spray canister, right? Along with a fire extinguisher to put out those flames. So it was quick thinking from CHP to just be on it and be ready for what these people were doing. But we're watching as yet more of these concrete blocks, concrete rocks continue to get thrown down.
And
I'm gonna have to look into that a little later.
We're focusing on this right now. It doesn't seem, and this is more of a fingers crossed, because our attention always seems to be focused primarily on the hottest of spots. There's a cone, a traffic cone that was lit on fire. It seemed was just thrown over the overpass down to the CHP vehicle. Then the flame, whatever remnants of it were still on it, just got
they still have their clothes
once
on.
it landed on the ground. But
so
projectiles still being thrown at these vehicles. I was going to say that the primary focus always is on this right now, and over the course of the last few hours has been on a collection of things, whether it was the Waymos burning, whether it was LAPD and the mounted unit pushing forward and dispersing a crowd over by the park and getting rid of these makeshift barricades that were getting put up by protesters.
Remember when they said that babies were going to be born with AIDS because Trump was
at least one that rises to this
Medicare?
particular level that we're focusing in on right now, where it just seems like it's a give and go every half hour to an hour or so, where something else picks back up, and then when something else dies down, and then when that finally dies down, something else starts picking back up. And we're reaching the point now over the course of this night where, as the sun starts to set here soon, then we enter that next phase where I think a lot of our ears perk up and a lot of our concern starts to heighten the hair because things get dark, and that's when we start getting worried about any potential extra dangers that are going on.
And really quickly, and we just saw flames there, so John's going to try to reposition SkyCal. We are doing this because of that marine layer. So John is having to get lower to get away from the marine layer there. Our pilot and John doing a great job in SkyCal, but something clearly worked. I didn't catch what they threw. Oh, look, they're spraying something from the overpass. So they're dropping some sort of what would look like to be incendiary or flammable liquid accelerant. Thank you. That they dropped onto the car. So whatever that was, that did the
Fox
trick.
is behind on
and
it.
We'll see if these fire extinguishers will handle it before it reaches, the oil, the gas, and the engine inside of that
was a
CHP
Molotov.
cruiser. But these
there's something else right there.
These protesters, they got it. So now we'll probably watch the CHP car go up in flames. As you guys I just mentioned, we're dealing with the marine layer here. And not only are we dealing with the marine layer, but law enforcement is going to deal with the marine layer too. And if the marine layer moves into such an effect that they can't have helicopters in downtown, that's going to be a big hamper to them because they lose their eye in the sky, which is so crucial in civil unrest situations like this.
Yeah, and truly monitoring what is happening on the ground there. This set of people were trying for several attempts to
incredibly authoritarian just to start shooting people for dropping
and now we've seen it. Those flames actually grow there, but take a look.
It looks
like maybe CHP was successful in using that fire extinguisher, and
I can justify
able
it
to prevent that from fully
because you were trying to actually
Let's get back to
damage and kill other people around you.
Lori, what are you saying?
But fuck, that's
so
way
I
too
can tell you
heavy-handed.
that when those flames did kind of erupt from that car, there was a gasp here from the crowd and then cheers.
Fuck this bitch.
I'm sorry, it makes me sad. This is not a great testament to the humanity of these protesters. Yes, you're allowed to protest all you want, but destruction and aiming at the officers with the rocks, it makes no sense to me, and it makes me really, really sad. They were able, in part, I believe, to get that vehicle or something close to the vehicle on fire, and you just saw it there. They're lobbing fireworks, and the mere fact that they can get the fireworks in that general vicinity is adding to the fact that whatever is incendiary, whatever that can be burned, will burn, but then also the firework keeps the agents away, keeps the police officers away from extinguishing the fire. So that's the tactic. That's a new tactic. Christine, I'm not sure I've seen anything quite like that.
Well, these are very uncertain times here. You can see now more of a police presence there on the surface streets there. It's kind of a interesting picture to see people who've come to be looky-loos or to take part in this kind of destruction. And also law enforcement can do only so much right now. It is non-violent in that there's no... There's a lot of people standing there not doing anything, but then you have those people who are creating so much destruction, and that is the part where we see that
it is not
nations watching this. I've had people call me and say
it is non-violent because there's a lot of people standing around doing nothing, but there are people in the crowd that are causing a problem. What the fuck was that, Fox? I thought that came from CBS.
The governor, both the governor and the mayor and other local authorities and politicians have said the same thing, which is, yes, you have a right to protest. Don't be destructive. Don't be damaging things or buildings, and be aware that this plays into the president's narrative that the city of Los Angeles and the state of California is out of control. They're out of control. That's why he called in the California National Guard. That's why he's threatening to bring in Marines. So that's also why politicians are saying, please calm down, protest, yes, destroy, damage, don't.
Well, think about it. You've got a city of millions of people who cannot use a major artery now. They cannot use their freeway to get to family or friends or work or medical emergency. So in that sense, there is chaos
I lost track
in downtown
of everything.
Los Angeles where Angelenos can't get to and from because of protests. You have police vehicles that have been damaged or set on fire here that are not responding to a call of an emergency. So there is definite unrest throughout Southern California in the downtown area today.
And remember, so LAPD is on tactical alert. So that's why we see a strong police presence. But say you live in, Sylmar or Arleta, and you need help from the police, you're going to have to wait. Because right now, all the attention and energy and manpower or personnel power, it's all focused on what's going on.
Yeah, there's 500 on standby, KB.
So it's interesting to see what that vehicle now looks like. Again, all three vehicles looked pretty much the same, but now it seems whatever they were able to either pour over, or perhaps it's the fire extinguisher, so it's all cloudy now, that vehicle. Another firework. And again, that's going to keep people, the agents, the police officers under that overpass to protect themselves. And there's no real reason for being out in the open unless you were trying to get an officer into
most peaceful way to destroy a cop car is to light it on fire.
Area, and no word as to how long things will go. I know you
just
were on
like the
around
Waymo cars
or beyond last night. We have our colleague Alex Michelson, who's been out in the field getting some sound for us from our lawmakers. And Alex, let's talk to you
about. Fuck you. Let's go back to CBS.
There's getting things thrown at them.
No, you know what?
You right now via Zoom from LA County's Emergency Operations Center, where we just did exclusive one-on-one interviews with both Mayor Karen Bass and Governor Gavin Newsom. And it was interesting to hear from both of them. Were very clear in trying to put out the message that violence is not the answer, and that a lot of the people that are responsible for this violence, responsible for the images that you're seeing on your screen right now, should be arrested and prosecuted.
Yeah, that one was a firework.
They're not helping. But the other piece of news that was interesting from Governor Newsom is that he is going to be announcing a lawsuit tomorrow, suing President Trump for this move to bring in the National Guard without the governor's permission. That is not something that happens often in American history.
He's fucking suing
happened when John F. Kennedy brought in the National Guard against George Wallace.
When this shit happens, you just
it was Dwight D. Eisenhower who did that, try to integrate public school system. And so Newsom is pushing back. Very, very aggressive language against President Trump, calling him a stone-cold liar, saying that President Trump wants these images. I asked him, how do you negotiate with each other if that's what's happening and that's what you're saying about him? He said, there is no negotiating with him. I've tried everything. I asked him about the fact that he's asking for $40 billion from President Trump for California's wildfires. And he said, I'm doing everything I can. But there is real anger. And Newsom also saying that what Trump said publicly, which is that on a phone call the other night, that
they pushing
things under control, he was going to bring in troops.
Those launchers that they have, they're launching. Yeah, it looks like a firework, but I think it's.
Okay, so that's coming from
those are
CHP?
tear gas canisters coming from CHP.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
But being launched by a launcher.
Yeah, so they've got quite the distance on those.
Wow, I thought those were fireworks.
Yeah,
wow, okay.
because you see those sparks, but they're tear gas launchers that have some definite capabilities on them to get make some distance. And you see again, the tear gas has been very effective on the crowd. I mean, you've got a couple of them that have those masks.
Unit.
But yeah, and then that ground shot on the right, you got the mounted unit coming in. But you've got a couple of them that have masks. But for the vast majority of it, it is working pretty well every time they put tear gas up there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it'll burn your eyes. It'll make it really hard to breathe, and you just want to get that stuff off of your face. Take a look. Looks like the mountain unit is getting stuff thrown at them. They were going to go one direction. Looks like they're going another. Being followed by an army of officers there.
Yeah.
And so we're gonna just try to make out what's happening here. This is what CHP. These are CHP officers we're seeing right here.
Yeah, and that's their special response team
Mm-hmm.
that is dealing with this. The mounted unit was from LAPD. That is LAPD right there.
And now we're seeing some officers actually in these SUVs in the roof, you know, with these launchers. And that's the first time I've seen it today.
Really just stepping up everything on every regard and really getting a good perspective of it from SkyCal on the left side of your screen with the mounted unit and a collection of officers sprinting forward.
Yeah. Yeah, they're really going to get a handle on the overpass issue.
Okay, you know, there was a situation I just saw. There were some people that were trying to get close to those horses.
Artillery
and,
just came in.
The officer
Mounted came in.
Riding that horse, you know, had
Artillery
the horse kind of
came
just
in.
move out of the
Goddamn.
way.
Yeah.
And that's going to hurt.
Oh, yeah, you get
From hundreds of pounds coming at you, yeah.
So hopefully now that they'll push across the overpass here, it'll
Support.
really give these guys an opportunity to, I mean, you know, they tried to move that CHP car once. Maybe if they have some peace for a second, they can get it and try to move it again.
Well, now that there's not much of a, actually really any of a crowd over top that overpass, as they're really making an effort to get rid of everybody
Yeah,
there.
they're running.
It looks like you might finally have a window to get those vehicles out of the way.
We're just watching this situation unfold. They were able to get that crowd moved back. Look at just, you can see how much graffiti is on the roadway there. Someone is waving an American-Mexican flag.
Yeah, I mean,
still keeping distance.
The amount of damage and cleanup that will have to take place after all this is said and done is extreme. From, you know, physical damage to the freeways, the patrol cars, the graffiti. I mean, there's graffiti everywhere.
We're going to show you video here in just a second of the chaos
That's a large
from
police
earlier when we get a
force for
second.
that.
In the meantime, you can take a look
But
at
they
the
had to
slide
clear
shot
out
as one
everything
of those
else
vehicles
along the way,
finally
so-
is getting moved, pardon me, from out of the basically line of fire that was right here on the southbound lanes. That's the video we're talking about as officers were making their way and pushing forward, and they're just a back and forth. There's fireworks, gas, it's everything happening at once.
And what we thought were fireworks,
Yeah.
but Mike telling us that that was possibly just tear gas being launched by a launcher. So what we're seeing are those sparks. But all of it coming from the officers' direction into the crowd to get them to disperse, and they have since done that. They've been able to disperse that crowd that was relentlessly destroying these CHP vehicles, trying to light them on fire, almost successfly lighting one on fire before CHP officers had to come in, and they were able to douse it with a fire extinguisher there. But yeah, they were successful in pushing them back. You have LAPD's mountain unit. You have the Sheriff's Department also out there at this point. And then you have CHP Special Response. All three agencies now working together to, you know, get what seems like a small crowd that's left in downtown LA to try to get them to just go.
Well, of course, he says President Trump pulled back and wanted to sort of divert situation there. But part of what his message is to a lot of these agitators that you're giving President Trump what he wants. His message is that President Trump wants chaos, that's politically good for him, and that these scenes are politically beneficial in his words. So his message to all the folks out there is stop it. And his other message is that these guys have to be arrested. Basically calling these guys thugs in the streets that are agitating and that are causing all these problems, and that there should be no tolerance for these folks, and that we shouldn't allow this to happen, and send a message to everybody that they need to be put under arrest and be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. I said to Mayor Bass, why isn't that happening more? And she suggested, well, you know, just because it doesn't happen today doesn't mean that it's going to happen. But I think there's a lot of people watching right now that would like to see some of the people who are perpetuating violence, like what we're looking at there, to potentially, you know, face consequences as a sign to other folks that that's not okay.
Well, U.S. Attorney Bill Lassaley told us last night that absolutely that they will be looking for the bad actors, and that they will indeed be arrested and prosecuted.
Looks like only one of the CHP vehicles was rendered immovable, that the others are able to get out of the way and
off. The opportunity to be able to brief the public a little bit about what's going on and what we've been doing. and truly an ask for peace throughout our city. I'm joined here by Gerald Woodyard, Deputy Chief from Operations West Bureau, Herman Hurtado, Commander from Professional Standards Bureau, and from Operations Central Bureau, Raul Jovel, who's also the Incident Commander for Central Bureau and for this incident. So I want to just take an opportunity to speak directly to the people of Los Angeles, clarify LAPD's roles and the events that have been playing out over these past couple of days. This includes our response to protests, our public safety responsibilities, and recent claims that you've seen made by some federal officials. Today I met with Governor Newsom, Mayor Bass, U.S. Attorney General of the Central District of California, Bill Aselli, and ICE Acting Director Todd Lyons. Let me begin by reaffirming a core principle. The LAPD supports and protects the First Amendment right to free speech. In recent days, many protests across the city have been peaceful, and we thank the community for expressing their views and their frustration in a responsible manner. However, when peaceful demonstrations devolve into acts of vandalism or violence, especially violence directed at innocent people, law enforcement officers, and others, we must respond firmly. An act of violence, whether toward officers, demonstrators, or the public, will be met with swift and lawful action. Our goal is to maintain order without escalating conflict and to protect everybody's right to safety. Recent public statements have misrepresented LAPD's action from an incident the other night. Specifically, there was a claim that LAPD delayed responding to a federal officer's request for assistance by more than 2 hours. When we heard that, I think anybody who's a police officer couldn't believe it, and certainly anyone with LAPD couldn't imagine how that would happen. Well, it didn't happen, and I just want to go into that just a little bit. LAPD was not given advance notice that the federal operations would occur in that area. As a result, we were not pre-positioned to respond immediately to unrest related to those actions. Once the call for assistance came in, LAPD responded within 38 minutes. And that sounds like a long time, but I'll tell you why that is. The response was impacted by traffic, crowd density in the area with unrest occurring, hazardous conditions caused by tear gas that was previously deployed by federal agents at that location. Many of our officers, because it was put together in a mobile field force configuration without
so it was everybody else's fault that they got trapped there.
Masks. But despite these challenges, we moved in quickly and as safely as possible. At no point did LAPD ignore or intentionally delay any request for help. I also want to be unequivocally clear. The Los Angeles Police Department
everybody
does not
else's fault that
participate in or coordinate with
those
Immigration
officers
and
got
Customs
trapped.
Enforcement on civil immigration enforcement. We've said this over and over again, and I can't stress it enough for the people in our community who have high levels of anxiety about this issue, that we want everybody to believe and be able to call the LAPD in time of need if they've been a victim of a crime or a witness to a crime. We need that. Otherwise, the system does not work. That has been our policy and remains our policy, and it went into effect in 1979.
I mean, this
so
sounds like a setup from beginning to end. They encouraged it. Everybody from local officials encouraged this shit.
Emergency assistance to
Y'all gotta hear what we got lined up tomorrow.
To respond, and we do. Public safety is our duty, and we will answer every legitimate call for help from anyone. We recognize that immigration enforcement operations can cause a deep fear and anxiety, particularly in immigrant communities. That's why we're committed to transparency, accountability, and treating every Angelino with respect, regardless of their immigration status. Our job is not to divide communities or politicize law enforcement. Our job is simply to keep everyone safe. I want to express my sincere appreciation to all of our officers and partner agencies for their dedication and professionalism during these very challenging times. Their commitment to upholding the law, even in the face of hostility, is a reflection of the values that we stand for. We're working together to keep everyone safe, our officers and the public alike, and this remains our top priority. We'll continue to support peaceful protests and enforce the law when criminal acts occur. The LAPD remains focused on its core mission, to protect lives, safeguard constitutional rights, and serve every neighborhood in Los Angeles with integrity. Let me open it up now for any questions you might have or any points that we can clarify.
Nah, you know what? Fuck this. Hold up. Where is this? Uh, 28 minutes into this.
Back to that breaking news of ICE raids happening in several locations across
the people, and I'm proud are being and demand Angeles at work are these the
streets of Los Angeles earlier, and the
This was
chaos
yesterday.
that is unfolding now on the streets of Los Angeles as those officers are trying to make their way out. Those folks that are on the ground trying to obstruct it. We've seen some close calls. Your reaction?
Yeah, the reaction is that this is completely being caused by the President Trump's administration and these ICE, these terrorist attacks against our community. It's very clear that the people who they are targeting are workers. They're not criminals. They're not people on the street committing crime. They're people who are at work sites working to feed their families. And so what we're seeing right now is the people of Los Angeles of all colors, religions, of all ethnicities, rising up and demanding an end to these attacks against our community. Yeah, as you see right now, the cars are being basically escorted out by the people, and I'm proud to see that, because throughout the country, the people are standing up to these ICE agents who are, covering their faces, terrorizing our community, and really violating all human rights. Right now, there's more than 200 people at the downtown LA courthouse who are basically in a dungeon downstairs with no restrooms, not enough food and water. This is a situation that's a violation of all human rights, and that's why the people of LA are standing up and resisting.
We saw a similar raid to this earlier this morning in Westlake District. Did you have any inkling that this was going to be happening today? Had you heard any whispers, or had anybody informed you?
No, we just know that this is happening every day all over the country. So today there's been raids in South Central.
But yeah, that's going to be something for y'all to hear tomorrow. This was encouraged all the way the fuck through, from beginning to end.
What would be your direct message to both groups?
Yeah, to the people who are not happy with
That
the
donut
fact that
shop.
ICE is in
Fucking-
the
what was
in
it,
the
Dale's
community
Donuts?
doing what
That
ICE
shit
does.
fucking survived.
I respect ICE for being a fellow law enforcement agency. They have their mission. They have their what they have to do. We don't engage in that activity, but again, we can't preclude them from doing that. They have every right to do that. I ask people in the community to trust the LAPD, that we're not there for that purpose, and that if they have something they need us to be able to address, we're there for them. As far as the big picture of what can I recommend they do or not do, that's something it's a federal issue, and the federal authorities have the right to be able to do what they're doing. As far as people worried about the violence that we're seeing, this violence that I've seen is disgusting. It's escalated now since the beginning of this incident. What we saw the first night was bad. What we've seen subsequent to that is getting increasingly worse and more violent. Tonight we had individuals out there shooting commercial-grade fireworks at our officers. That can kill you. And we have adapted our tactics to be able to have a chance to be able to take these people into custody and to be able to hold them accountable. We are overwhelmed as far as the number of people out there engaged in this type of activity and the type of things that they're doing. They'll take backpacks, and the backpack will have a cinder block in it. They have a hammer, and they'll break up the cinder block and use that, pass it around to throw at officers, to throw at cars, and throw at other people. We've seen people with hammers, and you've broadcasted, breaking the bollards behind the federal building and taking the rocks, if you will, or pieces of concrete, and throwing them at officers. We've had liquid of who knows what description thrown at officers. There's no limit to what they're doing to our officers. And again, as I mentioned in my statement, I can't thank our folks enough and our partner agency police officials for going out there and taking care of the community and trying to be able to put themselves between the threat and the overall community. And they do this night in and night out. And in these past couple of nights, we've seen it at a level that I think disgusts every good person. Thank you, sir.
You just described some pretty violent and chaotic situations. What is your position on the National Guard being deployed? Do we need them here?
Well, it's an interesting question, because I would have said that, we could handle this. I believe that we would have gone through a number of steps before we'd have deployed the National Guard or requested deployment of the National Guard. We would normally go to 50% deployment to handle radio calls and do the business of policing, and everybody else would be focused on the initial problem. Beyond that, then we would request through the sheriff mutual aid, and that would bring in members of the 44 other police departments in LA County, as well as the sheriff's office. And so that didn't occur in this case because it wasn't done through the sheriff or through the up through the normal chain. It was done from the top down, from the president directing that happened. And then the National
because they
Guard
told you how to
federalized.
stand the fuck
so they're
down.
working for the U.S. Army, not for the California State National Guard. Do we need them? Well, looking at tonight, this thing has gotten out of control.
What up, hold me tighter.
I think before I could answer that, I'd have to know more about what their capabilities are, what their role is intended to be able to make that determination. But we have great cops in Southern California here that work together all the time. So we have tremendous capability here. To say that we would go to that right away, I'd say we wouldn't have been there yet. Looking at the violence tonight, I think we got to make a reassessment.
Laurel, how has your
This is going to escalate. You know it.
the National Guard, if at all, since they've been here?
If
I'd
nothing
say
pops
very
off
little,
tonight,
other
it's
than
going
we
to
had a
escalate.
conference call
Sun's
this
going
afternoon. There
down.
aren't a
It's
whole
getting
lot
dark.
of soldiers in place at this time. They're still incoming. But the people who are here, they're tremendous Americans here trying to do, they provide their service,
Not much
doing
more
the
time I
task
can
that they're
give to
charged
this
with.
either.
Our relationship has been tremendous overall with the National Guard. We worked right alongside them for 5 months during the Palisades fire. They were there every day in the beginning in large numbers, and then that narrowed down before they demobilized. But the relationship is overall tremendous. We're very, very good partners with them, and I hope they feel the same about us.
And when you look at the demonstrators who are people from the community who are upset about, the immigration raids, families being broken up, deportations happening, do you feel any sense of kinship with them, or about this situation, or do you see that there is need for more law enforcement and for more immigration enforcement in Los Angeles?
I think, the federal agents are enforcing federal immigration law, which is their right, and anybody can have their personal opinion on to what level that should be, who should they focus on, and those kind of things. I won't take a position on that because really that's not our focus, not our job. But when I look at the people who are out there doing the violence, that's not the people that we see during the day who are legitimately out there exercising their First Amendment rights and to be able to express their feelings about the immigration enforcement issue. These are people who are all hooded up. They've got a hoodie on, they've got face masks on. They're people who do this all the time, get away with whatever they can, go out there, from one civil unrest situation to another, using the same or similar tactics frequently, and they are connected. Some would call them anarchists or by any other variety of names, but they're people that
there was a lot
we
of
run across routinely city to city. And
there was a lot of grandstanding.
So even more disgusting that many of the people
There was a
who are
lot
doing
of
this come in from
a
other
lot of
places
clashes
just to
that
hurt
happened.
people and to
Tactics
cause
have
havoc.
come up.
Chief, let's go next to Telemundo over here.
Okay.
Soy Navarro from Telemundo 52.
They're starting to get organized on both sides.
Presence of National Guard increase the level to this kind of situation? I mean, you said that it's disgusting. You think that if you control it without them, it could be a different situation?
I don't know. That's a very interesting question. what was the catalyst for us seeing the second and third day of this becoming increasingly more violent. To be able to say it's because of the National Guard, I can't, because there aren't enough on the ground at this point to make a difference. I've seen civil unrest a number of times before, and generally the second and third days are more violent than the initial phase. And so this is not much different from that pattern, but certainly I think there's a number of things that cause people to come out. Much of it is they watch this and see it on TV, social media, whatever social media outlets they follow, or asking them or telling them to come down and be part of this, and they do that. And they come out here, and many come out and just want to see what's going on. They're out there with their cameras, but they're putting themselves in harm's way and potentially setting themselves up for a criminal future. When you look at some of the things that are happening here, somebody could easily be killed. And if you're part of that, then you're going to be facing those charges as well. I talked to the DA just a couple of minutes ago, and the DA will file felony charges on individuals where it's appropriate, but won't be shy about doing that where it is appropriate. And also the potential for federal charges, given the type of environment we're in. And, you know, the federal authorities don't play. And so as we move forward, I think people will be surprised in some cases for what happens to their future.
Yeah, Jonah, you are right. LAPD did let the feds fend for themselves, and they were in that building there.
Yeah.
They arrested a few people and then
question.
pushed the fuck out.
How
All
does
hell broke loose.
the deployment of so many officers downtown or in any one part of the city
Take it easy,
affect our
redneck.
ability to provide police services citywide? It greatly impacts our ability because it pulls officers who would normally deployed in communities around the city of Los Angeles into one area in order to be able to address the threat that we're facing. And so other areas, when we go on tactical
Yo,
alert,
hold up. They're
that
making a
means we
fence,
only
though.
handle radio calls of significant importance, meaning a violent crime in progress, calls that have to be answered right away.
They're making
so
a
the other
motherfucking
calls
fence.
get put on a queue and may not get handled for some time to come. And they're important to everyone who is a victim
They're
of any
upping
kind
the
of a
strength
crime.
of their
and so
barricades.
when we go to tactical alert, we don't do it lightly. But in this case, we did it very quickly because we needed additional resources right away to be able to help quell the violence. And that situation, as you can see tonight, has only gotten worse.
Chief, given what you said about not being informed so you could pre-stage for the incident that started this thing, and you said, I believe, that you spoke with the ICE director as well as other city officials today. Is there any effort being made for ICE to share information about what their next move is?
Yeah, that's something that
I
we
don't know,
did talk about,
Jennifer.
and
I
there's
don't
no
know. It looks
resolution
like
to
shit
that.
might
And the
pop off
problem
tonight.
is that we are guided and bound by the California Values Act, which means that we can't participate in any way in civil immigration enforcement. So the federal partners have been reticent to provide information to us before something happens because of that reason. Part of that is they want to be respectful of the rules that we have to
I'm
live
pretty
by.
sure some of
but
them
it
were
also,
affected by the
on a
lithium.
normal situation, not that big a deal.
Because when
but
they
in a
set that
situation
car on
like we
fire,
saw
they
here
were
in
all
the past
around
couple
that
of days,
shit. And
it
then
turns
some
out
of
to
them
be a very
actually,
big
there
deal.
was one that
So
fell
we're
off
going
a
to continue
little
to work with the partners that I
bicycle.
mentioned and many others as we
And
go
people were
forward
just
to try and be
carrying them
able to
off.
make things as safe for everybody as we can.
All right, Spectrum. Chief, how many arrests so far?
Yes, Captain Raul Javel, Operations Central Bureau, Incident Commander. At least, this is very fluid and
About 20
preliminary.
minutes?
At least 10 people arrested so far. There's arrests being made as we speak.
You're getting
About 3
rowdy.
officers injured. Fortunately, very fortunate on very minor injuries, or I wouldn't say not minor,
The
but they're
standoff
not
has
significant
incurred.
enough to be transported to a local hospital. They were treated at the scene. But we're making more arrests as we speak, and we're trying to get into that posture where we're able to make
Good
arrests. Right now,
fucking
really,
God.
our officers are really under attack. If you can see,
Okay.
when the chief was talking about, we're trying to, first of all, ensure that our officers are safe and the public is safe. And then we'll
Fair
move into,
enough.
if we can arrest, we'll arrest, and then obviously protect the property and our vehicles and other things like that. But as of now, 10 arrests.
And if I could just jump on, and then 29 last night as well. And so as we move forward, we will step up our arrest posture in order to hold people accountable and do what we can to stop this violence.
We're going to go 2 more questions. Really quick, yeah, she asked the question I had real quick. How long does can we expect
2 different locations are prime.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
How long do you think this situation is going to be?
Yeah, for me, again, that would be speculative to say how long that the members of ICE will be in town doing the enforcement actions they're doing. But by calling out the National Guard, oftentimes their deployment periods are in 30-day periods. And so, to me, it's going to be an extended period of time. I don't know how long that'll be. We're gearing up for that to be able to participate in a meaningful way as we move forward without exhausting our people beyond what they already are. We're a department that went through 5 months plus of the fires.
Yeah, I've
and
counted
dealing
pretty
with
much
the
all of
fallout
them,
from
just
the fires. And as you can imagine, with a very limited sized department to begin with, that's a big stress on our deployment, but
Last
more
time
so
I
on our
stopped
people
counting, I was at
and their
like 8.
families. So as we move forward, we'll do everything we can to focus on employee wellness and to be able to offer whatever services we can to address the needs of our folks.
They're mostly all leaving from that location, but where else are they going? Because in the top left, they're still there.
Just two questions. One, is there a chance
They're gathered up right there, and
will you be going back and re-looking at any of these incidents that maybe there weren't?
I guess that would be southwest if you're taking this like direction from screen. There's a group
Thank you
right
for the
there where
question. I
the
spoke with the
helicopter's
sheriff,
looking
today,
at, and another
we
group
discussed the possibility
south
of
of that.
implementing a curfew. We don't rush into doing that, but if we need to do that, I'll go back with the sheriff and we'll look at the options as far as that goes. And as far as give me the second part of the question again.
For some of these incidents we watch unfold, a lot of people watch
I got you.
things just unfold in real time.
Yeah.
Thinking, are any of these people going to be held accountable for this,
Yeah.
for the cars on fire and things like that? Is there a chance of going back?
Absolutely. When you look at the numbers of arrests we've made, pale in comparison to what will be made. There are video accounts of what happened everywhere.
Well,
on
see,
social
Michael,
media,
there was
on
another time
individuals,
too where one of the
cameras,
dudes was
iPhones.
almost
We
grabbed
will
and
go
he ran
after
away
it
like a
that,
fish. We pointed that
very
out
aggressively go
yesterday.
after the all available video,
More
analyze
violent,
that
less
video,
arrest
and
means
hold
they've-
whoever we can accountable
they've literally
for the
just done
variety of
guerrilla
different
tactics,
types of crimes that
running
have been
around,
committed.
hitting here and there.
And that's something we'll do.
And as soon
with,
as the
with
cops
a number
move
of different
in, you
partners
move the
with
fuck out and go somewhere else
levels
to
of
hit out.
expertise that may be beyond what we have. No, thank you for that.
Or you hide out with another group somewhere else attacks.
Do you have the specifics?
So yesterday, the 29 folks were for failure to disperse. They were all arrested today. So today, so far, this is very preliminary because there's so much stuff going on. The stuff that we know is one person was arrested for throwing a Molotov cocktail at an officer, a significant incident, and then another individual for ramming a motorcycle into one of our line where the officers were and injured one of the officers. Everything else is still very fluid, and I won't have that for a while. So CHP has made at least 17 arrests that I'm aware of in the freeway.
Did he just say 17?
Commander Hurtado will stick around to do comments in Spanish for anybody who's interested.
Okay, you just heard from LAPD Chief Jim McDonald, along with several other superiors from LAPD, telling us they've made a significant amount of arrests, 10 arrests today, 29 arrests last night. CHP made 17 arrests on the 101 freeway today when some of the demonstrators got on the freeway, shut it down. We know 3 officers have been injured. They said,
so is that
fortunately, just
27
minor
altogether today?
injuries after at least one incident of a motorcycle ramming into an officer, and then someone else threw a Molotov cocktail at an officer. The chief called the violence happening disgusting, and that he believes it feels like it has escalated in the last few days.
And just in the last few minutes, as you're taking a live look from SkyCal right now,
Oh,
you
it's
notice
escalated.
A group of protesters and people out there starting that fire that you see in the middle of your screen. And of course, that's another layer of concern, of danger, not to mention traffic all the way around. But we do know that we have on the line Congresswoman Norma Torres. Can you hear us? I want to make sure that we can hear and see you correctly.
They're moving.
Okay, we're going to work on getting Congresswoman Norma Torres up here. But Mike, in the meantime, you've been monitoring this situation to the left, that fire, but also you noticed what happened earlier.
Escalated is an understatement.
Yeah, you know, Rich, you're looking on the right side of your screen here. As the Mountain unit was going through, somebody threw a Molotov cocktail at the Mountain unit there, and there was multiples of that happening. I was listening to the radio traffic where trees were on fire as a result of it, or they're trying to start trees on fire, and these horses, you can see them walking right through it. And then you'll watch on the right side of your screen when this is earlier when they tried to make an arrest, or they did facilitate an arrest there. Looks like the tape ended there. But, you know, one thing I wanted to point out too, those horses have just been through it tonight. And you see on the front of their faces, they've got a shield, just like the officers do, to try to protect their eyes from everything that's going on. The fire you're looking at here is at First and Spring, right outside police headquarters, where Chief Jim McDonnell was talking about. And I wanted to bring up something the chief spoke about, and that was the response time. Saturday morning, ICE put out a statement saying that on Friday, LAPD took 2 hours to respond to their request from help. And that was a written statement from ICE officials. The chief flat out denying that, saying it took 38 minutes for them to respond, and there was extenuating circumstances for even why it took that long. The chief explaining they had no prior knowledge, they were not ready to set up and be there for this. They say traffic was an issue, crowd was an issue, tear gas that the feds had been using became an issue as well. And then he went in and explained the mobile field forces is where, when they're not ready, mobile field forces are designed for incidents that pop up that they weren't prepared for. And that's when you don't have the opportunity to have more tactical type officers like we've seen tonight, when they're more prepared for a situation. But a field force is when they get a group of officers together and try to deploy them, and that's what we saw on Friday night. But the chief saying, anybody that says it took 2 hours for us to respond, that is blatantly not true. They were not
they went
prepared
up
for
Spring to
ICE's
2nd
interactions
Street.
because ICE didn't tell them that they were coming.
Yeah, they're just
and in fact,
migrating.
he says it
and
took
not
them
the person, they're
38 minutes to
migrating.
Yeah, and before we continue on with talking about what the chief had to say, I want to check with our producer. Do we have Congresswoman Norma Torres on the line just yet? Okay. Congresswoman, can you hear us?
Looks like we're still working on setting that up, but we do want to make a note here as we continue to work on the connection and establishing things for this evening, that this large group of protesters, it looked like the map was up ever so briefly, and it looked like they were coming down
See, y'all
Spring
is
and
shit.
just
I
past
can do
2nd
this on the
Street.
fucking
And
fly,
that
and
fire
y'all
that we were
can't.
making a
Come
point
on.
to show you earlier was on First in Spring. So they're making their way down. It obviously a little hard to tell now in terms of where they are in relation to other officers or other law enforcement, but they are making their way down Spring Street right now. Not exactly sure where they're going, but that fire you see just at the top of your screen. So that's where they're coming down right now. And we don't know exactly where they're going or what they're going to do next, but that crowd is moving along the street right
Is that the federal building, federal detention center they're walking by right now? I could be wrong here.
Spring.
We want to get our bearings a little bit.
Yeah. I think, John, is that where they're walking towards? So let's see, Spring and 2nd is right there. No, they're headed south, he says.
Oh, okay. We are going to try to figure out where this group is walking. It's rather dark, much darker in this area as they're getting away from Civic Center, part of downtown LA. But it doesn't look like, law enforcement has been staged over here. So you wonder if this crowd is just going to slowly disperse, start to go home, or if they're going to continue to walk directly in the middle of the street. And that, of course, could be an issue.
Especially as we start getting into this, we've been leading up to this moment and drawing attention to it, the fact that we're getting into the darkness now. The sun is set. It's a lot. It's harder to see. It's harder to make out where exactly everybody is. The crowd has thinned out significantly, but you do still have pockets of people going back and forth, and we're going to continue to monitor the situation. Let's try one more time here with Congresswoman Norma Torres. Do you hear us, Congresswoman, and see us? We see you.
There we go.
Yes, I can hear you and see you.
Perfect. Thank you so much for giving us some time this evening. We really appreciate it. First off, as you've been keeping an eye on everything that's been going on, what has been your reaction to the developments of today, especially in the last few hours?
It's really troubling to see what is happening in the streets of Los Angeles. What should be massive number of people peacefully
I'm
demonstrating.
sorry, you can't tell people to shut the
has
fuck
been
up
taken
around you.
over by groups that don't really care about nonviolent demonstrations. And this is what we don't need, because this is the message that Donald Trump, the person instigating these attacks on our communities by in the form of ICE agents armed to the teeth and covering their faces. They started this, and now these groups are responding. And unfortunately, we cannot afford to continue to have these groups attacking, whether it is ICE agents that we are so upset with, or certainly not the local law enforcement that are trying to keep the peace, that are trying to maintain control.
That's the same
right
bit.
now, we need people to stay cool and to push back against any efforts of any aggressors trying to take over the peaceful demonstrations.
Okay, we want to get to a clip from yesterday where you and other representatives tried to make it inside that federal detention center, but were denied access. Let's go ahead and see that clip.
We need to have information as to what occurred yesterday, and we need to do our oversight. This is federal law under appropriations bill that was passed 2 years ago.
It's Public Law 11847, Title 5.
Okay, and that is the moment you and Representative Jimmy Gomez also tried to get in, but were denied access. Congresswoman, I want to bring you back here. Can you walk me through what happened and why you guys were denied access, and if there's been any progress since then?
There hasn't been any progress since then. We arrived there at 8 o'clock, and I specifically drove around the perimeter, the 6-block perimeter, between 8 a.m. and 8:30 a.m., and there wasn't a single demonstrator there. We gathered there 4 members of Congress, our staff, several attorneys, and 2 organizations with about 8 or 10 staff members from their organization. So there wasn't a big group of people. As soon as I arrived to the building at 8:30 a.m., I began communicating with the congressional liaison. And I told her that we wanted to be invited in. We wanted to get a briefing as to the violent engagement that ICE agents had with peaceful protesters in the community the day prior. And that congressional liaison told me to stand by, and that she was running up to her office and she would get back to me as soon as she got the approval.
This bitch is straight up lying.
Because she did not respond to me, I asked the other members of Congress that were present to also call her office, and we began this process of contacting everyone we knew in that office to allow us entry. And at some point, one of our members was told to go to that side office where you hear us speaking to security on the other side of that door through a video camera and a speaker. We were inside there for a while. They were trying to get approval to let us in. We clarified that it was only 4 members of Congress that wanted it to be allowed inside and to receive a briefing. So I don't know why the director is lying, saying that there were 1,000 people protesting outside. Certainly, if there would have been 1,000 people protesting, I would have heard them, I would have seen them, and certainly all of the press. There were more
So you're
reporters,
gonna
by the
ignore
way,
it?
present, and there were more cameras.
So
than
because you
members of
ignored it
Congress
didn't
and the
exist.
attorneys and the 2 organizations combined. So for them to say
I
that
haven't seen looting yet.
there were,
I've just seen
1,000
this starting a
people
lot of
surrounding
fires
the
unless you
building,
want
that
to
is
talk about that
incorrect
Home Depot.
information. And if that is the lie that they are utilizing to justify the chemical attack against us, they deployed, by the way, twice a chemical agent that ultimately sent me to the hospital for 4 hours to get oxygen treatment and a new inhaler
This bitch
and
can't
other
handle tear
medications that now
gas.
I need to take.
Congresswoman Norma Torres, thank you so much for giving us a few minutes of your time this evening.
Thank you.
All right, on that note, let's check back in with our very
Yes.
own Lori Paris, who's
Yes,
been down
it's
in
at
downtown
least
LA
48
all day
hours.
and keeping an eye on things for us. Lori, I know it's dark now. This is the moment where we've been talking about throughout the evening that things sort of start to tense up a bit more. How's it looking from your perspective right now?
I can tell you where we are on the overpass over the 101. It's completely empty now. It was while the chief was talking that a wave of police officers really moved in, both on foot and the mounted police officers, and just
through here. Looks like he's getting hit with maybe some pepper pellets as he's turning around and walking away. If you want to pan down the street, they've actually pushed, there were probably a couple hundred protesters here just a little while ago. They've pushed them beyond City Hall. Something is on fire in the middle of the roadway, and the protesters kind of got pushed that direction just a little while ago. We saw that police firing those non-lethals, and protesters just retreating that way within the last 20 minutes or so. Elliot, I don't know if we can try to set the scene here, but we believe that it's possible these protesters were trying to take over this part right outside of City Hall. They even have some words up on top of City Hall that they're throwing up there right now. But pan this direction, you can see they had this own, they were trying to make their own barricade with these benches in the middle of the street, blocking enforcement from coming in to where City Hall is. City Hall, and then sounds like we're hearing these non-lethals. This is what was happening. So this is kind of what they were firing. Law enforcement was firing at those protesters to get them out of here. You can see what these non-lethals look like. We've seen some people take some hits while we were over on the freeway over that direction. And right now it looks like is something, you can see the fire. Let's see if we can zoom in and see what we're looking at here. Yeah, you can see lots of protesters in the street, and it looks like they're
and Matthew,
yeah, scooters, and you can see the fire.
Matthew, farther down that street, there seems to be a greater collection of people. So past the fire, there seems to be a greater collection of people, and you know, I'm just wondering if they are just hanging around, if they're waiting for police to approach them, or if they're just standing by.
Yeah, we believe that is the group that was outside of City Hall. So they've been pushed now about, what is that, 2 or 3 blocks from where we are. They actually had several cars, it looks like their own personal vehicles, kind of where that fire was, and some barricade fencing that was there. And then they've retreated now a couple blocks further into the city. There's separate groups right now kind of protesting that we're seeing. There's that one group by the freeway. There's this other one that's kind of going right through downtown, moving from City Hall.
And Matthew, we should point out that you are standing behind a number of sheriff's deputies. So the LASD has come in now into the city of Los Angeles to help with the policing with LAPD. They also, I believe, brought those or did the wire barricades there, that at least the beginnings of it, although right now there's only one. Perhaps the protesters have moved them. At one point, while Chief McDonnell was talking in his news conference, we saw a number of the protesters setting up those, you know, A-frame traffic barricades and other things that almost look like a page out of what we were seeing with the anti-Hamas or the pro-Gaza, pro-Palestinian protests at the campuses. But then that's all been torn away now. It's gone now, and I don't really know what their point was. Do you have any sense for that, Matthew? I mean, they were going to create this barricade, and then what? They were going to be trapped inside their own barricade?
It's really hard to speculate. I mean, this is right outside of City Hall. It seems like they were trying to barricade themselves right here on the street, right of City Hall. For what reason, we aren't exactly sure. Maybe at least try to slow down law enforcement from getting to where they were. Law enforcement came in firing those non-lethals, the pepper spray, the flashbangs, and it looks like those protesters have since pushed back at least a few blocks, but left some fire behind on their way out.
So Matthew, as we are watching this scene here, we are noticing all the cars, the public that is driving by this scene. Reminder of the chaos still happening right now in downtown Los Angeles. It is a Sunday night coming up on 9 o'clock, so perhaps many people are home for the night, not necessarily going out, say as it would be on a Saturday night.
Oh, there's still a lot of people around, bitch. What are you talking about?
Downtown is a changed picture from decades ago. Many more people live downtown. It is a place that has quite built up with high-rises and restaurants and
yeah, there's actual nightlife in downtown
exactly,
now.
Exactly. So many more people downtown who just live there. there. And so, Matthew, I don't know if you can gauge a feel for, is it people who seem to just be kind of lingering around, people who live in the area, or actual protesters against the ICE raids?
Yeah, hard to speculate. I'd say it's a pretty large assortment of crowd, right? So you have people that were here to protest today, and then there's some noticeable agitators. I mean, especially when we were standing over the freeway, you saw people taking hammers, trying to get rocks to throw down on top of the CHP vehicles. We saw electric scooters being thrown. We saw a cone with some sort of fuel being thrown into the CHP vehicle that momentarily set it on fire. And right now, it looks like, I mean, you can see there's hundreds of protesters where you're looking at right now beyond First Street. And,
yeah, it does look like they're roughly done
the
for the
sheriff's
night.
department here is just trying to hold the line at City Hall. And it's hard to know what's on the other end of the protesters, if there's more law enforcement or if it's just a long, if it goes for a few more blocks.
And we don't tend to think of
But that
downtown
chevron's
LA
about
as
to
being a
get fucked.
territory patrolled by the Sheriff's Department. That is LAPD territory. So I'm guessing the Sheriff's Department is there in support of LAPD.
Which is unusual.
Yeah,
and
they're definitely here to support. You can see LAPD driving by right now, responding to something else, and you can see the protesters giving them a bad time as they're driving by with that fire there as well.
And we heard from Chief Jim McDonald, who just had a news conference talking about how they deploy, that they were not aware that the federal government was going to be doing ICE raids in Southern California on Friday. And so that caught them off guard. He talked about how it takes them some time to deploy when you have a crowd scene like this, like we saw Friday, like we saw Saturday. And what they do, he said, is they roll 4 people deep in a police car. That is A, for their own protection, B, to get more people quickly into an area. Normally we see 2 people per car, but in a situation like this, they staff it with 4 per car. It takes time to mobilize and get in place, as it probably did, Matthew, for the Sheriff's Department to get there to downtown LA and mobilize with the skirmish line.
And I should point out that the police chief did want to dispel a rumor or some kind of narrative that is out in social media that it took LAPD more than 2 hours to respond to the call for help by federal agents in that federal building. And Chief McDonald said, nope, that's not true. 38 minutes. It would have been faster if not for the fact that the officers knew that they were going to have to go in with gas masks. They couldn't just respond. They would have to be prepared for whatever they were going to face. Now, we have Sky Fox in the left corner of your TV screen. We don't know what attracted the pilot there to hone in on that, but we've got Matthew Seedorf on the ground looking towards First Street, and it looks like there are quite a few people and lots of vehicles that are passing through that intersection, and you're nearby City Hall, so there is an attempt, of course, to keep people away from that general vicinity. But what's going on from Sky Fox, it's harder to tell. But it certainly suggests that there are a lot of people spread out throughout the downtown Los Angeles area.
And you can see from this aerial shot here, quite an LAPD presence there.
They've been routed.
Last night, Susan, you were on the air to, midnight? 12:30?
Well, about midnight.
About midnight last night. So obviously, the police department has a track record from last
been routed
night
for the
as
night.
to what we saw in the downtown area. Remember, tomorrow's Monday. We saw the freeway shut down.
Is there anybody
the
in
101 freeway.
the
You can't
Rumble
have
side
that on a Monday
that
in
I
Los
should
Angeles,
rate?
California, where people are
Put a
going
link
to
in the
work.
chat,
Well, the
ladies and
mayor
gentlemen.
actually, when in her
We're
news
about to
conference
call it a
earlier
night.
today,
We're
she
gonna have to
pointed
pick
out
up on
that
this
perhaps
tomorrow.
it was advisable, if you're able to work from home to avoid the downtown Los Angeles area. Not because she believes that this will persist into the morning hours, but clearly there's a lot of ways in which the city needs to sort of refresh or clean up or what have you. I do also want to point out that last night the temperature, the view was nothing like this. We would see things sort of ebb and flow, but it was never quite this this number of people, this number of protesters
Everybody's
or
got
bad
somebody live
actors,
on
whatever
Rumble
you
right
want
now
to
they
call
wouldn't
them.
watch.
We did not see, we saw federal agents lob flashbangs and tear canisters, but other than a couple people that perhaps were lobbing a lot of verbal threats or verbal comments, we didn't see very much. There were reports that some of the protesters were indeed throwing rocks. I do want to point out, and Matthew, I don't know if you witnessed any of this, but today LAPD arrested at least 10 people. They say it's a dynamic situation, and clearly the number of people arrested is going to go up. And CHP, because you were right there, right near the 101 freeway when it was overtaken by protesters, they say at least 29 people were arrested. That's what CHP did. And pointing out that while last night most of the arrests were failure to disperse, so that's a low-level offense, correct? But today, this is what speaks to how things have ramped up and how the temperature has gone way up. Now the offenses are getting to be much more serious, including injuring an officer, including ramming a motorcycle into a skirmish line. So you were there yesterday in Paramount, Matthew. Compare and contrast what you witnessed in Paramount versus what you're witnessing now.
Yeah, it's really hard to compare. This one, it seems like it's scattered out over several locations. You've had members of law enforcement that were forced to abandon their vehicles on the freeway. We got a firework that just was launched right there. Yesterday,
Another one that's got 4 cameras up.
Border Patrol right across the street from that Home Depot for reportedly a staging ground. It was mostly Border Patrol at.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have to call it a night. I got work to do tomorrow. So for right now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to hand it off to FOMO TV
LAS.
over there on the Rumble side. Y'all have a good night. And we'll definitely see you again tomorrow with the regular show.